Hello, everyone watching on YouTube and Twitch. We've got game one between Vinchester and TaToH. It's, of course, a best of 21. And we got Vinchester in the yellow playing as the Tars, TaToH in red playing as the Khmer. And I'm here with T West casting with me as well. I'm going to go ahead and edit the
Hello,
thing.
YouTube.
Hello, hello. Best of 21. There we go.
And Capture Age even supports best of 21 in the scoreboard.
That is wild. I would never have imagined
That is a lot of dots.
I know. You were right about Vinchester going yellow, though, so that's definitely nice to see. But yeah, you're asking me about the Chinese. Where do they stand on the 9-0 start? I personally think they're like somewhere like mid-tier, middle of the pack. But TaToH first picked them in the draft, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and not using them for the first map. I wonder if he has something where he's going to save them for. I was kind of thinking he might use them for Arabia, because when you get to those Nomad starts and they don't get their vills right away like they used to, they might fall off a bit. And there's also those water maps and closed maps in the map pool where you don't really think of using the Chinese. I was thinking Arabia would be a spot where he might use them, but ended up going with the Khmer.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going to have to really keep an eye on where he picks the Chinese, because when you think of a first pick, you almost think of, okay, this should be like a guaranteed win. And, you know, let's see what he decides to do with the Chinese. Maybe he's got some ideas. And he decides to go Khmer for this one, TaToH. And, oh, whoa, right away, double farm in Dark Age. That is very interesting.
TaToH is the player who has his special builds all planned out. So if he has double farms, he knows what he's doing.
And the cool thing is, I've seen him do this before. He's actually not going to make a mill for a while. You don't need the mill to make farms as Khmer, and he doesn't care about Horsecollar, and the farms gather faster than berries as Khmer. So he's going to skip the berries entirely.
That they do.
And it's going to be harder for Vinchester to attack his base, because now you can't hit the berries. You can only hit maybe gold and wood, right?
Yeah, it means you have fewer areas where you need to defend.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
So we see TaToH also still pushing in those deer. And I think you're someone who likes those deer being farther away.
Yeah, I mean, deer has been an interesting topic here. I've seen a lot of YouTube comments as well, Reddit posts. People are tired of pushing in deers. People are frustrated that it's like something you have to do every game. And here's my take on it. I don't think you have to do it every game, but with a lot of like the civ matchups that we've been playing, it's kind of understood what civs will go for. And so instead of scouting, we kind of know what's going to happen. So instead, we just lure the deer and get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and I think the maps are also a lot more consistent nowadays, so you probably don't need to do as much scouting as you might have in the past. Resources are in a bit more of a regular position, and they're more spread out, so you can kind of, find one or two things and know where your opponent's base is set up, and you don't need to spend as much time looping around and finding everything that you might want to hit.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's also like the maps, most of the maps are not as extreme as back in the day or even a couple of years ago. So like scouting the map to see where your opponent's resources doesn't really play that big of a role. You of course want to know where he's at to attack him, but you're not going to find like some crazy bad map that you can insta punish. So that's kind of how modern AoE2 is played. It's a lot of deer pushing. Oh, but we see TaToH going for something more than a deer push. Actually lames one of the sheep and a second sheep as well from Vinchester. You should never garrison in that situation. That was a good play from TaToH.
Yeah, of course, if you capture your opponent's sheep, then when the TC shoots at the scout, the arrows will hit the sheep and kill them, and they'll have no food on them as they die when the TC kills them.
Yeah, that is brutal. So 2 sheep down for Vinchester, and not only 2 sheep, that's 2 TaToH sheep, which usually last 50% longer. And so that is quite the hit to his economy. TaToH going ahead and walling up the left side. Vinchester walling up the right side. Both players playing a rather slow build with a stable on each side as well here. So quite a balanced opening from both players here.
And this is quite a few farms from TaToH, on 6 farms already. And all those won't have horse collars, so he's going to have to try to do some damage early. As it looks like Vinch does have horse collar and might have a bigger eco going forward, as TaToH's Vil on that wall might start getting hit.
Okay, should be fine. Oh, but Vinchester could commit to this one. In fact, he does. Picks it up. Really nice play. I mean, listen, it is a trade-off. Vinchester does lose the scout, TaToH loses the Vil. I mean, a lot of people would prefer, being in TaToH's position, losing the Vil, but keeping the scout alive. But I think it's a good trade from Vinchester in this position because he's pretty safe at home, so he doesn't need the scouts to defend necessarily.
Yeah, as long as he gets those walls up in time, he's going for a very compact wall against the edge of the map in that wood line. Might have to worry about that gold that's forward and on a hill.
I am worried about that one, yes. And he's not including it in his wall. And his other two goals are also forward. So if you take a look at his map, and like TaToH, they want to play gold units in Castle Age, CA, maybe Knights and Camels. He's going to have to do something nice to, control those golds. Maybe a tower, or maybe just a lot of military in Castle Age here.
Yeah, TaToH's wood lines were in a bit of a nicer place for him to wall, even with that forward gold.
100%. TaToH now moving on to the gold. And he still doesn't have that mill. So as you said to us earlier, he is going for heavy farming. No horse collar. But this is actually good in the short term, where he gets up to Castle Age faster. He's not like spending the resources on a horse collar, which tends to pay off later. But then long term, coming mid Castle Age, maybe late Castle Age, not having that mill, not having horse collar will be somewhat of a problem here. So TaToH's playing a short term game, and let's see if he can actually profit from that.
I wonder if he's going to use that blacksmith, because he doesn't need it to click up, as he goes for the gates.
Oh, that was nice. That was a good trap from TaToH. Sick play there. Kills all of Vinchester's scouts. Vinchester knows he got played there, but you know what? Vinchester does trade a couple scouts as well, so it wasn't the worst trade ever, but TaToH definitely happy with that one. Clears up the scouts. Yeah, he probably doesn't need the blacksmith there, because, you're not going to get upgrades.
He doesn't have any upgrades yet.
Yep. You can skip out on that one. Saves you another 150 wood. Those are farms you can make. We want the food to click up. TaToH is going to be controlling the map with the scouts. So now Vinchester forced to make a couple spears at home to defend himself. Actually making up to 3 here, because he recognizes that forward gold is a problem.
And chat saying TaToH's got his Alcatraz practice with those quick walls.
True. It's been running in the GL family at this point for a while. I think Viper's the king. I'm excited to see what Viper has in store for us with the quick walls. TaToH definitely not too shabby
Absolutely.
himself. That whole Alcatraz arc was kind of interesting to watch, though. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, it was a really fun scenario. It's kind of something unique. I like when stuff new like that pops up.
Yeah, and I think it really shows what like the AV2 community can do, and like kind of pull together, and you just bring together a few like scenario makers, the fans watching, and then some players or even some community members running these scenarios, and it creates its own little like niche, its own content, and people really enjoy it. I actually love to see that. Although I didn't participate, I think it was like amazing to watch as a viewer.
You're scared of losing to the Viper and the quick walls? Is that why you didn't participate?
I am, bro. I saw what he was doing. Forget about Viper. I saw what the other guy was doing initially. I was like, yo, I can never do that. I'm not even gonna try. I tried for 5 minutes, failed miserably. I was like doubt, and I decided to give it up. But yo, TaToH's doing something interesting. He goes bloodlines here, but Vinchester reads it. He goes for 5 spears and a tower, making sure he's not dying to this feudal age play from TaToH. So really smart play from Vinchester to actually not die from that, TaToH full scouts pressure, it seems.
Yeah, but he doesn't wall fully. He leaves that hole near the TC, and now the scouts are going to get in. We'll see how Vinch reacts to this, if he's maybe able to wall the wood line, but he might lose a few vills here.
Yeah, that is very annoying. I think probably a slight mistake, although Vinchester is bringing the spears back. Good micro with the spearman there. Needs to get the other ones involved, but now TaToH's attacking on 2 sides. TaToH also picks up armor. Vinchester goes to stone as well here. So, you know what? I think overall, this should be a good trade for Vinchester. TaToH's heavily committed to feudal age with archers and scouts. And I don't think Vinchester is going to die to this. The tower and spears is enough to secure his base.
Yeah, I don't really see a way for the archers to do damage with all these walls right now.
Yeah. And I think it was the kind of strategy where if Vinchester didn't react properly, he would die on the spot. He would lose the gold, the archers kill the spears, and the scouts kill everything else. But because we see that tower, and Vinchester reading the game so well, now all of a sudden TaToH's in such an awkward position where he's going to be super delayed to Castle Age, and Vinchester's almost about to click right now.
Yeah, and we had that weird situation where TaToH ran in, but he had done bloodlines in the armor and didn't do the attack upgrade and wasn't able to kill any of the villagers.
True. Oh, wait, hold on. He's picking it up now. He's sending this forward. He's heavily committing to this.
Oh, is he going to fight the tower with vills?
Oh my god, that's crazy. That is such a smart play. Oh my god.
Oh god, I don't think I've ever seen someone run vills forward just to fight a tower, but he realized he had the army advantage with all of the scouts And with his archers to pick off the spears, he's able to do this.
Bro, this is game 1, but this is already such a wild game. If Viper is able to punish this and kill the vills, kill the tower, he's going to make a tower on Vinchester's gold. Vinchester has no gold. There's 3 golds all forward. So even though Vinchester's up to Castle Age, he might not have anything to do there without the gold. What a sick play from TaToH here. Wow.
And you just called TaToH Viper there.
Oh,
That's how good he's playing.
That's how good he's playing then. He could have a world record in the Alcatraz scenario. That's how good he's playing right now. My bad, bros. TaToH.
He's going to wall the tower in too.
Yeah, really smart. Like, how does Vinchester push this back? It's crazy. I've had my mind swayed like 4 times this game. I thought Vinchester read the game so well. I thought TaToH was in a tricky spot, but then does the unthinkable. 5 goes forward. Heavily commits to that feudal age. And it plays into the strategy of skipping that mill and playing for that early game. So TaToH had a lot of res kind of banked up. Not a lot of wit spent on the mill, the blacksmith. Instead, spent on farms early on, which gave him a really good food boost with the scouts.
Yeah, and at this point, he has all of his blacksmith upgrades for the archers and for the scouts, but Vinch finally gets up and he's going to try to throw a TC up underneath that tower.
Oh man, that's like...
I think that goes up.
Yeah, it's one of the least aesthetic TCs I've ever seen, though. I mean, like, it's behind a mining camp next to your main TC. That TC is basically just like a siege workshop to kill the tower. That's pretty much
basically,
its responsibility here. Damn. Fair enough, though. I mean, I guess you have to do this if you're Vinchester. I think TaToH might decide.
Oh, the tower could hit the sheep. Oh, TaToH's tower killed the 2 sheep under the... Or did the Vill get them?
It killed one. Oh, no. The sheep got... No. The
Vills got them in time.
Okay.
Vinch recognized it. All right.
God, that would be so wild if he sniped both sheep with the tower. TaToH's now up to Castle Age here. And Bosaw's coming in for Vinchester. He is on 2 TCs. Listen, it didn't look good. But it's still double villager production. It's still a faster Castle Age time. We'll see what he can do with the knights. Kind of get them across the map here. And looks like TaToH is going to be committing to more archers. Only now goes for the mill. Fair enough.
Yeah, it looks like TaToH is on 2 ranges. I think usually you see more of a cav play with the Khmer, even though they can do the archers. So... interested to see if he goes pretty heavy into crossbows or tries to swap back into another stable at some point.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think a stable feels a lot more natural. I think the range play might just be because he was already massing some archers, didn't want to let them go to waste. So that could be part of it. He could also try and do both because he's not mining stone, so maybe he'll just have to go for some sort of...
He already has the blacksmith upgrades.
True, for both, really, the archers and the cavalry here. Could be an angle to do some big Castle Age plays here. 2 knights sneaking in from Vinchester, looking for some damage. And he's going to find something here. Let's see the quick walls. What are these Alcatraz players up to, man?
I might lose 1 Vill.
Yeah.
And remember, he is the Khmer, so even if the knights get in, he can just garrison in all those houses he's building.
True. Those houses are strong. Oh, but there's a hole between the house and the lumber camp. Another Vill goes down here. Vinchester's getting some good damage here. And you know what? I think he needed to hit some Vills here to get a little bit of damage back, because he definitely took some hits himself.
Yeah, he did, but there goes that house bonus. Sometimes it's so frustrating. Like, you get your army right into the middle of the Khmer player, and if they're any other civ, they die, but then they just get inside those houses.
Dude, it's literally one of the most underrated bonuses in the game. Or I guess properly rated. People know how strong it is at this point. It's so good, though. It's so good on defense. And now we see Light Cav coming in from TaToH. Vinchester adding the 3rd town center here. So he's looking to get some economy going. And he's now getting a 2nd stable and a monastery. So it's pure cavalry and economy for Vinchester. Whereas TaToH is going to be putting pressure with Light Cav and crossbowmen. I want to see a siege workshop from TaToH here. That's the best way to follow this up with.
Yeah, especially against the Tatars, who don't have the greatest monk defense either. Workshops and mangonels can apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 100%. You don't have that redemption monks to convert the siege. Scorpions have an extra range on their scorpions. But hold on. Double tower defense from Vinchester. Trying to secure that wood line, keep it safe. I think that might have been a bit extreme, but, you know, he keeps it secure. Doesn't want to take any risks here.
You know, a bit extreme because he's already chopped a lot of that wood line, and it might have been
Yeah.
better just to try to move to like another wood line and get the towers up, maybe on the top right of his base with another lumber camp there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You know, it might be spur of the moment. You think you've got to stay here because your villas are already there, but that wood line is not looking healthy, as you mentioned. Could have been a better play to just give it up and just run the villas elsewhere. Keep the resources for the towers for later. But you know what? He holds that hill now. And TaToH's going to be sitting on the farms instead. Killing some villas, killing farms, and killing maybe even a blacksmith as time goes on here. But Vinchester has +2 on the knights, so maybe he can start pushing back at any moment, really.
Yeah, +2 on the knights, has a couple of camels and a monk, but still going to be difficult to deal with all of those crossbows when it's kind of a weird fight where the light cav can block the knights from really getting a good surround on the crossbows. It's tricky to take this engagement.
100%. And the light cav can also snipe the monks as well. Okay, big engagement going through here. Knights on the light cav. I think the camels coming in from the back. I think Vinchester clears this one.
Yeah, even if he clears it, he's going to take some losses, though.
True.
It's not going to be all that clean.
Yeah. Yeah, that almost feels like somewhat even. Yeah, after losing a few villas and some farms, you also lost a few knights and camels here. You know, probably still fine for Vinchester, but it's not like it's a complete swing in momentum here. TaToH is adding, though, a second town center. And you know what? One criticism for TaToH here. He's floating a lot of food and wood. I think he's got to put that to a little bit better use right now. And he's dropping a market to do just that.
Yeah. And maybe the same thing could be said for TaToH. He's dropping that TC on a woodline that he's already had a lumber camp on for a while. So it's not going to protect those villagers for too much longer.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see him do that. Maybe it's because the hills on the other woodline. He did have a spot at the back, though, that he could have definitely taken advantage of. Oh my
he
god.
has a hole on his woodline
Yeah, there's
now.
a hole. Okay, Vinchester doesn't go for it, but definitely still pretty interesting.
Yeah. So what do you think of the hills on this version of Arabia? Because they're a lot, like, you know, that classic AOC Arabia,
Yeah.
you would have those huge valley maps where you were like surrounded by hills, but they were flat on top, and sometimes you could put your TCs up there.
Yeah.
And even though it was forward, it'd be a bit of a safer location because it's on top of the hills. Here, your TCs are pretty much always at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that there's a lot of hills, but there's no massive hill. Because right now, like, a lot of versions of Arabia have that one massive hill in the center. Whoever controls that wins. Whereas on this map, I see, like, a lot of different hills that you can control. And there's still spots for town centers, but it's not easy to place them wherever. So I think it's a good mix of, like, aggression and boom. And now Vinchester, speaking of hills, wants that one hill in the center. But again, it's not that massive hill. So even if Vinchester gets this, TaToH can still play the game. But, I mean, TaToH's obviously not going to let him get it for free here. Wants to put up a fight.
And the Vills have to walk back. We'll see if TaToH can take this fight. If he loses those crossbows, that castle will go up.
Looks like Vinchester decides to go for a castle at home instead. Maybe he misread the game. He thought he had a bigger army than he actually did. TaToH proved to have like a pretty solid defense set up. Castle at home isn't bad though. Hey, it's going to defend that main gold. It's on a hill. But of course, Vinchester wanted to control the two secondary golds that he has as well. That was definitely on his bucket list here going into the mid game.
Yeah, and he's still mining stone, so he could try to get a bit more map control and go for that forward castle later. He doesn't need to do it right away.
Now, Cross was getting a little too close to the castle. Loses 2 for free here. And yeah, as you mentioned, the second castle, it's still a possibility, and he's still mining stone. I think you're absolutely right about that. You can mass up the units and then eventually go for that forward castle. I do think TaToH's aware of this, though, and he'll probably continue to add military to make sure he doesn't lose that hill.
Yeah, but you know, if he does lose that hill, now it's going to be 2 TCs that castle can hit because he's adding that second TC on that gold to the north there.
Oh, very true, yeah. Kind of doubling down. Now he needs that hill because, yeah, if a castle goes up there, it's absolutely devastating. University at the back for TaToH. Relic counts, it's 2 for Vinchester. I think that does start to matter as time goes on. Keshik's on the field as well here, making an appearance.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can get us around here. I worry for TaToH's army here.
Ooh, yeah, this is looking great for Vinchester. You know what it is? It's the monks behind it that will get some conversions and keep that pressure on. TaToH takes a pretty bad fight there. I mean, it was forced on him, to be fair. Vinchester definitely had a lot of Keshik set up. And now Vinchester's also picking up the reinforcements, so TaToH is in a tricky spot. And he's going into, by the looks of things, pikes. Dude, I hate Kimmer pikes, and I'm sure you know why.
I gotta ask you, why do you hate them so much then?
It's just because you don't have the initial barracks, you know what I mean? So like if you want to go pikes,
Oh, okay.
you don't have that setup of like that first barracks. It feels so wrong to skip the barracks and then have to make it later for the pikes. Otherwise, they're still decent, right? But
there's the GG.
it's like you said, that castle in the center. GG called. Vinchester takes game 1.
Well, so it felt like TaToH did a lot of damage with that all-in feudal, but Vinch somehow still managed to click up the castle, get a bit of an eco lead, and just kind of get the army numbers he needed at the end to get that map control of the castle.
Welcome, guys, to game number 2 between Vinchester and TaToH in this best of 21 for the Champions Invitational $7,000 tournament. But of course, the viewer contributions will go into the prize pool as well. A ton of donations have already come in. And we've got Bay for game 2 here. And of course, joined with TOS. Malay vs. Italians, what do you think of this map? When was the last time you've seen this map in a competitive setting as well?
In a competitive setting? Ooh, I mean, I know it was for Hidden Cup. Have we seen it since then? Was it in any other Red Bulls?
I honestly don't think so. I thought of this map from Hidden Cup. I think it was a fan favorite. So I think Hidden Cup 4 was maybe the last time we've actually seen it played, which is 2 years ago at this point, something like that.
Yeah, it might have been. And of course, this map, we have the small bay pretty much between the players, so they're going to go for the early dock. And we also have a scout fight going on already, too.
Yeah, these players wasting no time. It's actually Vinchester going to the other side. Of course, what he was trying to do is snipe TaToH's villager. TaToH, a seasoned veteran, going to keep his scout near his vill, make sure that nothing shady goes on. And this map is also called Pants from some of the viewers. So, yep, I mean, I can kind of see it on the mini-map that it looks like a pair of pants. Definitely something that people tend to really enjoy.
You know, now that you mentioned this map was maybe not played for a really long time, I'm looking at it as a water map that doesn't have any shorefish near the dock. I think last time this was played, you actually couldn't collect from the shorefish and drop off at the dock.
Oh, true. So maybe we could have adapted and added in some shorefish, to kind of make it more of like a modern water map. But then again, I kind of like that you don't have that shorefish because then it kind of makes water a little worse. You can't keep your build there to repair. It is
it's going to be a bit
though.
of a different build here.
Yeah. I wonder if the players, that's actually a really good observation. I wonder if the players have like kind of thought about that as well. Because that's a huge like change from our usual water fights where usually you always just keep your vill nearby. It'll take shorefish, it'll repair. It's very intuitive to go for water. But in this case, maybe a land approach might actually be better since your opponent doesn't have that vill nearby that could, just grab that shorefish. If you snipe his fish, the dock is pretty much neutralized.
Yeah, and not just for adding in the shorefish, but also for creating a second dock, too. We see Vinch sending a vill over. TaToH, I think, missed getting it with his scout, but also a bit harder to wall the vill in and keep it safe when there's the shallows there that you can't wall as easily. You have to be fully on the land.
True. Yeah, very good point as well. So this map is really a great mix between water pressure and land pressure as well. And, on the same topic of not being able to wall the villain, it's hard to fully wall your base because you can't wall towards the edge of the map, towards the water. You have to wall around, maybe to the edge on this side, and just kind of create like a little corner for you. And of course, one thing that is worth mentioning for those who are not familiar with the map, there are some deer scattered around the outsides of the map. And of course, on the very outside, there's relics, gold, and stone available for taking in that mid and late game. So a lot to play for in the early game when it comes to water. Both players going double dock to fight for that. And then as the game progresses, we're going to see the fight over gold and stone and that middle map.
Yep, and as they're moving up to the feudal age, TaToH does manage to snipe off Vinchester's scout. You can see the corpse right there by that gold mine. He tried to fight with a vill, but wasn't quite there in time to save his scout. And that can matter quite a bit, as now TaToH's going to have all of the scouting information of the rest of the map, and he's going to know if Vinch tries to move out. And he's going to know what's happening on the land, whereas Vince might be caught off by surprise if TaToH is able to add in some land units.
Yeah, that's a huge difference there with the scout. Vinchester does seem to have a bit of initiative on the water here. Vinchester kind of sniping some of the fish, harassing on both sides of fire galleys. TaToH brings the vill to repair, though. And it's like we talked about, that vill can't just take shorefish. So by TaToH investing that villager to repair, that villager is now very far from gathering resources. So it is a big investment to keep that guy around.
Yeah, I think TaToH's going to try to use it as his house villager, just trying to make sure he's not idle. But that does mean houses won't be maybe in more useful locations as walls if they're all going to be along that coastline.
Yeah, it's the little things like this that kind of, that the players always have to think about. And sometimes we kind of take it for granted, but it's always on the player's mind. Now we see the first demo. He's known for these. Ooh, couldn't find a good connection. Good micro from Vinch to pull back there.
And he's going to repair. Oh, I thought he was going to repair the demo for a second there.
Yeah, he was looking like he was going back for it, but it decides to send it forward either way here. And I think Vinchester got a better demo there. He does seem to have more mass on the water, but keep in mind, like, even if TaToH were to lose the water, there's still a lot to play for on land here. So the water is really important early, but it's not like those typical water maps where whoever wins water wins the game. On this map, it really doesn't matter that much in the late game who's got the water control.
Do you think it matters if you're the Malay and you might want to add in a fish trap eco like you were playing a game of Black Forest?
Ooh, the fish trap eco on this map is a bit too exposed for my liking. I think it's definitely an angle. You could go for it if you wanted to, but it's not as free as it is on Black Forest, where you can just kind of keep it there, protect it all game. Big demo from Vinchester, and TaToH couldn't get the repairs. I think the water is won for Vinchester. He's got a 5-3 lead in terms of fire galleys, and it feels like he's just going to be able to extend this lead from here on out.
Yeah, and this entire time, Vinch did go for 3 fishing ships compared to TaToH's 2, as TaToH finally loses one. So he's had a bit more fish income, too, while they've been fighting here.
Very, very interesting. And you know what? Behind this all, we see a range now from Vinchester. We'll take a look at how they're developing on the land. 11 vills on berries for Vinchester. As you can see, a lot of the micro takes a toll on its economy, guys. This is not the prettiest, berry I've ever seen. But on the other side, TaToH's, solid economy, but only now going for the barracks. So it seems like Vinchester's quicker to the punch at every transition here.
And nice demo from Vinchester. TaToH did manage to take a bit more of a comeback on the water. Vinch had a lot of low HP fires that he wasn't able to fully repair. But still, it's 3 fishing ships to only 1. And now to 0.
Damn. Went down. And Vinch's 3 fishing ships have just been gathering res all this time. It does feel like Vinch is slowing down on water here. He's still producing, but his attention has been kind of split. It's been divided between the land and the water now. So as we go forth into this feudal age, water becomes less of a priority, and a bit more land attacks tend to kind of take control, or take importance, I guess, in the players' minds.
Yeah, and as you said, well, Vinch had all those vills on berries. TaToH had been moving out and is starting to take those deer and get that hunt income coming in.
Yeah, it is interesting. Now, those vills are quite exposed, which makes me a bit worried, especially with Vinchester having archers on the field. Now, the thing is, TaToH does have a scout, but he hasn't used that one. He might even be auto-scouting, to be honest. He's literally auto-scouting. He's not scouting the range. This is so weird.
Yeah, and remember, Vinch did lose his scout, so maybe TaToH felt a bit more confident sending those villagers out, knowing he had picked off the scout early.
Yeah.
And it does look like he's auto-scouting.
Yeah, he is actually auto-scouting in a pro game here, so that feature definitely has its uses, I guess. But, I mean...
once I was playing a 2v2 with ACCM, and it was on one of those, like, arena-like maps, and he was auto-scouting, and his scout did that thing in the Dark Age where, if you're playing with a really low-level player, you gotta message them and be like, yo, you don't need to scout the inside of my arena, you'll see that. And then all I see is ACCM scout auto-scouting my arena.
Just taking a look around, seeing what you're going for, he's auto-scouting. Yeah, man.
Exactly.
When that feature was added, we kept saying, like, it'll never see play, but, I mean, here we are. Not only in arena on ladder games, but also in tournament games. But, of course, it has its downside. He hasn't seen the archers that Vinchester is going for. Vinchester is up to Castle Age. This is a very, very
and the archers
nice
are going forward.
Yep. Now, granted...
That house might finally see them.
True. Yeah, that's the first vision of the archers. That's actually really important. Now, granted, TaToH has his own archers. Let's see the reaction, though. Okay. Solid. Yeah, solid. Vinchester goes back. TaToH's completely fine. He goes for a skirm. But it's those Deervilles that really got me worried here for TaToH.
Yeah, and this is also what losing the scout can do for you, because you're not going to see the deer in the fog of war to know whether your opponent's out there or not.
Yep.
Even if you just scout the map and you're not actively there, you can pay attention to them.
But he's got completely black vision there, so he's not even, yeah, he's not even kind of aware of what's going on. But he does sneak around, and oh, a little sloppy. TaToH's not walled, not defended. Vinchester gets no villagers obviously, but he gets a lot of idle time, a lot of chaos in TaToH's economy. And now with Castage coming in, Vinchester's looking very solid for this one.
Yeah, that Malay uptime really helping him out.
Doesn't have the rest to get the military upgrades though. Instead, he actually goes for knights instead of the archers. That is fascinating. He goes for knights and a town center instead of getting just a crossbow upgrade. What do you think about that? Is that something you kind of agree with?
I'm surprised there's no crossbow upgrade, but that is a lot more expensive now than it used to be. So harder to fit in. But Malay Knights, interesting choice. They're not going to have that second armor, so if TaToH has the Italians, he already has the archers out. If he goes crossbows, it gets really hard to use those knights.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The knights kind of don't scale too well. I don't see them finding that much damage to where it's going to be like an instant payoff. It will grant him map control for a while, a bit of mobility though. So I can see the appeal of it here. I just don't know if it's going to find as much value as he's hoping for.
Yeah, it'll definitely help out against the skirmishers early on, and maybe that's what he's thinking. He wants something to deal with the skirms.
Yeah, very, very true. TaToH's now up to Castle Age. Himself goes for Bodkin Arrow. As you can see, actually, both players can't afford crossbow. I think the economy is actually more tight than we think. Because they've been fighting on water for so long, they don't have that many farms set up. So going for these upgrades that we normally expect them to have, it's not as easy on this map as as it is on something else.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like TaToH, he's going for a really safe TC, and that should get up before any of the knights get in. Vinch will have maybe a bit more map control, now not only with that TC, but also a defensive workshop. Maybe getting worried if TaToH comes forward with crossbows.
Yeah, that is not at all what TaToH's doing, though. TaToH's actually going for a third town center, completely going for economy, using his skirms to pick off the remaining archers. Good little pick off there for him. And it seems like TaToH's defending with the bare minimum, whereas Vinchester's expecting a lot more army from TaToH here. So Vinchester maybe wasted a little bit of resources on the siege workshop here. Could have added a third town center himself, but you know what? He's gonna go for mangonel, and that should help him defend these, small archers and skirms from harassing his vills and taking the map control.
Yeah, that knight though finally is gonna find those deer villagers.
Ooh.
And we'll see if Vinch notices this.
Oh, he does instantly. In fact, gonna kill one vill for sure. That guy didn't drop the food, so that guy died with like 20 food in his hand.
Yeah, this is where I'd almost expect TaToH to try to wall in the knight.
Oh! It's not quite the knight, but he gets the vill. Oh my god, dude, the level is so high, man. Dude,
it's those Alcatraz players, they're used to this.
I swear, it's that scenario is just ruining Age of Empires here in competitive. Or maybe making it better. It depends on, if you're the knight, you think it's ruining it. If you're the villager, you're quite happy about the situation. Damn, that was slick, though. Well played to TaToH. It loses one vill, and that's not the end of the world here. If he lost 2 vills, it would have been a lot worse, of course. It's still a 10 vill lead for Vinchester here. No fish from either player. TaToH, quote-unquote, won the water here. It is now adding some fishing ships, but not a lot of fish left, guys, so the water is not that important.
Oh, nice mangonel shot there from... Oh, 2 nice mangonel shots there from Vinch. Flattening TaToH's army. Gets
3!
Everything there.
Oh my god, 3 nice mangonel shots in a row. That mangonel was a literal hero. That was crazy. Sick play from Vinchester. Wow. Normally you expect 1 or 2, but all 3 killing every single unit. That is spectacular. And now Vinchester's all of a sudden launching his own push. That went from a defensive siege workshop to an offensive push real quick.
Yeah, and we see TaToH has that monastery up. Both Italians and Malay have really good monks, so there's a chance we might see some redemption here for converting mangonels.
I think TaToH's instead going to go for a siege workshop to start things off. TaToH didn't expect to be in this situation, though. Like, you don't expect to lose all of your army to mangonels. And now he's in a position where he's got, oh my god, 2 instant conversions. You can't be serious. That was wild.
Well, TaToH needed that luck there.
Yeah.
He was close to losing 2 monks, but those conversions saved him.
Yeah, yeah, he was. It was 6-3 on the expos, and now TaToH walks out with 5 expos to 0. Monks are balanced, by the way, and now the knight is gonna snipe the Mangonel. All of a sudden, they went from Vinchester's push to all of a sudden TaToH now pushing back. It's kind of wild. This game has had everything so far here.
And that was a huge swing. And well, looking back at the water with TaToH adding those fish, remember he is the Italian, so it's cheaper for him to add in those fishing ships. And he also didn't invest into the War Galley upgrade, so he didn't have to add in that Castle Age tech to win the water. He was able to do that just with the feudal units. It's a bit of resource save for him.
So he's kind of winning water at a discount here. It's not something that slowed him down. It's giving him a nice boost now, which is very interesting. 70-70 for villagers right now, neck and neck. Vinchester just added the third TC, but it seems like TaToH's just in the right spot with his army now.
In the right spot. Can he get this Mangonel? Does.
Wow, sick. Really nice. Also starting to pick up some relics now as TaToH. Vinchester grabs handcart, is starting to add more ranges in. Now the next thing I worry about here for TaToH as well, he's really pinned into his base, right? And Vinchester's looking like he's gonna maybe have the faster imp, since he's picking up handcart, he's picking up, he's got the melee bonus, he's picking up more ranges for the map control. It seems like Vinchester might be able to get the map control and go for a forward castle and just keep TaToH pinned. TaToH's got that forward stone. So he needs to be able to defend his base and not let Vinchester get a forward castle under any circumstance here.
Yeah, so far TaToH's had that back gold, which was really safe for him, but that's not going to last forever. He's going to need to think about securing the front of his base sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And this is the kind of thing that, I mean, we're blessed as the casters. We get to see the entire map, what everyone's going for. TaToH does not have that kind of luxury. And he needs to kind of predict or scout out what Vinchester's going for to make sure he's not getting surprised by a lot of army. Big fights in the middle, though. A lot of micro here.
Nice split from TaToH.
Sick.
And he gets the Mangonel.
Yep. These players are so neck and neck. Good micro from Vinchester. Kiting back like a champ. Killing a few crossbows as well. Ends up being a slightly even trade. TaToH slightly better, of course, because of the Mangonel kill. Now we see a town center from TaToH on the stone. He recognizes, at least, he needs to defend that stone. He knows it's a priority. But I don't think Vinchester's going to let him off the hook.
Both that TC and the forward range.
Yeah, kind of keeping something in front of that TC to protect that one as well. Ballistics is in now as well for Vinchester here. And for TaToH, actually, for both players.
So what do you think the army composition is going forward for these players? Is it just kind of crossbow, skirmisher, siege? Or does a player try to make a transition to another unit at some point?
Yeah, I think in this matchup it tends to be like Arbalest Skirm. But one thing to note is that melee get siege engineers on their bombard cannons. So that's a pretty huge factor if it just becomes a stalemate. There is karambits and elephants that melee can switch into. And Italians have Condottiero and Hussar. Both are, like, for both parties, it's okay options. But I think because we already have so many range units, we should just stick on that for the time being.
Yeah, I'm interested with how you have to swap from one part of the map to the other, whether the mobility of cav units pays off here.
Yep. And I mean, with the golden stones on the outside, sometimes that mobility is extremely important as well. Ooh, nice little snipe on a Vil and a Monk from TaToH on the bottom. And now it's forward siege workshop from Vinchester. And Vinchester does have 2 minutes faster imp. Indeed goes for the skirmisher, so it's going to be a range unit opening for him. And, late game, the Hussar from Italians, I think, is the deal breaker, or is like the game changer. But the extra range on the bomber cannon with siege engineers is the melee advantage. So that's kind of how I see the matchup playing out. One plays for the siege, the other plays for the cavalry, and it usually comes down to whoever can make the best use of, their tech or their advantage.
And right now, looking at those resources, Vinch does have the stone for a castle, and he's going to have the early Imperial Age for Bracer on those crossbows. Probably soon going to see chemistry and then Arb from him, and he has a few more Vils going forward. I wonder if he's thinking about that castle drop, because he could probably get it up if he goes for it really soon.
Oh, he does go for it. Listen, it's not exactly a forward castle that we're used to in front of the guy's face, but it is still on TaToH's side of the map, and it's cutting TaToH from ever taking the golds and stones on the outside. So this is definitely a map control castle, and this is the timing he's playing for. 2 minutes faster imp. Now is the time he gets the castle. This is some extremely high-level Age of Empires, guys. If he does this a minute later, TaToH's an imp. TaToH's got Bracer coming in, and all of a sudden, Vinchester doesn't have the control he has right now. So this is the timing. He's going to go for the castle here. And one thing I love to see these days... Oh my god, there's no way.
Mangonels. If he kills those crossbows, he probably doesn't have time to get the castles denied, but there's all of the army right before chemistry comes in for Vinch.
I cannot believe it. That was so incredible. You don't I was just praising the high-level Age of Empires. You don't expect a mistake like that from Vinchester. He was looking away and TaToH punished with double Mangonel. That feels good. Vinchester, though, with a nice little attack round. Listen, the game continues, and it's super fast-paced. We now see Squires coming in. So is it Karambit Warriors after all that he wants to go for here? Could be.
He's queuing him up in the castle. So against the skirmishers, Karambits feel like a decent choice. TaToH would have to switch back into Arbalests.
Yep. Yeah, and I was talking about this before. The Arbalest upgrade being made more expensive has been really interesting for this like late Arbalest or early Arbalest, sorry, play. And it's not exactly something that players like to go for nowadays.
Yeah, you're always going to see players going for Bracer because Arbalest, weirdly enough, doesn't actually increase the range of your crossbows. So you always go for Bracer first to get both the +1 attack and the +1 range.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Arbalest is actually a really weak upgrade in terms of its cost versus the stats, but since of course it is the last upgrade for that line of unit, it is fair that it's been more expensive. But Bracer for the extra range and the extra attack, and Chemistry to be able to make Bombard Cannons, those are much better upgrades to pick up, and they're also cheaper, so you always go for them.
And they also apply to your other units too, like if you're
True.
mixing skirms in, the Bracer will apply to them.
Yeah, much better upgrades overall here. Listen, 17 Karambits from Vinchester, going for a second castle as well. He's heavily committed into that, but TaToH's not letting the forward from Vinchester stop him. TaToH's got dreams of his own to go attack, and he sends in 25 skirms straight into Vinchester's economy, and Vinchester's got nothing to defend that. Even though it's just skirms, these could be hella annoying right now.
Yeah, and no walling either, so they're just going to be able to walk right in.
Everything's so exposed, man. They're going straight for the economy. I think Vinchester's sending a few Karambits back, but in general, he's kind of keeping an eye on his push as well. Stables now coming up from TaToH, at least one. Yeah, he's going to try to go for Light Cav.
And no Siege Engineers in yet for Vinchester, so at least for the moment, TaToH will benefit from having the cheaper bombard cannons of the Italians. But that raid of the skirms is doing a lot of damage, pushing Vinch off of that gold.
Yeah, that's very annoying. And skirms are... It's one of those units you underestimate them because they're supposed to be like a counter unit. But full imp upgrades, they actually kind of kill vills rather quickly here. And he's just spreading them out. He doesn't care about this army. TaToH wants to just sacrifice it for eco kills. And then back home, we're seeing a few Arbalests and some skirms. And TaToH's most likely going to prepare something to push back the castle from Vinchester. And as you mentioned, the cheaper cannons, a great option to do that.
Yeah, it's this weird situation where it feels like both players have mostly skirms, and it's going to be hard for either of them to make a strong push soon. And we'll see if the Karambits are able to pay off before TaToH can get his Arbalest numbers up.
Yep. No elite Karambit in, though, so it's a little weird. Like, the Karambits aren't doing a whole lot. Like, they're just going in and kind of dying like that. It's the kind of unit where I think if you mass it, it just wins every single fight because it's so cost efficient. But if you don't have the right numbers, then it kind of does nothing. And, well, they've been doing nothing so far, to be honest here.
Now, they're finally raiding the gold. I am wondering if this is a misclick from TaToH, but he does have a petard standing there in the middle of his gold mine.
Oh. That's the imposter right there. That guy's trying to fit in with the villas. He's just mining some gold. Don't mind him. Surely a misclick. Unless, I mean, listen, it is TaToH. We've seen him do some crazy plays game one. So maybe the petard has the plan here.
Yeah, you never know what he's thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. And it looks like
it's like one of those custom scenarios where they use the petard with a guy looking just like a dock worker carrying the barrels.
Is that how the world goes down in the custom scenarios? I have never seen that myself.
It is. If you ever look at the Pretty Town contest, you'll see a lot of that.
Okay. I have to keep an eye on those. I've actually seen a couple Pretty Town contests, but I never realized the petard was around there, but I'll keep an eye out. I'm sure the viewers know what you're talking about. That's the good thing about Age of Empires. We got viewers of all kinds. Everyone's into different things. TaToH goes to
Yeah, there's
raids
so many
though with
different
Lightcap.
things people play.
Yeah, exactly. And it's genuinely why I think Age of Empires 2 is like one of the best games of all time. Like, it literally has something for everyone. You could be like a complete casual player playing, AI campaigns just for fun on the weekends, custom scenarios with friends, all that kind of good stuff. And there's something there for everyone. The competitive scene, of course, very, very appealing for some. The raids from TaToH have been sick, but there's a big fight in the middle now with skirms, cannons, and trebs. And Elite Karambit just came in as well.
And while this fight is going on, TaToH has a lot of idle villagers standing around that stone by that gold on the right that just haven't been able to work with all these skirms and karambits nearby.
And those are important minerals. Those are important resources that he wants to take. To be honest, they're kind of running low as well. So he wants to take those as fast as possible and then use that influx of gold and stone to push back the castles here. The cannons are exposed though. The light cav are on top of them here. Vinchester completely just didn't micro them. That's so weird. Completely gave them up.
It didn't micro them, and also didn't have any pikemen or halbs. Had been relying solely on those karambit and archery range units. And this light cap switch just picked off all the siege.
And the reason
get
that
a
happened,
treb too, most likely.
yeah, and the reason that actually happened was because TaToH was defending, or sorry, TaToH was raiding Vinchester. Vinchester was defending. So usually, top players will always micro their fights very well. But when their attention is split, then they take, then they tend to make the big mistakes here. And that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, but even if he were to micro that a bit better, I'm not sure if he actually can defend the cannons or could have defended them at that point because he just has so many karambits. I don't think they can kill the light cav in time.
True. Yeah. Karambits are now fully upgraded at the very least. So like everything Vinchester's been working towards, it has to show right now. And he's done a good job of keeping TaToH contained for the time being. But if he doesn't start winning fights soon, he can be some trouble. And he's going to just dive the trebs here instead of taking the fight.
Yeah, but diving them too late, the castle just goes down. He only had 7 or so vills repairing. That's not enough for 3 trebs. And even though he kills the treb, the castle went down before that happened.
And that's not only a map control castle, that is a production building. We lost one of the 3 buildings that we're using to build karambits from. So now Vinchester's down to 2 castles, 1 at home, 1 forward. Build's now the 3rd. But you know what? Vinchester's still keeping TaToH contained. TaToH still doesn't have necessarily gold access. Vinchester also has 4 relics. So the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Vinchester, regardless of who's winning the fights right now.
Yeah, look at that line of karambits Vinch has just streaming out from his base across the map trying to group up.
The mini map looks so nice. Just a bunch of ants walking forward here. He's going to be sending a bunch into TaToH's economy as well.
And TaToH trying to get more raids. But Vinch, he still has numbers with all those karambits. He has the mobility to try to clean up those light cav. The karambits, now we were talking about the mobility of the cav units, but the karambits themselves are pretty mobile too.
True. And they're mobile and like disposable, so you can really just send them in. They're very cheap. Now we're seeing Arson come in as well, so that's going to be a very useful tool for raiding. He's really just sending them into TaToH's economy here. Conscription now coming in for Vinchester, and it must be noted, TaToH doesn't have handcart. He's also got a very messy economy. I mean, take a look at the right side. This is not a pleasant sight to look at here.
No, it's not. Oh, look at those vills. They're trying to find some way to chop that wood line, mine the gold when there's no mining camp, and they have skirms and karambits harassing them. And TaToH's down by 20 vills, and it feels like it's more than that because of how just inefficient all of these vills are over here.
Yeah, that's brutal. That is brutal. It seems like the game was so close, but now, whatever happened in the last few minutes, it just wasn't good enough for TaToH. And he actually taps out, calls a GG. Vinchester goes up 2-0. Wow.
Yeah, Vince just had all the map control, and it felt like TaToH maybe was gaining some momentum when he picked off 4 or 5 bombard cannons, but just couldn't get out to that gold like he wanted to.
Yeah, GG couldn't get the gold. He never really got to the Hussar tech that with Blast Furnace, so he's still missing a lot of important stats on his food unit, which is the only one he can really spam. And Vinchester just outlasted him. Vinchester played the map control game beautifully. He had 4 relics. And he's in a great spot here. Goes up 2-0. And we're going to go on to the next game. Let's just take a look at the stats here for now, though. hopping into game number 3, we've got TaToH in red as the Poles. I was definitely right about that one. Then we have Vinchester in yellow as the Byzantines. So it's Chaos Pits. The gimmick on this map, guys, we don't know how many villas the players will start with. This time it was 8 villas each. That's part of the map. I'm telling you, it's part of the map. We designed it that way.
We could randomize that.
Bro, it's Chaos Pit.
You could randomize that, make it more chaotic. You'd have anywhere from like 7 to 12 villagers.
Who knows what's gonna happen? You're Chinese? Boom. Take the number, add 3, no problem. That's fine. Completely intended, of course. Nice gimmick for the map. I'm sure the viewers love it as well. But in all seriousness, we'll just look at it for next time. Should be fine though. 8 fills each. Poles versus Byzantine. Listen, TOS, I think it's the kind of thing where both these civs have completely different approaches for this map, but both viable.
Yeah, it's, one of the things when I saw the game played a lot in Nations Cup was if you got douched, having the full Vark was a really good thing because you weren't losing farms if your TC got douched. True. I don't know if Vinch is going to go for that here, but I mean, with the Byzantines, they do have a bit more HP. It's always an option.
Yeah.
But both these civs have, well, it's one of those maps where there's no gold in the middle, and they both have a great bonus for not having gold. Byzantines with the cheaper trash units, and Poles with the more efficient farms.
Yeah, Poles also could start to actually grab some stone, turn that into a little bit of gold. It's not much, but it does get you like maybe bloodlines as a possibility. It does let you click up the castle age. But of course, you could just chop out from the outside and then go ahead and take some gold and stone there as well. So there's a lot of options on this map for the middle. And then once the game goes out to the outside, it completely gets, becomes a wide open, anyone's game kind of situation.
Yeah, and right here we see a difference in strategies. TaToH going for the lumber camp on the outside, whereas Vinch is putting it on that bamboo patch in the middle. Now that will be maybe a bit safer and closer to his TC, but it's going to mean it's harder for him to get to the outside and find some gold. TaToH will chop out a bit more quickly.
Yeah, and Vinchester goes for a second lumber camp on the outside as well, which, like, now it's looking weird to me. Why not just go straight to the outside from the start so you can chop out faster? It does mean that he maybe has a little bit more wood for the early game since there's less walking time. I don't know if that's worth it, though. So that's an interesting approach. We'll keep an eye on if that ends up backfiring for Vinchester, if he's not able to break out in time. We'll have to see.
Yeah, both players up to the feudal age. And, well, if you're the Poles, can you go for scouts on this map? Or do you maybe think of mining stone and going for a tower rush? Or maybe even adding in a few archers if you're able to get a bit of gold from the stone?
Yeah, I think like pretty much all of those are viable strats, but I have to say, scouts versus Byzantine does not sound appealing because if you just go scouts, they're going to go like 4 or 5 spears, and then they'll go skirms as well. So like your scouts can never engage the spears, the skirms will harass your entire economy, and I don't think the Poles will be able to defend their full work if they go scouts. So TaToH's doing the right thing here, mining stone. It's going to be a tower rush. I don't think that's guaranteed to work or anything like that, but I think it's a much better approach than going scouts here.
Yeah, I guess one thing to keep in mind is the Byzantines do have a bit more HP on their buildings, and that includes their towers. So if you do get into the tower fight, it can be a bit difficult to win straight up against a Byzantine player.
Very true. Yeah, very true. And that's definitely something to keep in mind. We do see Vinchester going for the range now. So he's going to go Skirm Spear. This is rather predictable. I think that's like the only strategy Byzantine want to go for here. They can do slightly different variations of it. But in general, you want to land on Skirm Spear. You get that discount. There's no gold units on the field. It ends up just being a very solid approach. Vinchester senses something's a bit awry here. He's going to go ahead and wall up his wood line. Trying to keep it so safe. But he hasn't seen the villagers yet.
Yeah, and this could be the downside of going for that close lumber camp early on. If TaToH is able to get a tower on this wood line to the north, that's going to stop Vinch from chopping out.
Appreciate the hard work.
Yeah, if that happens, I mean, Vinchester kind of knows that that's a very real threat. So instead of just letting TaToH get this chain of towers, he's going to go ahead and make a tower to defend that wood line. He recognizes that's the most important part of his base right now. And he also sends 2 villas to go ahead and work down TaToH's tower. TaToH could wall these guys in, though. There is an option to wall them in. Not going to go for it,
He's going to have to go for a second tower to kill them, though.
There's a second tower either way here. Vinchester finishes his first tower. And I don't know. I think this is just a messy game, but it seems like TaToH's in a good position. Like his forward will still, you know, maintain its presence. But Vinchester does have that stone that he's able to take as well here. It's worth noting, Polish villagers regenerates, so they're gonna have, you know, pretty much max HP for the entirety of Feudal Age. That definitely helps as the tower rush goes on. You'll lose some straight HP and then just heal it back. More towers coming down as well here. Vinchester did a good job of just defending his woodland though. Love to see that one.
Yeah, but now he has to worry about his stones, because TaToH's already covered one of them, and he's inching closer to getting towers that can hit that second stone.
Ooh, picked up a Vil. Good micro there from TaToH. He actually blocked that one with the scout. And it seems like Vinchester's counterattacking, but this might be the most pathetic counterattack I've ever seen in my life. This is one spear, one skirm, one scout. I mean, listen, you gotta respect the energy here, but that's not doing a whole lot.
It's the AI army. And I think
Literally.
the Vils might even regen enough that they can fight this.
Just fight
See, he might
spear.
pick off a Vil.
This is the AI army, but on like standard mode or easiest. This is exactly what we're looking at right now. Yeah, Vils just easily deal with that here. So nothing too much to see. Meanwhile, on the other side, TaToH is the one going crazy. He's sending some Vils at Vinchester's tower for the second time this series. He's actually going for Vinchester's tower here.
Yeah, and well, Vinch only has one tower, and he doesn't have any army to defend it with. So if the Vils can get forward, there's nothing that can really stop them.
And the regeneration is such a big factor here. Oh, one gets trapped though. Good play from Vinch. Gets a Vil. TaToH getting a little, maybe a little caught off guard there. The counterattack, the AI easiest army has been cleared up here. And now we see only one more spear coming forward. You know, it's maybe not the right call for Vinchester to counterattack. I think the scout and the skirm did have more value fighting near your tower probably on defense. So the counterattack kind of just didn't really make a lot of sense to me, especially in hindsight as we saw how little value it got.
Well, you know, the question is, what does he do with the army even if it's at home? Because there are 3 towers there from TaToH. He can't really use it to take a fight that well. Maybe the skirms could stand on the hill and defend the tower, but I don't think the scout and the spear could be all that useful.
That's a fair
These
point.
are good times
Yeah, I
for
think
the
just
O2 community.
the skirm being near the
Thanks for
tower would
making it
be like the
possible,
ideal
fam.
thing, I guess. But either way, like Vinchester just needs to break out. But because he went there so late, look at TaToH. TaToH's 35 wood from getting completely chopped out. And once he chops out, he's got gold, he's got stone right next to it. And so he's in a great position here. He's almost out. Vinchester still needs a tree and a half to get out.
And I hear, oh, there's a spear that gets killed on TaToH's full arc again. A counterattack that doesn't really do much.
Yeah, there's that guy going down. Not gonna be making many stories of him. A lot of chaos going on in Vinchester's base though. 2 more Vils go down for Vinchester, one from TaToH's, but TaToH's more than happy of doing this. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. 1 second here, 1 second.
Alright, well, TaToH loses that scout, and Vinch has to put up a second tower. Again, Vinch has to get those towers just so that he maintains control of this lumber camp and eventually can chop out. But he's still about 100 wood from doing that as he just goes over to his final tree there. And he has lots of repairers, but TaToH with fletching is able to pick off those Vils. And now TaToH also has some towers that can hit the stone, and we see Vinch needing to add in 1 more tower just to keep
Best
that
of
stone
21
secure
for
and
a
try to
whole
get
month.
Vils who can keep
Looks
gathering
like
from
my
it.
work-life balance is about to implode.
Sorry,
hand
I
crash.
apologize. My Lamborghini and my Ferrari just both turned on one shot and made a ton of noise, so completely clogged up the cast. I'm so sorry about that, guys.
Oh, those are the Matt Salsa problems.
Yeah, it's just so tough, you know. It's just so tough when you have those kind of problems in life. But that being said, it was actually my 1960s washing machine that was going completely berserk, so I had to turn that one off. I had to crank that bad boy off. So yeah, that was what went down. But my apologies, of course. But yeah, well, I mean, what did I miss? I see still the same things going
Like
on. Here?
when you walked away, I think you had the camera at just the perfect location to see the lumber camp and the stone towers going up.
Perfect. Perfect. I guess that's what was going down. Some more tower fights. And it looks like TaToH's actually pulling ahead in villagers randomly as well. Well, I mean, not randomly. He did kill 6.
Yeah, that and he is chopped out. So if he wants gold or more stone, he can get it. Or we also see there's an outpost to the top left. That Vill's going around to the back. Vinch has broken out in time, but TaToH might have something sneaky going on.
He's actually got a Vill. It's like a tag team. He's got a Vill on one side, and then a Vill and a Scout on the other. And it looks like the right side he's got a stone wall. Maybe the left side he wants to sneak, or maybe it's just another stone wall as well. Okay, he's in a stone wall both sides, and this is going to prevent any raiding from going on the outsides. And I think that's a really smart approach. He's also got Scouts in the center to control the middle. Vinchester, though, up to the castle edge. A theme in this best of 21. Vinchester always prioritizes the faster castle edge here.
Yep, and he still maintains control with those 2 watchtowers of that wood line. And now that he's out, even though TaToH has towered both of these stones, he has stone on the outside he can take. Just no real close gold for him. He's going to have to walk a bit.
Yeah. And gonna indeed go grab some of that stone as well. I wonder if TaToH's gonna do anything sneaky with the villas on the outside. I personally think it's worth trying something. I just don't know what exactly you can go for. Maybe like try to wall higher. Like you just go forward and just make more stone walls to prevent your opponent from like getting any space or getting any extra golds.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things you could do, but it's going to be tricky if you're still in feudal while Vinch gets up to the castle age.
Yeah, because then Byzantine camels come into play, siege workshops come into play. Yeah, he's actually going to do exactly that. He's going to go ahead and wall more of the map. So he's going to take space away from Vinchester on the outside, and he's going to force Vinchester to just be completely crammed with only a couple golden stones. This is brilliant from TaToH. That being said, Vinchester fast out of castle could easily break out with siege if he wanted to. But, you know, it's a low investment that does get a lot of value, and I really enjoy that.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to be... If he goes even a bit more forward, there's a chance he could just wall off that gold from Vinch. And he get... Actually, if both those vills were a bit more forward, he could stop Vinch from taking gold entirely.
Ooh, any gold completely. That's very true. Does TaToH know about that? He actually knows about it. I'd like to see him do that, to be honest.
Hera hype.
You can even just do more layers. You can wall this, delete a palisade, or delete a wall, remake it, and then wall more if you want. I'd really want to see that, because denying gold entirely is such a crushing move.
Yeah, or, you know, another option might just be adding some more towers, too. He could do a tower near each of those walls and cover the golds.
Yeah, true. Basically forcing Vinchester to play siege, and Vinchester has trouble playing siege because he doesn't have gold. It's a very, very sticky situation. And like the longer this game goes on, I mean, TaToH's going up to Castle Age. Vinchester, he's in the Castle Age doing literally nothing with it. He can't do much. Adds a town center, sure, but he's got no army on the field. He's got no, I guess, plan of attack here as well. Just trying to clear up the towers, but losing villas in the process. This is very, very tough.
Yeah, and like look at that TC. I think TaToH has covered every single farm with a tower. Have that starting TC. Like, Vinch doesn't have any food income right now.
Yeah. So not only is he getting starved on gold, like the farms are actually just not being able to work. More towers coming up. Vinchester's all over the place. He's trying to chase down these towers. He does get a town center on the right side on that gold. This is absolute desperation. He doesn't have enough food to continue producing from those 3 town centers. So he's just making them in hopes that he can secure some of the map.
This tourney is priority 1.
Yeah,
work
TaToH's
is
throwing
2.
up an outpost there on the right, and well, he is up to the castle age. This is where he could do either a tower or even a forward siege workshop of his own to start mangonelling that TC from over the wall.
Yeah, definitely a good opportunity there for that. And knowing TaToH, he will absolutely go for the siege workshop as well. Not only do you get that pressure, but you just immediately deny the gold. It's just so much value. Vinch is dropping a bunch of farms to somehow get enough food to maintain town center production. But just villas is not going to cut it on a map like this. You need the map presence. You need the army. GG called. Wow.
And there's the GG.
That is it. TaToH gets back a game. TaToH getting the castle age definitely calls the game here. Nothing Vinchester can do from this position. Map control is 100% for TaToH. He's got control on the sides, as we mentioned, and it's only a matter of time till Vinchester's completely squeezed out of this game. Decides to call it here. 2-1. TaToH's back in this. Alrighty. Welcome.
Before 10 minutes on Nomad, only Mr. Yo can make it on. Perfect.
Yeah, great rule from Yo. Welcome, guys. We are playing Best of 21, Vinchester versus TaToH in the Champions Invitational, of course, $7,000 tournament here. It's Nomad, game number 4, 2-1 currently for Vinchester, and he's going to be playing Koreans on Nomad versus Spanish for TaToH playing red. It's a 9-0 start Nomad, so things really get going here. And yeah, TaToH's going to be getting his town center on a hill here, which is rather interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of things you have to do right away in this 9 villages start. You need to make the TC, you need to make the dock, and you need to get 2 houses up so you're not housed.
2 houses and true. That's actually a really good point. It looks like the players are doing a good job of that. They both remember the houses. We've actually seen very little idle time, so yeah, well played from both. Spanish, Koreans. There's been a lot of changes to Nomad civilizations over the last couple months. It's worth mentioning them. Spanish no longer build their town center faster. So we used to see Spanish get like a 1 vil lead guaranteed. Now, you can still get it if you place the TC quickly, but you're not actually actively building it faster in Dark Age. So that's a small bonus from Spanish taken away. They got a little nerf there. But all that said, Spanish are still a great conquistador-oriented civilization. They still have a lot of strengths on Nomad. And Koreans, quite similar. War wagons extremely strong. They've got cheaper galleys, fire galleys, and water units in general. And they have extra line of sight on the vills. So taking a look at what Vinchester sees, he almost sees the whole map here.
Especially with that 9 villages start, having 9 Korean villas spread out is going to give you a lot of vision.
Yeah, comparing it to TaToH, who sees a decent amount, but Vinchester really has a good grasp on what the entire map looks like here. And I really enjoy having that 9 vil start on Nomad as well, because a lot of the luck factor gets taken away. When you have 3 vils, it's a little bit like, okay, how they spawn, what you see is a bit luck oriented. But on 9 vils, you always get a good start pretty much. You're guaranteed to get the boars in, to find out where the golds and stones are. And so it reduces a lot of that luck factor that we usually see on Nomad. So I think with the 9 vil start, Nomad is actually a very fair and very balanced map for competitive settings.
Yeah, I really do like 9 vills for Nomad. And we see Vinch having a great TC location too. On that wood line, he has some hunt nearby, and right between the gold and the stone. Also with those 9 villas, you're going to find where the boar are as you're walking into your TC, so you're not going to be struggling to bring food in like you might be if you didn't get good scouting with only 3 vills.
Yep. And he can actually take that stone without making a mining camp. That's a pretty big advantage. Can always make a mining camp on the gold to get those upgrades. So you're not really missing out on anything. Great position for Vinchester. Also rather flat ground, so if he wants to add more town centers, he'll have a lot of spaces to do so. And TaToH, on the other hand, he's in a completely different situation. A town center on a hill. And listen, it's map control. It's not too bad. But it's not looking like he's got, the best location ever. That being said, he does have stone and gold somewhat close by here.
Also, random fact, your town center does not get any attack bonus from being on a hill. It only fires secondary arrows, and those do not get that hill bonus.
That's actually interesting. I didn't know that, so I'm learning something new myself here as well. And so it just looks cool, basically, is what you're saying. Just looks cool.
Well, it won't be mangonelled down. It still doesn't take extra... it'll take less damage from being on a hill if Vinch goes for some type of mangonel push, but in terms of the arrows it fires, it doesn't actually do any extra damage. And I guess that does matter if you're like hunting a boar and you're trying to time the arrows so you don't kill it with the TC.
Mm-hmm. 4 vils forward. Listen, TaToH, he had success in the last game with the poles. Maybe he's looking for something similar here. Going for some outposts, want to get some towers up. That being said, Vinchester's not going to let him get a free pass with the towers. And Vinchester himself is going tower rush as well here. TaToH's targeting Vinchester Stone. Vinchester's doing a very similar thing, targeting TaToH Stone, although TaToH is not currently taking stone at the moment.
Yeah, different approaches from both of them in terms of their uptiming, but looks like they both want to go for a tower rush.
Yep.
Spanish will build the towers faster, Koreans will mine the stone faster.
Mm-hmm. Koreans, of course, do get the guard tower and keep upgrades up to Castle Age and Imperial Age, which doesn't really matter early game, but if you keep your towers up, can be a very good bonus as the game develops. I also noticed that TaToH is going for a fire galley right away and also a sneak dock. So he's taking advantage of the fact that he's got, that faster uptime here. And look at his dock. It's literally 1 tile away from Vinchester. Okay, Vinchester only now spots that one, so he should be able to react in time.
He's getting his own fire galley out, and he will get the fire galley out first, but it will be the awkward situation where TaToH doesn't have any fish he needs to worry about over here.
Yeah.
As they're fighting, Vinch always has to worry about keeping his fish alive.
Yeah, so that's the advantage TaToH has by going for that forward dock. More investment for him, but it could pay off big if he does snipe those fish or force Vinchester to constantly run them away here. Tower up for Vinchester. Could decide to take that stone if he wants it. Otherwise, he is sneaking another tower on the left side, trying to take out TaToH's gold miners. Playing that map control start. TaToH spots it, wants to fight here. Did TaToH pick up Town Watch?
Has TaToH done Town Watch?
Yeah, I think he did, yeah. Very smart approach. Town Watch is great in games like this. Very underrated tech.
TaToH may be struggling to click the villagers. He was attacking the palisade there for a while, and I think he's going to be forced away.
That was strange. He actually might lose a Vil because of that. That was very strange. Yep, loses a Vil. Wow. Interesting. I mean, maybe a misclick. Maybe there's just a lot going on here, but definitely a big advantage for Vinchester here, killing that Vil. And also some archers on the right side for Vinchester as well. TaToH does kill one, but he's getting chased down by another. Might lose another Vil. TaToH's down 2 Vils.
And TaToH's also not paying attention to his Vils on the left. They're still underneath that tower. He might get another Vil kill, but now he has to run away there.
A lot of Vils all over the place here. Kind of that messy Nomad game that we all expected.
And it looks like on the left side of the map, TaToH is chasing Vinchester's fish, so that forward dock is paying off for him.
Yeah, that's definitely worth it here. And sniping the fish is especially important on Nomad because, like, you're not going to be farming early on. There's a lot of hunt that usually gets you towards castlage, and having that fish just helps you get a quicker castlage, usually just more food income, and delays when you have to make farms. So you don't want to make farms too early. It kind of saps a lot of your wood. Vinch is a good micro. Actually,
look
might
at
save that wood. No, Vil? No.
Yeah, look at that one tile palisade that TaToH made there just so that the archers wouldn't be able to join that fight.
That was sick, yeah. Kept them away and actually kills that archer on the left here, so... Oh, almost. Oh, actually, no. TaToH's in a bad spot now. Wait, this is... Yeah, this is a lot of DPS in the archers now. They do have fletching, too. Alcatraz player with a gate. Getting some scrims out to defend. All things considered, that wasn't too bad for TaToH. I expected a lot more damage here.
Yeah, and he still has a pretty big advantage having 5 fishing ships of his own out and working. Vinch doesn't have any more fish.
And that water advantage will allow him to actually make skirmishers. TaToH doesn't have stone, though. This has to be a strategic mistake, right? Like, not mining stone when going for a tower.
He also doesn't have gold, too, if that tower goes up.
Yeah.
You can't let that tower go up.
He is stopping it. Kills 1 Vil to start things off here. Vinchester... Oh, Vinchester maybe getting trapped in here. TaToH is investing a lot into this push. He needs to make sure, or into this defense rather, he needs to make sure that he's able to stop this. There is a world, it's wild. There's a world where Vinchester tries to delete the houses and run away, and then TaToH remakes his own houses to block them. We are not going to see that, though. Tower goes down, and that's good enough for TaToH for now.
Yeah, now that you mention it, TaToH did have 2 tiles where he could have just palisaded to stop the Vils from running.
Yeah.
And only left that one house on the side for Vinch to delete, but
yeah.
Maybe he just needs to play more Alcatraz.
Yeah, exactly. He's not at that level yet. And of course, there's so much going on. Look at the vision from TaToH here. Like, let me zoom out here. He's got so many outposts. He literally sees the whole map. He's playing on all visible at the moment. Sees everything Vinchester's going for. I mean, Vinchester has a good amount of vision, but it's not the same. Now we see a second range from TaToH. Oh, interesting.
And all those outposts from TaToH do have Town Watch on them, so it's just even more he's able to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A late double bid axe from Vinchester. So all those archers we saw him make, it was at the expense, at the cost of delaying double bid axe. So he was going pretty all into that aggression. TaToH held, and now it's Vinchester's economy that actually suffered the most here overall.
Yeah, now Vinch has to make that defensive tower by his TC just so he can clear that forward tower from TaToH because it had been walled in. He wants to be able to mine that stone again.
Yeah, just walling in the tower got so much value here. Still fighting on the water.
No.
Both players adding in some fire galleys, but nothing crazy. Just some small engagements.
Yeah, I was going to say TaToH's adding in more docks to the south to add in more fish. But it looks like Vinch tries to come forward and get a sneaky dock of his own there. I don't think he realizes that TaToH already is there with a dock and he'll be able to see this.
Yeah, that's so random. The fact that he's going to have TaToH's dock right there as well. He might still go for it, but it's not going to be a surprise. Yeah, TaToH immediately spots this, actually. And he's going to be able to react accordingly. I think that's actually a mistake from Vinchester because TaToH should just have more docks ready, and he'll easily be able to outnumber whatever Vinch decides to make here. So I think Vinchester going for the water, it's an interesting idea, but probably won't work out too well.
Yeah, I know TaToH saw that Vil repairing the fire ship on the left. I wonder if he's aware of that Vil on the right, too. He has some skirms looking to find it. But the dock does go up.
I think he saw it, because otherwise he wouldn't send that army back. So he does see it, might kill that villager, and he's going to be completely ready to defend on the water as well with that dock. Oh, we see a gate, another gate, and a wall. Oh my god, Vinchester!
The goat.
The freaking goat, the goat block. But it's not good enough. TaToH just walls on the side as well. That was almost a hero goat. Like, that was kind of a wild play.
And that's where if you're TaToH, you can kill the goat with your Vil, and then the corpse would end up like blocking the gate area.
True. Maybe Vinchester should have killed the goat and then just like continued walking or something. That would have been sick. But either way, goat is not the hero we thought he was. And yeah, it just looks like TaToH's gonna have an easy defense on water. Looking onto land here, what's the transition? Vinchester working his way towards Castle Edge. He did clear that tower we mentioned earlier. He's gonna go ahead and kill TaToH's tower. He's got the archers around as well. And Castle Edge could come in faster for Vinchester as he abuses the market. And now TaToH scrambles on the market as well. He wants that fast castle as well. Not gonna get it though.
Yeah, and he's gonna see that the market prices had already changed, so he's going to be aware that Vinch is up right now.
Yeah.
And once Vinch does get up, those watchtowers, not only do they get extra HP for getting into the castle age, they'll also become guard towers from the Koreans bonus.
I would like to see more towers from Vinchester now. This is a good time to make them right before Castle Edge comes in. Try to secure some map, get some towers up, and then they become guard towers. And it's hard to clear guard towers. Even siege workshop units like mangonels don't do very well against them.
Yeah, as long as you can get some Vils or even archers or crossbows to garrison in the towers, guard towers do fairly well against the mangonels. And they're already walled in, so hard to go for rams against them too.
TaToH currently has the map control. He's up a minute later to Castle Edge. But, you know, once Vinchester gets to Castle Edge, I don't think he's going to have that much army to be able to do damage. So it should be a rather balanced game. Both players should be able to hit Castle Edge comfortably. It is rather spread out, though. Like, Vinchester has a sneak range behind TaToH's gold on the bottom. And he has some archers as well at home. So he's got army pretty much everywhere here.
And, you know, we were talking about that goat by the gates earlier, but Vinch did manage to save one of those forward Vils from the docks, and I think that's the Vil who's making this archery range right now.
So kind of distracted with one of the Vils, saved the other one, and is continuing to make plays. But here's the thing, TaToH actually just sees that range. Like, that's not... It's a sneaky range, but it's not a sneaky range. You know, TaToH knows everything that's going on the map right now because of his vision. But that, you know, that doesn't mean that TaToH's going to be able to respond to everything at the same time. So if Vinchester can throw enough his way, I'm sure something's going to land. Castle Edge comes in. Siege Workshop immediately is the play. And Vinchester is going to be going for a forward castle here.
No, he needs to be careful. He sent all of his stone miners forward, and he needs to mine another 14 stone for that castle.
Yeah,
you get the timing to work out with that mangonel.
Yeah. His plan is like mangonel gets him the map, and then he can go for the forward castle. But look at what TaToH's doing. Because he saw everything that's happening with the outpost, he's preparing knights, and now he's going siege workshop of his own. So he's not going to let Vinchester get the map control to drop that forward castle. forcing Vinchester to make it at home. Such a critical moment that just one outpost saved TaToH from having to deal with a forward castle here. That vision was crucial.
Yeah, and we'll see if the knight maybe wants to pick off the mangonel. No, he's not moving forward with it. The key here is that he now has a unit that will stop the mangonel from killing all of the skirms in a straight-up fight. So that knight there is pretty crucial against that one mangonel from Vinch.
I also like that TaToH invested into elite skirmishers. So he's going to go for a unit that not only can raid and harass villagers, but it can also do pretty well against the War Wagon. Obviously, Mangonel War Wagon, a very strong composition, very powerful. That being said, I mean, Vinchester isn't actually making War Wagons, though.
Yep. And even though TaToH cleaned the dock in the south, I think Vinch had one fire that was killing a lot of TaToH's fish, because I don't see any more fishing ships here from TaToH.
Yeah, none around. There's actually one stray Vinchester fishing ship that's dying to a skirmisher. I feel like I've seen everything in this best of 21 so far. Like, I've literally seen everything.
Kind of the curse of having so much map vision is you end up having a lot that you need to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Because while TaToH was dealing with that castle drop, he also has this sneak range in the back of his base. He's had his fish dying. And he now is trying to once again avoid that mangonel with his skirmishers.
Yeah, there's basically, like, at all times, 3-4 things that you need to pay attention to, and those things are completely different. Like, one's on water, one's your economy, one's the sneak building, and then one's the forward pressure. And I think the game has now been simplified a little bit more, at least in Vinchester's hands. So he's going to have a bit more of his focus towards this middle push. He's got mangonels and wagons, and while it's a strong composition, he's forced to do damage. TaToH's on 3 town centers. TaToH will guaranteed get the better economy 5-10 minutes from now. So this is the window where Vinchester needs to make something happen, and TaToH's going to be the guy on defense.
Yeah, and he has 2 monasteries up already. Usually monks are a decent unit to use against the war wagons just because they don't have that much range, and all of the HP they have doesn't matter if they get converted. And the Spanish have a good monk tech tree. Potentially Inquisition is a late game option against Siege to convert it a bit faster. And they do have Redemption right now in the Castle Age if he wants to go for it to convert the mangonels too.
Yep. Also has missionaries, I'm just saying. Definitely an option. Can always go for those. Those tend to be slightly better in the late game, though. But they're always, something you can consider. Oh, nice gate to block the wagons from engaging that mangonel here.
Here come the monks. That's another thing all of the map vision gives to TaToH. As long as he has vision of a unit, even if it leaves range of the monk maintains its conversion. So it makes it a bit easier for him to micro the monks as long as he's paying attention.
Yeah, keep the monk chasing for longer. That's what creates those, like, pseudo instant conversions. By just keeping that monk juice locked in. Castle from Vinchester. This is a really strategic position. He's denying the stone from TaToH.
Redemption just came in, though. TaToH could get the mangonels.
War Wagons diving rather deep. The monks are there. Does Vinchester commit under the TC? He goes for it, trying to land on the first monk. Gets a second. And there's
a monk in the back, though, and he gets a mangonel. The mangonel could get the vills on the castle.
Oh, true. This is huge. Vinchester does defend. Only has 4 vills left to build that castle. Is it enough? I think it is. Mangonel fights. Wagons help a lot in that one as well. And looks like it's a 1-for-1
TaToH gets the
change.
mangonel, but loses his. And the castle will go up.
Overall, I think that's better for Vinchester, but TaToH put up a decent defense there. Doesn't quite get that last conversion as well. Oh, Vinchester micros away the low HP War Wagon. And TaToH chasing it.
Good with the monks.
Yeah, that was interesting. The heals did come in at the right time, though.
The one mistake TaToH might have made in that fight was once he converted that mangonel, he kind of ran it away from the other one until it was picked off.
Yeah.
He might have been better off trying to stay within the minimum range and finish off the vills.
True, but Koreans have very little minimum range. Like, it's supposed to be no minimum range,
Oh,
but it's
that's
like one
true, too.
tile. So it would have been hard to do that. What I think TaToH could have done is shoot the other Mangonel, because when you convert a Korean Mangonel, it keeps that Korean no minimum range bonus. So that's something that TaToH could
Yeah,
have
you're right.
went
That
for.
would have been a nice shot from him.
Yeah, definitely an option, but you know that would be like extremely high level. There's a lot going on there. Right now, the game is transitioning into Vinchester having more map and more army, but you know TaToH getting more and more villager lead. The problem is his villagers aren't exactly that efficient because he's had to move them around so much. He's losing town centers now as well, so it's really hard to call. But Vinchester is heavily committed to more and more castles. He's still wanting to go for another one here.
Yeah, TaToH trying to sneak to that stone on the right, and if Vinch sees that TaToH is there, then he could deny it and get all of the map control, because that's the last stone for TaToH. And Vinch has the stone for a castle.
And he's gonna spot it now with the wagons. He's also got the mangonels in. Monk's gonna find some conversions here. This is a crucial moment of the game. 1 conversion, 2 conversions, and 3 total. Need to garrison the monks though. Don't want to lose those. I mean, I think Vinchester's taking more and more ground here, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like TaToH needs to get a couple of conversions here, and he needs to find some way to hold on to that stone, because he's going to need castles of his own.
Yeah. Usually just 1 castle, man, it changes the game. If you get to Imp, get a castle, the Trebs come out, and all of a sudden you can push everything back. Looks like TaToH ended up winning the fight on the right, or at least coming out with a decent trade. But the castle on the left is actually ranging another TC from TaToH that he made after the fact. So that's a bad TC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just at the edge of that range with Bodkin.
Yeah, that's rough. He's even losing vills there. That's a disaster for TaToH. He's very, very much crammed in now. And another castle from Vinchester on the hill, targeting that initial town center here. What can you do to stop these castles from going up? Pretty much nothing here.
And not with that many war wagons. And you can't even use the monks against the war wagons because of the guard towers. Vinch can just camp under those guard towers and use them to keep the monks away.
So despite Vinchester having a pretty low economy game on only 1 town center, I see his economy as being probably on par with TaToH, just because his villas are so much more efficient. And he's got so much more aggressive prowess here as the war wagons find more kills on the stone on the right here. This is looking fantastic for Vinchester, taking advantage of that map control.
Yeah, and it's so hard to clean up the war wagons even with skirms because of how much HP they have. And again, TaToH has to rely on monks getting conversions. Now Vinch is stone for another castle.
I don't even know how he's getting so much stone. He's got 11 on stone.
Koreans.
And he's
He's just mining it.
Mining it faster. That's a really big bonus. And I like that we're seeing it used to this extent here. TaToH bought that castle, by the way. And that might be a great play to secure that stone and gold.
Yeah, and if you look at the resources, TaToH's getting close to clicking up to Imp. If he's able to use the castle to get up, maybe get some trebs, he might be in an okay spot, but has to be really careful about Vinch getting even more map control, even if it's just with towers instead of castles.
That castle
Look at this tower under the TC.
Oh, that's a bold one. That's a borderline disrespectful tower here, right? Just says to TaToH, listen, that TC is going down. It's not going to stop me. And that tower is on a hill, so kind of the best place you can even ask for a guard tower right now. Yeah, it's going to go up. Nothing.
Here comes a Mangonel. Ooh, the Vils garrison just in time.
Yeah, completely fine here. Now that Mangonel's in trouble as well. Oh, it doesn't get targeted, but you know what? It just has to retreat. A lot of monks for TaToH. TaToH does go up to Imp. This is potentially a game changer. If you can get +3 range monks, it makes the conversions a lot more consistent. He's converting from basically 2 screens away. It becomes very hard for Vinchester to react, but I mean, that is as forward a castle as they come. On the TC square that TaToH had for so long is now a Vinchester castle. Love to see it there.
Yeah, but Vinch, he's close to Imp himself. Not quite there yet. Needing to use the market, TaToH will have that advantage. We'll still have about a 20 villager lead. Will that be enough, though, for TaToH to get the trebuchets out? Potentially to get maybe some bombard cannons out.
Yeah, maybe he can get like 1 treb, 2 trebs, and then go for like chemistry and bombard cannons. The thing is, like, the Korean towers, once they get the unique tech, don't die to bombard cannons. They actually outrange them. So TaToH needs trebs. And only one castle to, like, the 4 from Vinchester. It's going to be hard to win a treb war. We got a minute and a half in Imp that TaToH can definitely use to win back some ground here. But as you can see, he is completely struggling. Just looking anywhere he can for some map control, for some gold, for some resources to take.
Yeah, and while he's going up to Imp, he's going to be pressured down in the south. And, well, maybe that's a good thing for him because it's not his Imp TC. His Imp TC is the one on the right.
Yeah, thank God. Keeping that safe. Losing Imp would just be a completely GG moment here. Imperial Age comes in. I think we 100% get block printing, maybe Theocracy, and the Treb. That should be exactly what we go for here. Nothing else really makes sense. Block printing comes in first. Then I expect maybe a Trebuchet if we can, and maybe another Monk Tech. But Vinchester's being annoying, and he's getting more towers on the left here.
And, I mean, look at TaToH's resources. It's hard for him to have the wood for Trebs.
Yeah, he's struggling even for the basics of Imp here. Goes for Illumination. Is there a world where Vinchester on low economy can somehow squeeze in Light Cav, or is it just not worth bothering with that because we don't have that much food?
You know, Light Cav would be interesting against the monks here, but I don't think he really needs to go forward. I think he just needs to get enough Trebs out that he keeps at least one forward castle alive and can defend it. And then he can just pressure TaToH, because, I mean, what does TaToH have? All of his vills are running to the right side of the map here. He doesn't really need the mobility of the Light Cav to raid.
True, true. You're not even forced to be the guy running in. Just camp the castles, camp the hill. It's a very good point. And we're seeing Vinchester kind of take that approach. Instead of any like transition, no Light Cav, we're instead just seeing Trebuchets come out, Bracer to hold that position. The wagons are still incredibly tanky. And playing near your towers as Koreans, you can never really go wrong with that. One mistake from Vinchester, though, not prioritizing ballistics. He is now getting the university, so you know what? I kind of take that back. It's kind of the right time. Ballistics would be absolutely huge for him right now.
Yeah, especially for just those moments when you need to pick off the monks if you get a shot at them. You don't want monks that can dodge your shots and then get into a TC.
Yeah. Yeah, the monk staying alive is one of the most annoying things to have to deal with here. No Inquisition for TaToH, but it is on the cards if he wants it. He does have 2 Trebs, but now like his castle's an immediate target here. I don't see TaToH, even with the field lead, able to like hold this position because he just doesn't have enough siege. His units are pretty fragile, only monks.
And he has no way of stopping Trebs either.
Yep. Yep. Theocracy coming in, so just doubling down to what he's doing here with the monks. On the left-hand side, he's completely choked out.
Yeah, he's also trying to kill the towers before going in for the castle, which just means it's going to take him even longer to get those shots on the castles and start removing them.
And the castles are the important part. They're holding the hills, and they're what's allowing Vinchester to produce both units and trebs, war wagons and trebuchets. So the castles are, you know, quite an important target. Listen, TaToH's gonna go forward with 2 trebs. It's not the prettiest army, but it's all he's got right now. If he gets lucky, lands some good treb hits, can get some good conversions, he actually could turn this around. He's up 30 villagers. There is a chance he can win this, but he needs everything to go his way from now on here.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he repairs this those 2 trebs. His castle's down, so he has no more trebuchet production. He just needs to get the conversions on the wagons as well as he can, and make sure that trebs never go down.
Yeah, as soon as the treb goes down, all the hopes are pretty much out the window. Maybe TaToH can mine stone and eventually get a castle, like another castle up. He is going for a town center on the left-hand side to try to secure some stone. So he's literally trying his best here to make sure that whatever happens, he'll have some, you know, something to play for. Maybe another castle, some more trebs. But for now, he's heavily committed to these 2 trebs in the center here.
And, well, the good thing for TaToH is that war wagons really aren't good at destroying trebs, and he's able to get some conversions here. And he started to get a good mass of war wagons himself. It'll be these Spanish war wagons for TaToH.
He's got just as much war wagons as Vinchester, so just as many. So even though he's losing a treb, maybe that's enough? Can he do something with those guys?
Well, with one trap, he's never going to take out a castle. Though.
Yeah. Dude, maybe we give up this position and then we just start raiding with the wagons. Something like that. Just kind of open up the game.
Maybe.
Because we're not fighting for anything right here. Let Vinchester have the center. We still have more villas. We can gather the res at the back for now. And we can just fight elsewhere. I think TaToH is thinking along those lines. That sneaky TC on the left, that might be his savior to get him more stone.
Yeah, and Vinch, despite being on the gold there, doesn't actually see it. And TaToH is still up by 30 villagers. Does still have the water control, and that does matter in case he's ever able to get maybe a few galleys out to hit the wood vills on the edge of Vinch's base.
Some long-term map control, definitely, it's a factor. TaToH now castle at the back. The castle's there, not to defend his base. It's just there to make trebs. He doesn't want to put it forward and then risk losing it. That's a castle that's there for production purposes only. He's even picking up chemistry, wants some bomber cannons. And you know what? The wagons for TaToH that could go around for raids, that could be quite solid.
Yeah, does TaToH have a market left anywhere?
He's using it. He's got it somewhere. I don't know where though.
He is.
Or it went down or something? Oh no, it's near the dock. Yeah, it's near.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
He's a forward market.
Yeah, the typical forward market here. Classic. Oh, it's a massacre. We're just losing.
Oh gosh,
vills.
this is actually if he runs out of gold, he can start trading. Look at those two markets next to each other.
Yeah, I think a 1 gold per trip trade cart. The play would be a trade cog, but he killed all of Vinchester's docks. If you start trade cogging with your opponent's dock, chances are they're not going to realize. That would be the play, but God, speaking of eco and trading, I mean, Vinchester now getting horse collar. He's just went all in for this push, and now he's in adding economy mode. You know, you might as well get some more economy as the game goes on here.
Yeah, TaToH just needs to be really careful with these trebs. He has 2 of them now, but 2 of them isn't enough to push a castle. You're really going to need probably 4 or 5 when the castle's on the hill.
I would say since TaToH's going to give one last push for this one, just go with like as many as you can and then go all in for it. Don't try to push with 2. It doesn't work. You try again. You don't have that luxury. It's one last push. It's all we have because even the town center on the left, the stone TC, that's gotten spotted. Those vills are running for the hills. They've got nothing left. And so no more stone income for TaToH. He's going to go for it. He's only got 3 trebs and 1 bomber cannon. Or sorry.
Ooh, 4 HP treb for Vinch there, just getting away from that cannon.
Yep. I don't even know how that survived. I guess 2 shots from the hill, it's not enough to kill it, but 4 HP. Like to see it if you're Vinchester. Brings that guy back. He's going to go ahead and heal him. And you know what? Like, Vinchester's going crossbows. I don't think crossbows do anything here. The wagons that TaToH have is completely fine to deal with them. He's got the monks to convert more wagons. It's just a matter of whether TaToH can actually push back the center control. Push back the castles.
Yeah. And the cannons are pushing back Vinch's trebs. Vinch trying to use the trebs to kill TaToH's trebs, but hard to do that with the cannons. Feels like the crossbows are here only to push the cannons away from the trebs, and that's their main use.
TaToH saves the treb on the left-hand side. Cannons move forward. Now TaToH brings his wagons back in. Oh, but 1 treb goes down. Can I get a Hera treb in the chat? I love the RNG on the trebs here. You kind of... it's one of the weirdest things in AoE where it's pure RNG, but it's so impactful here.
Absolutely. And TaToH, no gold to repair the treb.
Oh my god, and they're
Loses a
raining
cannon.
down, bro. They're raining down the basketballs from the hill, killing 2 cannons, killing the treb. And TaToH's hopes, I think, are completely out the window here. He does land the conversions, though.
I think so, too.
But the
Oh,
siege...
man, and that's just TaToH. You needed to sell wood and repair the treb there.
Yeah.
If he repairs, the trebs are still alive.
And it looks like he had something going for him there. But now, I'm kind of out of faith in TaToH. He's still going, which you got to respect that hustle, that warrior spirits. But now
He
without
still has the
siege-
monks.
Yeah, the monks are
Vinch
good.
now
but-
has actually a Vill lead.
Yeah. Now teching into skirms. That was the window where TaToH could push back, but it's just such a good hold. It's 2 towers, 2 castles, and a ton of vills to repair them with siege.
Yeah, and I think he just didn't have enough trebs when he made that push. He moved out with 3 when I
Yeah.
think he probably needed 4 or 5 there. It was
Yeah, yeah.
still possible for Vinch to repair his castle.
Yeah, he did call that one out. Also, might have been better to push from the left-hand side instead of that little choke in the middle. Something to consider. But GG, Vinchester goes up 3-1. Well played to him with the Koreans against the Spanish on Nomad. Both top-tier civs on this map. And the Koreans just barely edge out the win here. I mean, I say welcome here. Game 5, TaToH in red as the Vikings. Vinchester in the yellow as Persians. And if you guys aren't familiar with the map, there's gold in the center, but also a little, swampy area, a little marsh area on the outside where both land and ship units can go on, and of course some random puddles that have some fish in it. Only the ships can go on. So very interesting map. A lot of things to fight for, and I'm excited to see what these guys have in store for us.
Yeah, so Vikings against Persians. Persians, one of those popular civs for hybrid maps. Maybe not one of the top picks these days, but still they start with the extra food and wood so they can click up faster. They'll have the extra HP on the docks and the faster working docks and TCs. So early game, they're a pretty nice water civ. They maybe fall off a bit more in the late game with their lack of bracer and some of the Imperial Age upgrades. Then the Vikings, well, what can you say about the Vikings on water maps? They miss fires, but this map tends to have enough distance that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
as
usually,
much.
Usually galleys can do the trick, and with cheaper galleys and of course the Viking economy, I mean water is just something they dominate. That being said, though, on this map, it's not just a water map. A lot of pushes on land are viable, hitting on the left and right sides. There's actually a lot of space and some extra stones to fight for on the land as well. So even though there is that gold in the center that both players want to commit for, there's a lot that could go down from now until the late game where the gold matters that can really dictate how the game is played out. And a lot of opportunities for both land and water play, which is why I really love this map.
Yep, and of course, this isn't just normal shallows in the middle, it's the mangrove shallows. So if you want to, you could put your buildings on top of it. You don't see that too often, but sometimes it does help if you need to get a castle there late game, just to get better positions for your trebs if you're trying to take the middle.
Yeah, yeah. And in theory, you can actually wall and create choke points. So if you're ever playing with some, I don't know, some weird like onager composition, you can definitely wall and kind of keep a lot of the demo ships away from you, kind of slow push down and work your way through the water. It's not as scary as you might expect. There is something to mention, but we're not seeing in this game. The new Droman ship, we haven't seen it yet in any competitive setting. I think you might know a little bit more about that unit than I do. Does that unit have a good play on water map? Is it a strong unit?
Yeah, I've seen it. Well, I tried it out a bit. It feels like it might be an option for civs like Byzantines to use against the Vikings if they go into longboats, because the longboats are so clumped up that the splash damage does a ton of damage to them. But I'm not entirely certain yet. I think it might have some interesting play on these hybrid maps if land units get involved, getting some like mangonel shots on the land units. But again, it's something we'll have to see if players experiment with it.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe the Persians don't get access to it. I think they get cannon galleon. But it's something that just came to my mind. Droman is the new ship, available to a few civilizations. And yeah, kind of like a ship mangonel. It sounds really good. Definitely makes sense against Vikings. We won't see it this game, but it's something to keep in mind for the future water maps.
Ooh, I'm just getting a message that we might be able to get the draft set up without needing the numbering. I think 'cause that
Okay.
updated the website.
Okay, that's good. That's very solid for the future ones. And not going to impact too much the games. But I like to hear that. Faster feudal from Vinchester, by the way. I mean, just by a couple seconds, but he did go for that forward dock. Maybe trying to go for 2 dock fire ships, put a lot of pressure onto TaToH before TaToH is able to go for galleys. That's the plan. TaToH, though, despite that, still goes for 2 dock galleys and is trying to harass some fishing ships with the scout. So we're seeing double water play from both these players, and I think Viking should come out on top if he's able to keep the galleys safe.
Yeah, I like the forward dock. Trying to turn this more into a very close setup where he can use the fire galleys. Again, the galleys take more time. You need to get fletching, and you need to amass a few of them before really engaging against the fires. I think it's interesting how TaToH made his second dock kind of far away. Maybe just giving more mobility for him to run around with the galleys before needing to take a straight up fight.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a smart choice as well. I really enjoyed that. He obviously will give up his fish, but he's not going to save those anyway, so you might as well just stock up the galleys. Oh,
Looks
wait.
like we now have a couple of galleys following up from Vinch.
Yeah, wait, I actually love that. It's so good. I never even thought to do that. You go 2 fire galleys to put the pressure and make sure that, you can kill the fish. TaToH can't escape with his galleys, and then you just switch to galleys yourself. Okay, I apologize for the beeping, guys. Someone has the car. It's just being super annoying. I actually like to disrupt the whole neighborhood every now and then. It's something I really enjoy doing. I'm sure my neighbor agrees.
Yeah. I'm sure someone's just laming a car, right? And that's the anti-lame.
It sounds
right?
like that. That's someone blocking the car from getting lamed.
That's the car alarm.
TaToH is trying to get some offensive here with the galleys, trying to snipe some of the fishing ships. But, I think Vinchester going galleys might actually save him from the headache of just chasing these galleys around.
I was getting some hits with the scout too. Just getting that little bit of HP taken off from TaToH ships.
Yeah, just in and out, jumping in with that guy as well. This is where it gets tricky. TaToH has to micro very effectively to kind of snipe the fire galley without taking too much damage from the galleys as well from Vinchester. And look at the scout coming in. He's actually soaking up some damage now. Ooh, doesn't quite get the galley kill. There's one on very low HP.
TaToH now has fletching, so we'll have an advantage if he's able to get all of his galleys together, but those fires are still there.
Oh,
One more coming in.
So even, actually. TaToH might come out on top, though, and his galleys are cheaper. But Vinchester is creating the galleys faster. Fire galley still causing problems.
I love how Vinch only has that one fire forcing TaToH to move away and not be in a spot where he can just micro against the galleys.
By the way, small thing, but I think your mic is cutting out a little bit. It might be the Discord call, but if maybe,
All right.
yeah, it's all good. It's no big deal. But if we can get closer or something, I don't know if there's any issues there. Yeah,
I can also change the gate settings.
yeah. And if not, then we can definitely fix it over Discord. But it's no big deal.
All right, I made a change there.
Okay.
That hopefully fixes it.
Yes, it sounds good. I'll let you know if there's any issues, but looks great. And for now, we're just seeing more and more galley trades. But I honestly feel like as the game goes on, this should just be better for Vikings as they're trading cheaper units here.
Yeah, as long as they're trading evenly, that should favor Vikings, right? Just because of the cost savings.
Yeah. And now the fire
And still no
galleys.
fletching for Vinch.
True, good point. It's only coming in now. And the fire galleys aren't really playing a role anymore in the game. Like, they kind of got cleared up. We're not making any more of them. So now it's just a galley on galley fight. And, yes, Vinchester had the fish working for longer, but they're going to get cleaned up now. Now we see more fire galleys being produced as well. So just a mix of those still going down. A lot of farms for both players now. Of course, it's a water map, but there's no fish at play anymore. Both got sniped. And so we're going to be transitioning to a lot of land economy, going for more of a Castle Age play.
And there's one more fire being added in, and fletching is in now for Vinch, but he's lost the numbers. TaToH's gotten to that 5 or so galleys number he really needs to take good fights against the fires now.
Now market goes down for TaToH. Potentially could sell some stone as well, if he wants to get a faster castle each time. Because yes, adding town centers is important, but keeping whenever it's a water fight, getting that fast castle each time and getting like Bodkin arrow to come in earlier, maybe war galley or longboats, it's usually a very big advantage.
And especially if you can get to the longboats, that kind of neutralizes the fires a bit more than the galleys do.
Yeah. Yeah, the extra arrows just really help at shredding those fire galleys. Secondary projectiles are great against high pierce armor units. Yeah,
But you know,
TaToH
it just feels like this forward dock from Vinch is paying off
Hera
so much, just
Yep.
being able to get the fires into a position and surround TaToH on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Notice how it's never just a head-on fight. Vinchester's always got units coming in at different angles, kind of breaking up TaToH's pathing. And TaToH's gone back to just garrisoning in his docks and keeping his galleys for later. I think in an ideal world, he doesn't make more galleys, and he just waits for for Castle Age for longboats to come in. But I think he needs to make those galleys and maybe some demos to keep his docks alive. We are also seeing a stable come through for TaToH. So he's going to be playing a mix of water and land play by the looks of things. Vinchester, getting a market going up to Castle Age. TaToH did sell 100 stone. Vinchester, no stone sold.
Yeah, and TaToH has that scout in the back of Vinch's base. So he knows there's an opening there, and he sees that Vinch isn't completely walled yet. So maybe he's thinking he's going to have an opening to get some knights in, especially maybe around the front of the TC. We saw him dive with scouts in that first game.
Yeah.
Might be thinking of diving with knights this time.
Yeah, I like that. That actually makes a lot of sense. And just a couple knights, you don't have to like go all in on knights. Just a couple while you're fighting water can really throw a curveball at Vinchester, and he's got to have to deal with knight pressure and water pressure. Sounds like a kind of a nightmare situation. 3 docks now, or third one coming up for TaToH. Sneaking some galleys still, but they haven't found too much. Vinchester's doing a good job of dealing with those guys. It's really going to be the longboats that win back the water here for TaToH. And I think he's going to be able to get it. Botting arrow, 3 dock production should be more than enough to reclaim this. But Vinchester, he's done a good job neutralizing the Viking water in Feudal Age at the very least.
Yeah, and if he does go for longboats, he might be able to not add in that war galley upgrade right away, because he only has, I think, 2 left. So might be able to just go straight for longboats.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to get that. The war galley upgrade just sucks in general for the galleys. I feel like the galley is such a good unit to micro, and the war galley is so clunky,
Yeah, exactly. No, Age of Empires 1 did it much better, where the war galley was still fast and nimble. I gotta say that.
Yeah. And I think that's something we can definitely learn from long term, because I think the war galley just ends up being super, super clunky. And it's fine in late game where you're just patrolling, but when you're trying to micro, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah. It's like the main advantage of the upgrade is the production speed, that you get your numbers out much faster.
Yep. Build that up. Also, it's really interesting, but TaToH completely gave up the water. I really didn't expect that. What do you think about that decision? To give up the water, he's going to play with knights on land? Is that worth it?
I mean, he's giving up the water after adding in that 3rd dock.
Yeah.
He's just going to leave that by itself. And if he's going knights, well, he's against... Viking knights against Persians doesn't feel that good. Vinch already has a defensive monastery. And, of course, could have the option of going for camels if he wants to.
Vinch is also going for another monastery and walling up the hole on the right-hand side. So maybe Vinch just has like an epiphany that TaToH's pushing him, but he's very well prepared for defending any land pressure. And it could be that you see the Vikings giving up water, right? That's kind of a telling sign that something on land is coming. And Vinch is absolutely right. 2 knights come in, monk is there. Beautiful. Perfect defense if this conversion comes in. Perfect defense. Wow.
Conversion hops into the TC, picks off the scout with the other TC.
Doesn't get better.
Vinch probably also saw TaToH's scout running around the back of his base that can key you in that something's gonna happen if you see that scout running around.
Yeah, true. Really good points. So between that and also like giving up the water, yeah, it was very, very telling. But still props to Vinchester for reading the game so well, despite not really scouting the stable or anything like that. I think he saw it a bit later, though, potentially.
And now TaToH trying to add more docks, but Vinch's knight's gonna spot that.
Oh, no, that's TaToH's knight that he converted. Oh, that sucks. Okay, doesn't kill the Vil, but he does know about it in the future, once Vinchester actually sees that physically. Now longboat production comes in. Very strange that we just gave up the water and only now coming back onto it with sneaky docks. But I still think it's a good decision. You have to fight water at some point with the Vikings. And at least now we've got 3 TC production. So our economy is good. And now we can fight water. Fair enough.
And Vinch is just going to camp underneath those 2 docks there with the war galleys.
Yeah, probably a smart choice. Maybe even mixing in some fire ships as well. It's hard to say exactly, but I think TaToH's sneak play is to have that left side dock also creating longboats. So even if you lose some docks, maybe he should add it, like throw up some more on the left, because Vinchester can't be everywhere with his navy. Yeah, and now we're gonna see some distractions come through.
Yeah, and here come a few longboats, but longboats feels like in straight up fights they're okay against war galleys, but you can't be outnumbered this much.
Yeah, yeah. I think they are faster though, so maybe we can outmaneuver and just run around the swamp for a while. Obviously ballistics will neutralize that advantage eventually, but it's not on the cards for a while. Could also mix in demo ships and try to catch the longboats as they run around. A bit risky to go for that, but it could pay off big if they land. Monk from TaToH on the left side, going for a conversion. Doesn't quite find it though.
Yeah, a couple more fires being added in from Vinch. And again, I still like the positioning of these 2 docks being so spread out on this map. When the fires, just whenever he needs one, he has a fire there. And even if they get picked off, they're doing a bit of damage and restricting TaToH's ability to run around.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, though, I think TaToH somehow found the critical mass. 12 longboats on the field, and now it's a force to be reckoned with. He's kind of taking some great trades, getting stone mining upgrade as well. Could be thinking about a castle in the center of the map. And Vinchester had the idea to make 2 more docks, canceled them. He realized he just lost the water big time.
Yeah, just can't compete with the production of those longboats.
A lot of docks
And
being
huge
stuck around.
swing there from TaToH. Those docks, it felt like everything had been going right for Vinchester for a few moments, but the longboats just swung this.
Yeah, completely swung the momentum, 100%. Also, we have randomly 2 markets for TaToH, because he made one at the back thinking he'll lose the front one. Didn't lose the front one, and now he's got 2 markets, so fair enough.
You're just going against the edge of the map for the better trade profit.
Oh, true, yeah, just kind of rerouting the trade routes. Keeping an eye on Vinchester's market, maybe he'll use that long term. I like that.
But if you look at Vinch's eco there, he was floating a lot of wood a few moments ago, and now he's floating a lot of gold. It's almost like he had his setup for producing more from those docks, but then all of a sudden he needs to swap away and find something to do with those resources on land.
True, very good points. And it's sometimes very hard to transition when your strategy takes such a 180 turn right there. TaToH's working away the docks. I think TaToH's game plan now is very straightforward. Take a lot of stone, continue playing on the water, forward castle or middle castle, and then you just get all the gold for yourself. And long term, that gold is just so crucial.
And TaToH posts in the map, and he's going to spot Vinch forward with 6 sneaky.
Those outposts have just been a recurring theme. This should just be a lesson to all players out there, guys. Like, outposts are just so good. And all the top players are going to be abusing them on the outsides. TaToH, of course, just keeping that vision really high. And he's seen a lot. Nothing sneaky can get past when you get those outposts. He now sees the stables come down at the bottom.
His stable, I'm picking off a villager too. His vision is everywhere.
And Pure Lich coming in rather quickly for Vinchester. I didn't expect it to come in that fast. TaToH expected to have the faster Impure with the Viking economy and is going for pikemen. So his plan is probably pikemen. Light Cav upgrade comes in. I don't know why. Maybe for the monks. Yep. Yeah, that's nice. Gets off a few of the monks. Hitting some of those villas as well. But the pikemen are going to be great.
Actually clean those vills.
Yeah. Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, never mind.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah, he walked into the wrong neighborhood there. It is what it is. The longboats, it's not really mentioned too often, guys, but the longboats get so much value just by sitting outside the guy's land. He killed the market, now he's going to be working at a blacksmith. 4 houses will die, the TC could be next. Just by winning the water on this map, although you're not killing a bunch of fish or whatnot, you just kill so many buildings from your opponent that it snowballs completely out of control at times.
And now defensive castle at our right where Abel's wanted to be raiding.
Yeah. He's completely stuffing those raids. Kind of he's forcing the fight to be where his ships are, where the water is. That's where the Vikings want to play out. Doesn't want to fight Persians anywhere else if he can help it. Now we've seen Pure Age come in for Vinchester. It's looking extremely good for TaToH. I think he's got this one in the bag, but there is maybe a small chance that Vinchester can make something happen here. Maybe with a sneaky paladin push. Well, I mean, not sneaky at this point. It's his opponent's already on pikes. Could be a hand cannon, bomber cannon play though. Preparing some of that on the bottom. You know, there could be something there for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like TaToH's on top of this.
Yeah,
He has the score lead, has the water control, has the Vil lead, and he's aware of everything that Vinch is trying out here in the bottom of the map.
Yeah. It's a recurring theme. These outposts are just getting so much vision for TaToH. Nothing is sneaking. Like, nothing is getting past him. Treb's coming out. He's getting heavy plows, getting chainmail armor, continuing to develop into that late game. And the water, like the middle is uncontested. It's got 2 outposts, kind of nice, just chilling there. Nothing that Vinchester can do to reclaim that. It's all about the corner, and TaToH's right there on top of it, as you said.
And now the resources in Vinch's home base are going to start to run out. He has a couple of stone piles, a couple of tiles of gold left, but here's the GG, and TaToH comes back, closes it to 2-3.
Yeah, GG. Well played to TaToH there. Honestly, it looked like Vinchester was doing some really nice plays. He had a very solid water game plan early on. The docks separated. He was cutting TaToH off. TaToH eventually gives up the water, but then it's the sneak docks that allows him to get back on water. And when he got back on water with longboats, it felt like the end was imminent for Vinchester. Lost the water, and the game snowballed out of control from there. Tried something last minute on the bottom. Didn't work out. GG, well played. TaToH closes the gap 2-3. We'll continue on with game 6 as well.
Well, it looks like they're getting into the next game already, and it will be on Kawasan. So not one of those maps for the American series. It will be Dravidians against Portuguese.
Awesome. Getting right into things here. TaToH in red as Dravidians, Vinchester in yellow as Portuguese. And this is Kawasan. Let me go ahead and show the map for the viewers. A lot of you guys might not be too familiar with it. There are some berries in the center up for grabs and a small hill that kind of controls the center of the map. 1 relic to take as well. 2 lakes to either side with a decent amount of fish. And of course, 2 more relics around those guns as well. So the center matters in this map, but it's not like those Gold Rush or Golden Swamp, kind of maps where the gold is super important. It's more about the lakes and a balanced take in the center.
Yeah, and all of these berries will be benefiting the Portuguese if Vinch is able to get mills out there and take control of the center, because he would while collecting from the berries.
Yeah. Portuguese getting that wood in from the berries, and just having that free food as well. It just kind of really adds up. I do believe Portuguese might be the best civ on this map, to be honest. But Dravidians are also no slouch, getting that extra 200 wood. Very, very solid. By the way, Connor Smith, thanks for that $100 super chat. That's kind of wild. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. That is a huge donation, man. Thank you. Wait, early barracks from Vinchester. 4 minutes, 45 seconds, 21 pop. Usually you see players fight for the water, for the lakes, but here we're seeing a barracks come down. That could indicate land play. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it could. Could this be... I don't know, we see Loom already, so he might just be trying to go for a fast feudal age, and just is adding in the barracks because he has the wood for it.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Now we see a barracks come down for TaToH. So he's also kind of mirroring it. I wonder if he's going for a barracks as well, because he scouted it. Yeah, I think, TaToH scouted the barracks, and is only now responding with his own barrack. So this is purely a response to what Vinchester is going for, and I like to see the adaptation come through.
Yeah, I don't see any militia being added in, so it's not like this is going to be for a men-at-arms push. It's just to have the barracks up to unlock either a stable or a range as he gets up to feudal.
Yeah, maybe he made it early to fake out TaToH and to kind of keep him guessing if he's going to go malicious or not. Because now I see TaToH adding in militia. And now I'm questioning, did TaToH want to do this? Or did he adapt into it? Because now TaToH's also walling the left-hand side. Like, he's kind of anticipating something coming his way. But in fact, there's actually nothing. So I wonder if Vinchester's mind gaming or it just kind of played out that way.
Yeah, because TaToH's playing this the way you'd think to defend against men-at-arms. You keep your base walled, make your own men-at-arms in response. And, well, Vinch is fairly walled himself. There's not really a spot where TaToH is going to be able to do damage.
TaToH was trying to sneak a dock on Vinchester's lake, but Vinchester spotted it with a scout. So although TaToH was in that Ville, a fire galley's coming, and that Ville is just pretty doomed right now. He's getting up a dock for the time being. I wonder if that dock's going to go up in time. Yeah, it looks like it will, actually. Very interesting.
Yeah, the fire galley's on the way.
So
But they
TaToH's-
produce really slowly in the feudal age. It's hard to react to the Ville.
Yeah, that village is just going to be able to get the dock up for sure. And then he'll just run away, most likely. So TaToH's going to go for a men-at-arm play with the Dravidians, getting the cheaper men-at-arms. And also, simultaneously, fight on the water versus Vinchester. High-level stuff coming our way here, both on land and water.
Oh, I love this play from Vinch, though. He's going to wall in that villager. Make sure that it can't run away, and more importantly, that it can't be around to repair the fire ships.
Ooh, that was slick. That was slick. Kills the Ville, traps it. I think TaToH needed to run away ASAP, but just was focused elsewhere. Now we see a blacksmith come through for Vinchester. So Vinchester's kind of defending on water and then also defending on land. And if he's able to hold both, he's going to be in a great position here.
And all TaToH can do is attack a house. There's nothing else he can hit with those men-at-arms.
The power of early walls. I mean, it is worth mentioning, men-at-arms have seen a kind of drop in the meta because people have just gotten so good at defending early aggression with very minimal walls. And they realize that one archer can push back like 20 men-at-arms if you just micro forever because it moves faster. Men-at-arms kind of fell off a little bit. And yeah, we're seeing how easy it is to defend them at the highest level, guys. It is what it is.
Yeah. Now, I think some of that also comes to the more consistent woodline positionings you get on maps, where it's easy to make these walls straight to the TC like Vinch has done.
Yeah.
And it's kind of more obvious areas where you can wall in your map to keep the men-at-arms away.
Yeah, we're not seeing those crazy hills that kind of... Yeah, we used to see a lot more crazy hills on maps where you're just so hard to wall and defend them, but nowadays it's a lot more flat, a lot more consistent, and players are playing the more consistent strategies, kind of adapting to how the maps are being played out right now. And that might be, you know, maybe a criticism of some of the maps we have right now, or like the map style. Maybe over time it'll get fixed, or, you know, kind of change towards that more aggressive, hilly areas. We'll have to wait and see. It's a lot of people have different preferences anyways.
Yeah, now here come a few archers and a skirm from TaToH. So this is where he might be able to get some pressure on Vinch's woodline. The woodline here is thin enough that TaToH should be able to shoot over it. And we'll see how many vills he's able, maybe not to kill, but at least or annoy.
Yeah, harass a little, keep them moving. Wait, what? Vinchester just moves out with 5 villagers? That was wild. I did not expect that. He's just going to run into TaToH's army. He obviously has his army behind it, but he just wasted no time getting out there.
He says, TaToH, you only have 1 man-at-arms. You can't kill my vills with that skirm. I'm just going to throw up a tower.
Yeah, just gets the tower on the berries. He lost 1 vill, but, I mean, if he gets the tower up, right, it should actually be completely worth it.
Yeah, then he can mill and start getting those berries, get the food, get the wood, and also just have that area where he can fall his archers back to in case TaToH ever does get a small win and get an army advantage.
Pretty even trade overall, I'd imagine here. Kind of units falling from both sides. Water control, it's worth mentioning. It looks like Vinchester wins his lake, but, you know, wins kind of... It's a weird word to use because he still invested 4 galleys, and I think TaToH only invested 2 and a dock. So, you know, they both kind of invested a similar amount here. So the game is actually just very even, but Vinchester has the middle control with the berries. And that with the Portuguese could be a very good bonus. Vinchester's also going for a counterattack. No way, he pulls back. He was going straight for it, man.
TaToH not fully walled at the north, but Vinch might be able to hit some vills at the berries. TaToH didn't run early. Oh, nice house there, but the scout gets the vill.
Sick. Both players played that so well. Kills the house now as Vinchester continues to move in. TaToH just completely relies on that TC, keep him safe. His gold is still very exposed though. How is TaToH planning to defend this? He does have armor, so maybe skirms is the right call. He's gonna go for a counterattack. He's planning to hit Vinchester Stone here. This is a very, very intense game right now. Very back and forth. Bit of a mini base trade.
Right now, Vinch has to run.
Yep.
Doesn't have any army to defend this. He's gonna lose a lot of vills on that stone. There's at least 2 gonna go down. Or,
just
no, she'll
one.
get back to the TC.
You're actually right. It should have been 2 or 3, but TaToH wasn't paying attention. He wasn't microing because he was microing at home. And it just shows, like, even the highest level, if you got to focus in 2 spots, you're not going to be microing perfectly. Only 1 vill there, but TaToH gets a nice defense at home, keeps his vill safe, gets back on that gold, and he's actually now chasing Vinchester's army with some skirms.
Oh, weirdly enough, Vinch, he's gonna run to his fires and maybe try to use the fires to keep the skirms away from his archers, or what's left of them.
Yeah, a very unique way of using those fires. I actually love that. I mean, he does keep 2 archers alive. Really, really creative play there. Second tower from Vinchester as well landed on the gold. So that's why he was mining stone. Just wanted more towers up to help keep himself safe. And now Castle Age comes in for Vinchester. Maybe the Castle Age faster is because he went to the middle, taking some of those berries. He's not using the market, so he actually just got the resources quite naturally there.
And TaToH's still running around the back of Vinch's base with those archers. Might be able to find something else to hit. That wood line's looking really thin right now.
Yep. And those thin wood lines are never nice because you're walking a long way to drop off the wood. You're getting harassed constantly on them. And in this case, Vinchester might lose that Rogueville as well on the outside. TaToH has a ton of army as well. And another Rogueville from Vinchester. It was coming from the dock towards the middle. And only one of them ended up going down there. So nothing too crazy. Double stable for Vinchester. Planning to transition this one into the Knights. Portuguese Knights are pretty solid. They do get that discount, eh?
Yep, and they are cheaper. And their blacksmith techs will come in, and we'll probably see, as we see bloodlines and the armor right now, we'll see if he goes for an early +2 and maybe tries to push back this feudal army, or just tries to get his eco going first.
Yeah, judging from the fact that he's got no stone, I think it makes more sense to go for a Knight Siege push initially. Keeping in mind the fact that Dravidians do not get redemption, so going for a Knight Siege push, that sounds pretty solid. That's going to be a hard push to hold. Knights will clear up all the military, and the Siege can just start pushing onto some of those buildings, can prevent the pike transition from coming through, and indeed we are seeing that. Knights and Siege, great strat choice, I think.
Yeah, well, not only do they not get redemption, they also don't get knights, so you can't make 1 or 2 knights to try to pick off mangonels.
Yep. Yeah, very good point. It's one of the most fragile civs in the game, I have to be honest. So though a lot of players like them because of how smooth they feel early, the extra wood coming in, they do lack a lot of options here.
And that tower just coming up so good for the map control for Vinch, letting him keep the villagers alive to build that workshop right in the middle.
Yep. And this map used to have 5 relics in the center, but we've since changed it and now only has 1 because the center was actually way too powerful. It gave you a push and 5 relics. So now it's still powerful. People are still going for it for the berries, for the push angle, and for the 1 relic. But it's not as oppressive as it was before. Those knights are just doing a number on the feudal army from TaToH, though.
There they are, especially those skirmishers. TaToH trying to run back, but he's taking so many losses here.
Yep. The range units as well from Vinchester are going to kill the spear. A lot of losses for TaToH. He's going to drop down a town center, rush it down. Crossbow botkin coming in. The pain will stop temporarily here as TaToH will get the crossbow upgrade in time. But now, even though he's on 3 TC, he's going to be getting a good economy. The push from Vinchester can be deadly. No siege on the way yet, though. Bit slow on that one.
Yeah, but as soon as he gets out a mangonel, those ranges are forward. He could even think about targeting the ranges and taking them out.
Yep. If you kill them fast, it's really awkward because TaToH can't reproduce his army. So then he's basically one mangonel, one mangonel shot away from just losing all his army and no more production for those guys.
Well, Workshop and Monastery in defense for TaToH, but feels like Vinch has all the momentum here.
Two TC back home for Vinchester. Not like he's going all in for this one. Just wants to get the map control, put on some pressure, and keep a decent economy at home. It is worth mentioning that you could go for the relics on the side if you're Vinchester as well, because you kind of have the middle, but that also means you kind of have the side control since you have the mobility. And getting 5 relics is something that would help a ton over the course of the game. So definitely an option for Vinchester. Hasn't quite committed to it just yet, though.
So TaToH also going for double barracks. He did the pikeman upgrade. He's going to try going for a pikeman defense, but I don't know. That just never really feels like something you want to be doing. Pikemans to defend. Right now he's just running all around the bottom of his TC. He doesn't have enough garrison space, and the knights are just killing everything they can.
Oh, this is an absolute massacre. The pikes aren't even in mass enough to deal with these knights, so he's got a couple dealing with them, but they're just barely doing enough damage here. Vinchester, I mean, he got a ton of builds. That was definitely worth it. But he lost a lot of knights, and in fact, one just got converted. This game is not over. This is still very, very intense.
And maybe a bit of an overcommitment there.
Yeah.
Sitting under the TC for too long.
Even sends in 2 more knights, continuing to overcommit into the monk. Doesn't get it. So overcommitment is definitely the right word here. The Vil kills at first were nice, but maybe cutting your losses at some point, Vinchester would have been the right call. Going back and healing those knights. But I feel like Vinch got what he wanted. He's targeting the forward ranges, as you mentioned, and now he's got a 30C in the center, abusing the berries with the Portuguese. That's exactly what you love to see.
Yeah, and it's the civ that makes it worthwhile to add that TC in the center. Because usually you might think, oh, you want the TC on a wood line or gold, but the Portuguese berry bonus makes it so valuable to have that protection of your vills there.
I can see TaToH taking some risks that I think he usually wouldn't go for. He's fighting versus like basically 3 mangonels. But I think the reason he's doing that is because he feels like he does need to thin them out, or else he's going to be in some problems. And it pays off. He does kill one for free.
Yeah, and you know, the middle also has a hill, so those 2 mangonels will have a hill bonus if they're trying to shoot at those crossbows.
Could be disastrous. Cool play from Vinchester, sniping the dock from TaToH. I mean, listen, there's not that much fish left over, but you do make those 4 fishing ships go idle. So killing this dock basically means you killed 4 vills. So it's another little bit for a bit of a tool that Vinchester can use to choke out TaToH's economy. And now we're seeing the uphill battles here.
And I think one question is, can a mangonel shot land on the pikeman? If that happens, then suddenly the knights can take a pretty good fight and try to clean this up.
Yep. Monks from both sides, by the way, will be super impactful. Any conversion can really swing the tide of a fight. Vil counts neck and neck. I think Vinchester has a small advantage with the middle, but it's basically one fight away from the game completely turning. So it's looking rather
And
close.
he's raiding with knights in the back while
nice.
those armies are in the middle.
Yeah, that's nice. Good decision there. Very good decision.
That just shows the immobility of the pikeman. Vinch with the knights can be in different areas at once. TaToH stuck trying to push the middle with his slow army.
This is the moment that TaToH's waiting for, though. This is the only chance here he's going to have at kind of reclaiming the center in the Castle Age. Pikes are completely AFK, though. Got to get those into the action. Mangonel doing some damage to Vinchester's villagers. Does land a last nice shot there. But I think Vinchester's doing okay. He should be able to get that castle if he gets one more mangonel out.
TaToH got a few nice mangonel shots there. At least he's going to slow that down and force that next mangonel from Vinch. I think that probably went better for TaToH there, even though it wasn't perfect for him.
Yeah, no, definitely agree with that. And the knights from Vinchester are kind of getting cleaned up now. So, yes, he did some nice damage with those guys, but going into this mid-late game, we're going to see 4 TCs from Dravidians, but still the map control for the Portuguese player.
And Well, as we're looking at this castle go up, look at that Vil count, Vinch up about 80 to 65.
Yeah, I wonder why that's the case. I guess it's the EQ KD. It is 16 to 8, so Vinchester leading quite heavily there. Maybe some TC idle time playing a role in that as well.
Yeah, sometimes you add in all those extra TC, can't produce from them, and that idle time is accumulating.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a big shot there with the Mangonel as it goes down. Still probably worth it for TaToH overall there, but not a nice hit to take. And the problem I feel for TaToH here is that, like, long term, I don't feel like the Dravidians are that insane of a civ either. They're more of like an early power spike civilization. Their late game's okay, but not spectacular. Whereas Portuguese have a ton of strong late game options. Bombard cannons with ballistics. They get siege engineers. And if Vinchester can hold the center as he's been doing, going into late game, I think there's just going to be no chance for TaToH to win.
Especially if Vinch can keep raiding as he's trying to send a few more knights into TaToH's eco.
Yep. Absolutely here. A couple organ guns on the field.
At the same
now.
time, TaToH to loop around, but this army is just so slow. Vinch can just kind of leave it there and clean it up where he feels like he has the army advantage.
Yep. Yeah, and TaToH is just better off kind of healing up some of those units. I don't know. I just don't see how TaToH's really like gonna push back those castles. At the end of the day, the middle control is so important. But it comes back to that moment in Feudal Age where Vinchester went for that tower in the center. So he put himself behind because he made a tower. But claiming that center early has just done wonders for him over the course of the game here.
Yeah, now 2 castles in the center.
Yeah.
That's not going to be pushed anytime soon.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a viewer sentiment that GL players always pick Dravidians. They love the Civ, but then they always lose with Dravidians. There's a sentiment out there. No one likes when GL players pick Dravidians. It's never a good sign. Always leads to a couple losses. And at this point, I tend to agree with that. Like, the win ratio of Dravidians has just have to be abysmal over the course of a few tournaments.
Well, is it because they're a bad save or just because GL can't win with them?
Ooh, good question. Maybe controversial. I mean, let's be real. GL, they'll have trouble with pretty much every civ out there. It's just how it goes. As an AM player, I'm unbiased in saying that. But I think that the problem with Dravidians is actually just the civ itself. It's kind of a bait because it's really good early. It has the nice power spikes. It's fun to play, but then it just has so many gaps in its tech tree that it runs into some serious problems. But of course, I've got the Viper in the chat here saying that they won the last tournament with Dravidians, going for the unique unit ship. So
With Thericidai.
yeah, I mean, listen, Viper, if you're 1-20 with Dravidians and that makes you sleep at night, go for it, man. Congratulations,
Shush.
you guys won that one game with Dravidians. Well done, man. Well done.
I do feel like they're a much better team game Civ than 1v1 Civ because of just how strong that dock team bonus can be
Yeah, true. Getting that
in
extra,
some situations.
basically that extra house. But in this case, it only played for like 5 pop that one house. But yeah, in team games, it plays for a lot more, definitely. In all fairness, I think Portuguese on this map are definitely, like, if not the best civ, definitely one of them. So it's unfair to point at Dravidians and laugh at this point. And Vinchester has played a sick game so far with them. Going up to Imperial Age, he's got organ guns. I would be surprised if TaToH continues to play from here. I would respect it, though, if he does go for it. That Warrior Spear is always nice to see. And he's sticking in it, man. Organ guns coming out now for Vinchester. Going for a university as well. Okay, never mind.
He is up there.
Okay. Yeah. GG, well played. Vinchester with the Portuguese. It's that middle control, guys. It was the story. It was the tale of the game since the start. He got there right nice and early. Now, I have to ask this. Should TaToH have taken the middle more seriously? Maybe in Feudal Age, like, tower rushed it, just prevented Vinchester from getting that talent center down and just abusing the berries?
I feel like if against the Portuguese, you kind of have to. He was maybe caught a bit off guard when he had forward army and Vince still sent his villagers forward to make that tower.
Yeah.
But once that tower went up, it didn't really feel like TaToH had another way to get back to those berries. He tried to go for the steep dock that didn't really work out for him, and that put him behind. Maybe instead of the dock, he should have just focused on going middle.
Yep. Yep. And hopping right in, we've got game number 7 between Vinchester and TaToH. I gotta redo this intro because of a little bug map situation, but it's all good. Vinchester in the yellow as the Celts, and we've got TaToH in the red as the Britons. And the map is Cup. We'll take a look at the map. We haven't really seen it too much. Both players have regular resources at the starting area, but then in the middle of the map, you've got some gold on the left-hand side with a relic, and then on the right side, it's a smaller land marsh area or water marsh area with some fish, and you can't cross the ships over. Just a small stretch of land that the ships can't cross over, and then on this side as well, we've got some fish and another body of water. So it's a hybrid map between water and land, and on the outside is a ton of forests, some relics to take control of, and some stray golds and stones that you definitely want to grab as well. So playing for water, playing for militia, there's a ton of different strategies, and indeed, T-West, we are seeing militia from Vinchester.
Yeah, no dock from Vinch using the wood to go immediately for the barracks, whereas TaToH is going for that dock. Now, interesting thing about this map is you do have these mangrove shallows, but you can't just plop the dock in the middle of the shallows. You have to build it on the beach terrain around the edge.
Yep.
And TaToH found an interesting spot in the north with a fish right adjacent to that dock, so good dock for him.
Those are going to be super efficient. And let me get ahead of myself here, and as the militia come in, if the fishing ship gets harassed by the militia, you could sit the fishing ship on the water where the militia can't attack them, and they can still gather in peace. So it is something that TaToH might have to consider, but Vinchester is going to be getting some harass onto these fishing ships here right off the bat.
And that looks like exactly what TaToH is going to do, move them over to that deep fish that's in that body of water there.
Yep. And it's interesting because now, Vinchester, he could sit there and hit the dock with the militia, but then he's not finding too much value with them, on other parts of TaToH's strategy, like on the wood. Decides to abandon the dock. I think that's solid for TaToH so far. 2 vills forward from Vinchester.
He's going forward
well.
with vills.
What? Wait, what? What is he planning? TaToH can't see that. Vinchester went right between both houses. This is such a smart play. He's sneaking past TaToH's vision.
He had seen the houses and the dock with his scout earlier, and he knew that TaToH was probably keeping track of his drush with his own scout, so the villagers just went right through, not spotted.
Yeah. Super, super intelligent gameplay here. He's going to take advantage of having those 2 villas as well to try to wall up TaToH's gold. What a bold play. I wonder if this was prepared or something he just came up with in the spur of the moment. TaToH will eventually spot the walls, but by the time he sees it, it's going to be pretty late. The gold will be entirely walled in, and I'm sure that gold is pretty important for TaToH, as TaToH also sneaks a vill to the left-hand side now as well.
Yeah, both players trying to be sneaky with their vills, but TaToH just kind of running to the corner of the map. Don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe get a sneaky dock up to fish in peace?
I don't think it's a terrible idea, going for a dock. Could also
TaToH's up to feudal, and he caught a vill from Vinchester building a dock.
Yep. Yeah, not only is that good harassment, get that vill low HP, but it's also really good scouting information now. Yeah, whatever TaToH's planning to do, he's going to adapt it and go for another dock. So that probably was his plan all along, to go make a dock there, but now it's looking solid. He'll probably outnumber it 2 docks to 1. TaToH forced to go on the right side gold because his main gold's walled in, and now Vinchester's going to try to wall him in here as well, so making such good use of the 2 forward villagers and the militia presence. Vinchester's denying TaToH's gold, or at least causing chaos around TaToH's gold.
Yeah, those 3 vills will be able to work, but TaToH won't be able to add any more unless he goes for another mining camp on the other side.
Yeah, not only that, they're trapped. Don't they just die if you get ranged units? Yeah, they're trapped.
They do.
I think TaToH needs to go in full reaction mode and just send 5 more vills there, clear out the forward, and make a tower on that gold. He can't afford to lose those 3 vills. It's too much.
Yeah, and now this is awkward because the militia here from the Celts will be faster than the archer, and if Vinch micros this, might be able to pick off that archer.
Yeah,
And the
very good
skirm,
point.
too.
That's a unique characteristic of the Celts. The militias are actually very solid against range units here. And we're seeing just that. Good micro from Vinch. Well played from TaToH too, but Vinchester gets the archer here. Now going for his own archers with a sneaky range. Could go for a second range if he wants to. Has the wood. Oh, TaToH went for gold in the center. Look, this is what I love to see from these players. They're so creative. Vinchester throws a curveball on his gold, walls them in. TaToH takes advantage of the map, goes for that center. And it's an early mining camp in the center, claiming some of that gold. I absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, now Vinch trying to come in with a tower, but TaToH there with a tower to defend his gold and part of that wood line. And we'll see if Vinch is able to get this up. He only has one skirm left to defend those vills. I feel like TaToH could maybe just rush this with vills and probably stop it from going up.
Yep.
And looks like that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, perfect call from you as well. Just going straight for that tower. And TaToH should have more units as well around here. So no way that tower goes up. Perfect defense from TaToH. Like, super impressive. He reacted almost perfectly in every single regard. Managed to hold that gold. He's even defending the gold in the center of the map now with his own fire galleys. Might lose a Vill. Nope, not quite. Saves that girl as well. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful defense from Vinchester. Completely stopping any aggression that Vinchester threw his way. TaToH just played so well here.
Yeah, and he's just on point everywhere at his base in the middle with those fires. And taking some pretty good water control now, too.
TaToH's doing a good job of not being too impatient with things as well. He's not like winning the land and then immediately going for a counterattack. He's taking his time. He's defending whatever Vinchester's throwing at him. And then he's just slowly winning the water on the left-hand side. I think he deems that enough. He has a 2 fishing ship advantage, and he's more than happy to just ride that out until he gets, further and further ahead. Both players have a good amount of idle TC time because of how messy the game has been.
Yeah, but importantly, he's able to pick off forward villagers. So no more shenanigans going on for just has that one range, making some skirms. Maybe TaToH could wall that in at some point, but for the most part, that forward has been clean.
Yeah.
And with that 3 vill lead, it feels like he's in a decent spot now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, well, going forward into the game, I feel like usually the range for the Britons puts them in a good spot in this matchup as long as they micro properly. It's very hard for the Celts to use the line with so much range.
Okay, wait, it's super robot-y. I apologize. I'm going to restart my Discord.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm going to restart it myself here.
Okay.
Discord. Can I get a robot in the chat? I'm gonna restart Discord. I apologize. It's really not TOS fault. And as you see the GG called, God, that's the most anticlimactic GG I've ever seen because I was fumbling with the sound. Okay, I hope that works. Listen, they called GG as well, so that was very anticlimactic on my end, but sorry guys. For those who don't know what it is of course a Nomad style map that has a ton of shorefish around, wood all the way on the outside, and then boars, gold and stone, plus some zebras scattered around the entire middle. We've got TaToH in the red as the Vietnamese, and then we have Vinchester in the yellow as the Hindustani here. And what civilization, TOS, do you prefer between these two?
Ooh, honestly,
Great
I don't
start
know,
for this
because
great
Vietnamese,
tourney.
you know where your opponent is, but is that bonus really that useful when you have 9 villagers at the start and probably know where they are anyway?
Great question. That's actually exactly what we saw. TaToH, he saw Vinchester's DC with the Vills. So that bonus didn't really help him out. And that's the kind of one bonus for Vietnamese that didn't really pay off this game, at least. And Vinchester, I think, has an idea where TaToH is, but hasn't quite spotted him just yet.
Yeah, and maybe one thing to note about this map that's slightly different than the latter version is we use the same change we had in Nations Cup, where every pond has a small clump of 3 trees near it. So it's a bit easier to find a spot to put a TC down if you want to take the shorefish and also have a bit of wood.
Yep. I think that change is really good because it keeps Nomad maps consistent. And that's something, guys, in highly competitive settings, I don't want luck to play a role. Oh! Oh my god. Vinchester lost the village to an elephant. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's really, really bad.
Oh, he did.
Yep. He tried the house trick, but the
That is
elephant was on the
painful.
shore. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Wow. That matters a lot. As I was saying, on competitive settings, I don't want luck to play a role. And so these maps, even though they're Nomad style maps and there's always some luck factor where the TCs go down, there's not a big luck factor as to, you can potentially get screwed. The resources are very well distributed.
Yep. And, well, maybe something that's really interesting for TaToH is he put his TC on some wood and the gold. He didn't go for one of those shorefish ponds. Now, usually you do the ponds to keep your food income rolling early on, but I don't think I've actually seen this map played with a TC here.
Yeah, he might be the first person I've ever seen to not TC a shorefish. I wonder why. Maybe he just, there's too much going on with the 9 villas. He just said, whatever, it's fine. I think it doesn't really matter much because with 3 of the villas, he actually just grabbed some shorefish anyways. So it didn't really change too much after a while. He's probably more concerned
Yeah,
with
he
just
was
getting
able to
the
go
TC
for that
down.
early mill, too.
Yeah, exactly. Like just double mill. He's still taking a good amount of shorefish. No big deal. I mean, Vinchester did something similar, but still has some fish near his town center. So I still prefer his situation a bit better, but losing that Vill, that kind of swings the tide over to TaToH. I do want to talk about Vietnamese getting buffed recently. A lot of our viewers and players, you guys might not all be keeping track of the recent updates. I do want to talk about them a little to keep everyone up to date. Vietnamese actually got buffed recently. They now research their technologies 100% faster, their economic technologies. This helps specifically with wheelbarrow and handcart, saving that TC time, letting you make more vills since there's less time being taken researching wheelbarrow and handcart. So not only now do you get the wood discounts on the economic technologies, they also research faster, which is a really, really big bonus for the Vietnamese economy. And it's one that's propelling them even further up the tier list for these players.
So what do you think about this Vietnamese pick when TaToH still had Chinese available? Is there a civ that, with the extra vills and not needing to add the dock like they do on Nomad, had been picked on African clearing quite a bit? I don't know if the 9 vill start changes that, but still would have been a map where TaToH had an opportunity to use them.
I think you're right, actually. I think if Chinese tend to be still really solid on African clearing, despite them not getting the vills at the start, the extra vills. I'm not sure. I honestly just don't understand the Chinese pick right away. Didn't strike me as the best civ out of all of them to go for, and we're gonna have to wait to see where he picks them because at this point I have no idea. Stable comes down for Vinchester and an archery range and a kind of a forward archery range from TaToH, who does have gold next to his town center. So maybe we talked about not having the shorefish. He does have the luxury of getting that gold in, and he's taking advantage of that by going for maybe some archers and some spears instead of some scouts.
Yeah, there isn't much area that the scouts can hit from Vinchester. TaToH has that TC. Even almost protecting that lumber camp on the edge of the map is going to be hard to slip some scouts in there to do some damage.
Agreed.
So
yeah.
the only thing TaToH needs to worry about is he's not going to be able to expand for more mills and more shorefish.
Yeah. Yeah, which is really interesting because now the game it's kind of went to where they both have different approaches. Vinchester wants to expand. He's got the mobility, so he's taking the shorefish. He also needs that food for the scouts. But at the same time, TaToH has now a really good counter to scouts with spears and archers. So the shorefish, although, yes, you got the mobility, you can take it. If you have to fight, you're not going to really be able to here. He's forcing it down a range right away, so Vinchester will get some skirmishers out in the field as well. But as you said, the scouts, I don't see them finding much value, and Vinchester quickly realizing the exact same thing as well.
Yeah, and the other thing about this forward range is there's a forward barracks right next to it, so the spears are going to be there to protect the archers too.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's absolutely key. Keeping the spears and archers together. A little bit of a pause. I will say, something to kind of keep in mind here. Once you get the skirms on the field, if TaToH overcommits to Spearmen, he could be in trouble. Normally, the logical counter to skirmishers, if you're playing archers, is to go for a scout transition. And the game is going back in.
And we see there with a couple of spears, Vinch isn't able to jump those archers.
Yep. And skirmish is out in the field now for Vinchester. A lot of sheep as well left over for Vinch. So that's another plus side of going for scouts. You actually get to collect more sheep, which of course delays your farms. Lets you have more wood to invest into military. And oh my god, Vinchester's got 1 on wood. I just realized he really doesn't need that much wood. He's going 1 on wood. Could run into some problems there though.
Well, he has wood by the TC too, right? If he needs more on wood, he can just send them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good point. So you have that lumber camp, but the town center acts as like a second lumber camp, and it's very easy to move fields from food to wood, keeping that really solid economy balance. And yes, just to answer the question in the chat, I will be uploading every single Best of 21 set to my YouTube channel. So if you missed anything, you can always go back and check it. That being said, having you guys watching live is great support for the channel. So I do appreciate both the YouTube watchers and the live stream watchers here on Twitch. Good cleanup there for Vinchester. Kind of dealt with TaToH's army. But TaToH did make that scout transition, as we talked about here.
Yeah, so TaToH's going to get into that scout plus archer combination, and Vinch doesn't really have much gold access right now if he wanted to add in archers of his own. His TC, buy that wood and that pond and that stone, but his 2 closest golds really far away from him.
Yep. And then one at the back, although it's at the back, it's on a hill, it's really far. So he's almost better off taking that one on the left because he's fishing nearby it as well. It's still not the most, the most easily defended gold though. Gold could be a problem long term as well. It does go for the one at the back. Ugly mining camp on it, but fair enough. Does go ahead and grab that one. See scouts and skirmers making their way across the map here, and yeah, TaToH's got scouts, he's got archers, and he's got like the perfect composition. I don't think Vinchester knows about the scouts either, by the way. They're gonna come as a very big surprise here. There they are.
There they are, right on the skirms too. And no upgrades on the scouts for Vinch, so he doesn't want to fight the archers with them either.
Yep. Yeah, we always talk about it. The strongest composition, if you can get there, is scouts and archers in the
3
feudal age.
years.
Kind of similar
Thanks
to how
for all the
it's
chill
crossbows
streams,
and
Hera.
knights in Castle Age. Having that range unit, that range power unit, plus that cavalry unit is just, it gets you the best of both worlds in Age of Empires 2. It's the bread and butter, really.
And look at the farming eco too. TaToH has added in 9 farms so far. Vinch hasn't added any, as he's fighting scouts with his vills, but he's been relying only on that TC food with the sheep that he's collected.
Yep. And I wonder if he's going to have a harsh reality check. When the sheep runs out, he's not got enough food for farms. Can't make that transition fast enough. But it looks like he's actually looking ahead. He's going to pick up Horse Collar now and probably mix in some farms. Yep. A very high tier player here. I expect him to manage his economy quite well.
Thanks for the tourney. Are you
He also has a
put the
wheelbarrow
counter
already
on
too.
during the
Kind of weird to
games?
do that so early if you're not farming.
Yeah, that
Maybe he was housed at some point too.
I think he was housed, but don't you get Town Watch? I did notice an early wheelbarrow pickup, and I didn't like it. I did notice it. Yeah, fair enough there. As we have Eddie Boy with $100 donation, man. Really appreciate it. If you want me to put the donation counter during the game, I can do that after this. Yeah, no problem. Scouts and Skirms putting pressure. And I guess that wheelbarrow is coming in preemptively, so when he gets farms, they're going to be working very efficiently. But I don't think it's a good trade-off, even still. And I'm actually curious as to why... Sorry, just why does TaToH not have wheelbarrow, since it's faster for him to get it, if anything?
Maybe he made that scout transition, and that's a lot of food you're spending. Maybe he just never had the food to click it.
Yep. It is an expensive upgrade at the end of the day, even if it comes in fast. Bloodline's not coming in for TaToH, so he's prioritizing the military here still. He doesn't care to go up to Castle Age. Feels like Vinchester, though. He's transitioning towards Castle Age, at least the way he's played, and he's also mining stone. So maybe he wants to play Gulam with the Hindustani here.
Could make sense against the archer civ.
Gulam, I think they got buffed recently. I'm not 100% sure actually. I don't know if you know about that, but they've always been very good at killing archers.
Yeah, especially when they first were added in. It
Mm-hmm.
kind of took the Mayan Hindustani matchup and made a complete 180 on it,
Yeah.
where the Mayans didn't really have a way to deal with them. And I imagine the Vietnamese might kind of still be in a similar situation where they don't really have a good option other than the archers for dealing with them.
Yeah.
Maybe in some other situations, like elephants could be useful, but not so much in a 1v1.
Kind of a mistake from Vinch. He went for a tower at the back to cover the gold, but he didn't realize that the stone was actually the one that was exposed and the one that's most likely to be targeted. Ends up paying the price with the Vil, and then the bad pathing loses him another Vil. That's 2 Vils down. TaToH Pressure is getting some value here.
Yeah, and you see the difference here where the archers from TaToH can threaten Vinch's scouts. TaToH has a bit more freedom to run his scouts around here.
Yeah. So just a high level micro here. This is how it works. Just explain it to the viewers. The skirms want to hit the archers. TaToH wants to hit the skirms of the scouts. The scouts want to defend the skirms from TaToH scouts, and then the archers can hit the scouts ideally. So both players have units that work well against one of the enemy units, and they're trying to get that perfect synergy between the archers and the scouts, and then the skirms and the scouts as well. And here we go. You're gonna see TaToH targeting the scouts mainly, whereas Vinchester is trying to get onto those archers, and it's easier for TaToH to play this composition.
And it looks like for the most part, the scouts are going to be cleaned.
Yep. TaToH does run away with the bulk of his archers, though. This is, of course, the main part of it all for him. Gonna just go ahead and run away. That didn't really care too much for the scouts. They were just mainly a feudal thing. Whereas the crossbow is going to be great in the castle age. Listen to me. I mean, we lost a couple of bills. We did get the castle for Vinchester. So it's not like he, it doesn't have a game plan right now. The damage he took just slowed him down. But the gist of it, the Gulam, it's still going to be on the cards here for him. I just don't know if the Gulam's going to be good versus the knights and crossbows,
Yeah, I'm still wondering what unit composition TaToH wants to go for, because he has one range at the front, but looks like he's adding in that stable in the back, so it'll probably be a knight transition from him.
Yeah, kind of expecting the Gulams to come out. He scouted the whole thing. I think in a vacuum with Vietnamese, you always want to play archers if possible, but when you consider the Gulam coming on the field, archers and knights, that's a very strong composition. Knights being the logical transition here.
Yeah, and we had talked about scout skirm versus scout archer. Now we kind of get to that setup where Vinch might have Gulam camel against knight crossbow. How do you think that matchup plays out?
Oh, I think knight crossbow dominates, to be honest. Like I think Vinch is going to be in a world of pain here. I don't know how he's going to be able to stabilize. Now, Gulams, if you mass them up enough, can definitely take good fights versus knights and crossbows. But in the early game, just having a couple knights can deal easily with 6 Gulams. So I do feel like TaToH has a big advantage, and he's going to be adding an eco. I don't agree with the university, though. I'm not a fan of that one. Don't think you need it. But
you don't think he needs to pick up ballistics here with the crossbows?
No, I don't think so, because I think if we're going to go for a double stable transition with the knights, we should just be able to stand wherever we want with the crossbows anyways. So you can just sit on your opponent's farms, and then you have the knights to deal with Gulams or Mangonels or anything like that. I think ballistics helps a lot more when you're hitting from the outside or when you constantly have to make sure your shots are landing. But in this case, it's not something we're really concerned about. So I think the ballistics approach, it's going to slow down TaToH's economy. And as you can see, he gets to university and just decides to go for the 3rd town center anyways. So a small mistake, small criticism there. But it's not a game changer. He still has that university for later if he wants it.
Yeah, but he's not spending that wood on ballistics right away, so maybe doesn't need it that early. And kind of reminds me of that first game where he was the Chimera and he put down that early blacksmith, but didn't use it for a long time. And there finally he's doing ballistics, but a bit of a delay there.
Yeah, delayed it to get that 3rd town center. It's fair enough. I think it is correct to get the 3rd TC anyway. And listen, it's just my opinion that ballistics isn't needed here, but maybe TaToH has other ideas. It's definitely not a bad technology to pick up. It scales very well. It's great on the expos in general. Vinchester is now getting a 3rd TC. I like how Vinchester is spreading out. You did talk about the gold problem. He didn't have many golds nearby. So by spreading out his town centers, it lets him get more access to golds in the mid-late game.
TaToH tried to go for a little bit of a quick wall, but didn't get it quite in time to trap that camel.
Oh, that guy's addicted to the quick walls, eh? He loves those quick walls. I think a lot of top players are solid on quick walls, but some top players do it better than others. And I think maybe out of the ones we have here, TaToH and Viper might be the best quick wallers out of the 5 that we have. It is worth noting.
And now TaToH looks like he's just gonna camp the middle of the map with those knights and crossbows. It's gonna be hard for him to find a place to do damage with that castle and the TCs protecting all of Vinch's eco, but he should be able to get some good map control.
Yeah, 100%. Just kind of keep his presence noted. Keep his presence on the field. Bow saw heavy plow in for TaToH. No wheelbarrow yet. No, heavy plow for Vinchester. So eco upgrades is kind of similar across the board here. I do think we need to see that Vietnamese wheelbarrow come through though. Like it finishes in a villain and a half. You just need to pick that up. It's so good.
Yeah, it still doesn't have it in, and again, he has a lot of farms out, up to 19 already, so could be pretty useful for him by now.
Yeah, it's about that time. 4 town center boom for Vinchester. Recognizes he's probably a little bit further behind because he went for that castle. But now that he's got a good mass of gulams, he can invest more of his time onto getting more and more farms going, more villagers, and boom that economy up. And the gulams, it's the kind of thing where if you don't have enough gulams, you get shredded in the fights. But if you have a good amount of gulams and you start winning the fight, you destroy the fight. So you're either a hardcore winning with them or hardcore losing. There's very little middle ground with this unit. It's a very snowbally unit.
And we'll see if TaToH tries to force a fight here. You'll see Vinch throwing up that castle. Not many camels, so it can be hard to engage against the knights. The Golams don't have +2 against the crossbows either.
Oh, yes. That is exactly what I was talking about here. You either win hard or you lose hard, and that was a hard loss right there. And you know what? The ballistics for TaToH is now putting in a lot of work because it's sniping the retreating units. Oh my god. But look at the KD. I mean, that was just insane.
That's a lot of dead Golams, and, well, 3 military now for Vinch. TaToH can push in, and Vinch has nothing but these TCs to keep him safe.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the issue there? Was it +2 that was missing? Maybe we just...
I think it was +2.
Like +2, you just die to the crossbows if you don't have it. So that was definitely missing. Maybe we needed monks for the knights. We had some extra resources there. We could have definitely delayed that fight. I don't think we needed to take it. We don't see these units too often, so maybe Vinchester just misjudged how strong they were.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, think about that fight if he maybe had 2 monks and +2 armor, which he's just getting now. That might completely change the fight.
Yeah, 100%. And if it changes the fight, all of a sudden the Gulams are getting a lot of pass-through damage, and it's a stomp, and the Gulams actually win the fight. So small things like that definitely have big impacts on these fights. Just a little bit of extra tech and units helps a ton. Handcart now coming for TaToH, overcompensating for the late wheelbarrow, getting an early handcart. Love to see that with the Vietnamese here. I have Samwise in the chat saying, "All right, Hera, I made a Twitch account finally. You got me." Nice, bro. This is why I'm partnered with Amazon and I'm best friends with Jeff Bezos IRL, because I bring him the people to come on down to Twitch and watch Age of Empires 2 tournaments. It's a nice partnership we got going on.
And bring him enough people, and eventually you'll have those Blue Origin flights to play Age of Empires in space.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll definitely be on one of those trips, on one of those spaceships. It's one of my goals in life. Not really, actually. 9 evils now.
Things are looking pretty good for TaToH here. Yeah. Do you see a way for Vinch to maybe clean this army if he amasses enough Gulams to take this fight?
Yeah, I think monks have been just missing, right? Like monks should have been so much better at keeping those knights at bay whenever you're taking the fight. I think he loses this fight too. Like I don't think you can take this one necessarily here. He does have the camels mixed in, but it's awkward. You're gonna see a lot of bumping between the Gulams and the camels. A lot of the knights are weak though. Let's see if he's able to kind of cut through all that meat and then hit the crossbows. Okay, he wins this one.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, TaToH had more knights, but they weren't there in time.
Yeah, couldn't quite get there. Listen, That's a good fight for Vinchester. Solid. It may be too late though, because now TaToH's on 95 vills. He's got a really solid economy, and his options are wide open. He's got full map control for a while now. So Vinchester's just kind of barely keeping on here. He's gonna add some stables to go for some camels. I'm not sold on the camel cooldown comp though. I'm gonna be honest. It's really awkward to use 2 million. It's really awkward.
Yeah, it is. And the Gulam is pretty similar to Eagles, but it doesn't have that conversion resistance. TaToH might have an opportunity to add in some monks of his own too, and like have it be useful against both units in this composition.
True. Yeah, I love that. A really high value unit, the monk, and not only that, could also heal up some of his knights. The monks, yeah, definitely missing from TaToH's composition. Goes for a forward castle though. It's nice for a change to see TaToH doing this and not just Vinchester every game. But if Vinchester reacts with a defensive castle immediately, I think TaToH just has the best army here to win this.
Yeah, this is going to force a fight. Are there enough Gulams here for Vinch? It's a question of, as you said, he might not be as familiar with this unit, so he might not know how to judge the fights.
Yep.
But looks like TaToH will have the knight numbers there. And that castle from Vinch, 38%, but won't go up. That's a lot of stone he just wasted.
That's brutal, because he's going to lose the TC potentially. 8 vills in there. The castle not going to go up. Lost all that stone that he's put into it. And yeah, now TaToH has control of that gold as well. Really big moment here for TaToH. This could actually be the game, actually, to be fair. Because now TaToH's up to Imp. He's got a good amount of knights. He's got that castle up in the center. What do you do to stop this as Vinchester? Maybe he just needs Imperial Age at this point.
He's still not quite at Imp, though. Trying to just kind of fall back to the very south of the map, give himself more room for TaToH to have to come forward.
Yeah.
Great map control, great Imp timing, herbal medicine even for TaToH, so he can heal his knights in the castle faster.
Oh my god.
He's feeling good right now.
I love that tech. That tech is so good. We need someone to do the math, because like, it heals 4 times faster in the castles, I believe, and it's only 200 gold. It's so much better than having 2 monks on the field in most cases, and you just heal up your units constantly. You fight, go back to the castle, heal up. It gets a ton of value whenever you have these cavalry, these heavy, high HP units.
Yeah, look even at this mining camp for TaToH too. It can be right between the stone and the gold. He can mine both of them.
When I was a kid, I used to love making those mining camps. I used to only make those mining camps. Just in between gold and stones. Even if it's like 5 tiles apart, I just like, yeah, it's value. I'm not making a second one. Oh, it's 6 times faster for herbal medicine. Even better. My bad.
Yeah, was that buffed at some point? I think they might have changed it.
I think it was buffed, yeah. I think they lowered the cost on it and also made it better. So double buff. Now we see, dude, TaToH's hunting down Vinchester's army. It's like a freaking predator stalking its prey here. He's not letting Vinchester escape with this army. He knows he can clear it up. And that's what he's going to be playing for here.
And even with the crossbows tagging along, TaToH's still able to just keep tracking this army.
Yep.
And once he gets up, those will be upgrades for the knights. And maybe even a better fight.
Faster imp as well for TaToH. Going for double gold composition, it seems. Chemistry for the crossbows. He picks up the cavalier. And on this map, we haven't really talked about it, but if I zoom out a little bit, you see a lot of golden stones. So you're able to go for these big double gold comps on this map because there's so much minerals, or so many minerals on the map to actually take advantage of. So I love this choice from TaToH to go for this double gold comp. He's going to pick up the trebs. He doesn't care to play the late game. He wants to win an early imp. And the fight on the right side has finally taken place as well here. It's a massacre, really. That's what it is.
And yeah, it's a total massacre.
Yeah.
At the same time, TaToH's raiding all in Vinchester's base. And looks like TaToH's just about to tie this up.
How crazy is that, man? Like, it started at, I think, 2-0 for Vinchester, if I remember correctly. Vinchester had a 2-game lead for a long time here. And, you know, TaToH might just be closing the gap 100% now and tying up the score here.
Yeah, and we know, even from Masters of Arena, it was a 3-1 lead that Vinch had when TaToH was able to come back.
True.
He should be pretty calm and still confident in himself, even if he does fall behind a bit.
Yep. Gulams and Camels making something happen, but like, yeah, I mean, this composition, if there's no elite Gulam, dies to Arbalest, this straight up. Like, Arbalest alone is just enough to kill both these units. And now once the siege comes in, I think Vinchester's days are numbered. He's trying to tech into Camels. He picks up heavy Camel. It'll help against the Cavalier, but it's not going to do enough against the Arbalest here. And we're going to see, Vinchester kind of slowly bleed out here. Not be able to deal with TaToH's army. And TaToH's going straight to 200 pop right now.
Yep, and even adding in light cav in case he needs to add in more units to raid. He just sees how wide open Vinchester's base is. Vinch is limited to this one side of the map, and he's going to start losing his castles.
Absolutely, yep. I always think it's better to target the town centers and this production building instead of the castle in this situation. I'm kind of theory crafting on that, because everyone targets the castle, because once the castle goes down, you can kind of just run in. But if you kill the town center and like the market and the stables first, it's so annoying for the enemy to rebuild all those buildings. Okay, Vinch is going for one last fight.
Yeah. I guess the castle does also stop their treb production, so it means they can't really like counterattack your castles as well.
True, true. So by targeting that, you're like kind of forcing, the treb war and forcing you to win that treb war. In this case, it didn't really matter though, because TaToH could do whatever he wants with the double gold comp. Tying it up at 4-4. Let's get the hype in the chat for TaToH. Bringing the series back. Down 2-0, but it's a best of 21. Stay calm and collected. You got a lot of games under your belt. 4-4 here. And we're going into Vinchester's home map. So this series is absolutely neck and neck. It's exactly what I wanted from this tournament. Exactly the reason I want to host these players. And it's absolutely delivering. I couldn't be more happy about it. And we are seeing Huns versus the Franks. So two civilizations geared towards the cavalry. Huns, of course, do have cavalry archers. So we've got TaToH in red playing as the Huns. Vinchester in the yellow playing as the Franks. And let's go ahead and take a look at the map here. For those who are not familiar with Sacred Springs, there are 4, I guess you can say, Sacred Springs. They've got 2 relics and a bunch of shorefish around each and every single one of them. And so you're going to see... most likely players trying to fight over those shorefish. As you can see, Vinchester right away going for a mill there. But there's also more to the map. There's a little bit of wood in the center, some gold sprinkled around that wood line, and then there's some woods in the corners that you can take advantage of. Very interesting map. A lot to be done, a lot to fight for, and it's not like you can easily wall, but it's not very open either. So I can imagine a wide variety of strategies to work on this map.
Yeah, also the stone is on the outsides. So if you do end up fighting for that big wood in the middle with the gold with towers, you're kind of sacrificing the ability to go and mine your stone when the stone's going to be so far away from all of your villagers.
True, true. So that mobility aspect helps a lot when it comes to like, grabbing those extra stones.
Oh, TaToH, we almost failed at a boiler there, just saved it.
Oof. You almost killed it with the TC or what?
He got to the situation where he garrisoned the hunter and the boar turned around and walked back while he was shooting it. And I had to do a quick garrison and hop out the back of the TC, this is kind of hard. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to this, but when you ungarrison from the TC, there are 7 spots where you can ungarrison the middle of each of the sides and the front 3 corners, but you can't actually ungarrison directly out of the back.
Yes.
So in those situations where you're chasing the boar, it can be awkward to hop out there because the Veil doesn't take a straight path to shoot the boar.
That's really interesting. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat didn't know about that. I actually only found out about that recently because it was, something that I kind of realized in Nomad maps and stuff. But yeah, you can't actually jump at the back of the town center. Only here, there, and then the 3 corners here. So yeah, I mean, I like that little tidbit of knowledge for the chat, and something that could sometimes play a role in boilers and other niche situations.
Yeah, and I believe other buildings are like that too. So sometimes you might have like that archery range in your wall where you try to ungarrison and your units pop out the wrong side. And sometimes it's because they just can't quite go out the top of the building.
True. That's happened to me a good amount of times as well, and that definitely explains things. Thinking about what players are going for here, I'm actually incredibly surprised to see a 22 pop up from TaToH. 22 pop has been something we haven't really seen too much recently. It's usually a lot quicker than that, like 19 pop, 20 pop. But I guess on this map, I don't know. They wanted more economy to be able to spam out the scouts and take advantage of the shorefish. I mean, Vinchester did go up 20 pop, so he's going to be able to drop that stable down earlier. I prefer his position, to be honest.
Yeah, and I like how Vinch has managed to wall and keep his main gold safe. It's going to be really hard for TaToH to pressure that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Vinchester's taking a pretty slow approach to the map. Did kind of get fortunate and found TaToH scouts. He'll be able to clear that up, no problem. TaToH should definitely fight back here, yep. Lost a lot of HP. Lost a scout. Didn't kill too much from Vinchester's scout. And Vinchester's going to wall the top side and then probably play towards the middle. That's probably the correct approach. He's going to secure the gold, also secure a lot of the, you know, the food economy. And TaToH might be spreading himself really thin, going on both sides to try to take advantage of the shorefish. I don't know if I necessarily like that.
Well, I think the one thing that's good is if this is a scouts war, TaToH can just wall up one side, and he doesn't have to worry about early archers getting those villagers. It's pretty simple for him just to be safe.
True. I think my only problem with that is like once the shorefish runs out, the initial shorefish, you're gonna have to like remake all those walls, which is annoying. But it definitely keeps him safe in the early game. He does go for a bit of a stable himself, and ooh, traps up Vinchester scout there with some more quick walls. A reoccurring theme here.
Oh, he traps the spear.
Oh my god!
Spear with
traps
quick
the
walls.
You can't be serious. He's got the tower going up, so that spear's down. That's a sick defensive play from TaToH. Wow, well played, my man. Well played.
And this man's been playing his Alcatraz scenarios, that's for sure.
Bro, I swear that's been such a reoccurring theme. Like, the quick walls have just been a level up. Like, the Alcatraz has actually been paying off.
No, I think it has been. I mean, even just playing it a few times and then going back to play other games, you see the quick walls so much more easily.
Yep. Kind of understand the angles, what's possible, what you can accomplish. Viper, of course, the world record holder of Alcatraz. Gotta point out the accomplishments whenever we can. He only tried it like a few times. Like Viper didn't play that much Alcatraz. He just got the world record nice and easy. We expect that from him though.
Yeah,
no big deal.
Yeah. He needs to play the other scenarios. He's only really done the first one now.
Yeah, true. There's a whole like lore with that. There's like more to get bigger and everything. But I don't know. I don't think he's got the mental energy to go through another Alcatraz world record scenario. All right, we see Vinchester now with some scouts looking around the outside, finding some damage, but Vinchester keeps taking, he keeps taking some scout hits, or some spear hits. That's the second scout he loses this game. It's just been a spearman and some quick walls. Now we see a tower from Vinchester
TaToH also going over to stone in the back of his base. Vinch just ran past that with his scouts. But interesting that the Huns would go for that. Maybe it's just for defensive towers. Maybe he's eventually thinking of going for a forward tower.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think he just wanted the defensive tower. And I think that's good enough, to be honest. Like, I don't know if you need more than... Like, I don't know if you want that much stone. Yeah, and now he just takes 2 vills off. So he just wanted 2 defensive towers and maybe enough stone to justify 1 more if he needs it. We'll still lose a vill, though. The tower doesn't protect everything. The scouts can still do some damage here. Lone field down. Vinchester's defending quite nicely with some spears himself. He's fully walled. I prefer Vinchester's layouts. Like, it's just better, honestly.
I think it's a bit more compact.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, TaToH now needs to spread out and get those towers on both of those pawns instead of staying on one of them.
Yeah. I mean, TaToH's also opted to go more towers instead of just walling up the map as well. Like, Vinchester's setup has just been proven to be more solid here. He's now going for a blacksmith. And because he has only 1 lake to defend Vinchester, then he just keeps all the spears there. He keeps the 1 tower he's got, and he's just camping it. Whereas TaToH kind of spread himself pretty thin on two different lakes.
Yeah, it feels like the towers usually are more useful as a defense against archers than they are against scouts.
Yeah.
And now if TaToH gets rid of some of the walls to move his vills over, that tower might not be able to defend him that well.
Yeah, let's see if he reacts well. There's a lot of exposed villagers on this side. Yeah, and just doesn't react in time. Could potentially lose that villager. Unless he quick walls them. No way, don't tell me. No, it doesn't quite manage it. Vil goes down. That was risky business. I thought there was a quick wall scenario there going on, but not quite. Not this time around. TaToH now moving on to the gold. Wants to get up to the castle age. As the next step, Vinchester already up to the castle age with the Franks here. Feeling quite good about the situation, no doubt.
Yeah, and if you're the Franks, you want to be in this situation where you're going up to the castle age,
Let's
and
go,
you're going to avoid
Tatty.
that really extended feudal age fight where Bloodlines comes in.
Yep. Yep. You have only 54 HP on your scouts, which is better than the standard 45, but then way weaker than the 65 once Bloodline kicks in. And I think Vinchester's done a perfect job of that. He abused the early game scouts and then got out of the feudal age as soon as Bloodlines becomes a factor. Something to consider. TaToH's
And now he's going to have 3 stables.
Yep, 3 stables down. Yeah, really quite an all-in decision there. And I don't mind that decision because if you think about it, you want to kill the Huns before they get to a big, massive cab archers. That's really the biggest danger. So if you're able to go 3 stables and kind of finish the game early, that's the best way to do it. That being said, TaToH wanted a range, decided to change his mind, adds a second stable. Thinks that's a bit more solid of an option here for him.
Yeah, I think it's hard to go for that range in the Cav Archers against the 3 stable opening because there's that timing before you get the Cav Archer mass where it's really hard to fight against the Knights.
Yeah, then you just have nothing. Especially if you're as exposed as TaToH is, you just absolutely get cleaned up. So probably the right decision to stay on the 2 stables. It still feels like Vinchester's going to have a really good couple minutes here, though. A lot of momentum on his end. And, oh, he's sending 1 knight on the left. He sends 1 knight on the left to attack that lake, and then 2 knights, the main army, down the center to attack the other lake. He's really trying to mix things up here.
And also, TaToH hasn't scouted the 2 extra stables, so he might not be sure that it's 3 stables yet. He's just going to rely on maybe guessing that or feeling it. But Vinch, I think, did a good job of bringing those scouts around the north side of the map, so TaToH wasn't actively scouting the front during that Castle Age transition.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what's coming his way. He only spots it right now, and obviously it's a little late. You know, the knights are already in your base. Oh, actually jumps a lot there to save himself. Knight on the top, I'm going to keep an eye on that guy. He kills 1 Vil so far. TaToH's not reacting. Of course he can't react because there's so much going on elsewhere here. And so that knight from Vinchester, really smart play. We'll get 2 villagers potentially and a spearman. Well done there. He set that up nicely. And now another TC from Vinchester as well. So not only does he have the pressure with the cavalry on both sides, he's also fully walled. He's also adding an economy. It's looking great for him right now.
Yeah, and you know, one thing about those towers on those ponds is with the relics there, it also gives you a spot to garrison monks, and I wonder if that'll come into play if the knights start to push forward onto those ponds.
Yeah, true. Garrisoning monks is one of the best things you can ever do in this game. You just get a conversion, garrison. It's the best feeling ever. Worst feeling for your opponent, of course. Good bait from TaToH. Back into the spears. Ooh, kills a knight, in fact. Nice. That's what he needs. He's also getting light calf to try to snipe some of the monks from Vinchester. Relics are important. I mean, maybe TaToH can get 6 relics from the top. Maybe that's the benefit of trying to fight for both lakes, and Vinchester might give those up, actually. Could definitely be.
Oh, yeah, he definitely could.
Yeah.
It feels like Vinch isn't paying attention there. You know, maybe a situation where Vinch might want to leave just 1 light cav patrolling those relics to make sure TaToH doesn't sneak them in.
Yep. Or at least you'll kill a couple monks as he tries to go for them so that you get some value. I think it's definitely worth it. Don't know if that's on Vinchester's mind, as there's so much going on, though, for this game. Second monastery from TaToH, 1 on the left, and now 1 on the right. But we're seeing Lightcav kind of terrorize the map right now. Sniping Vils, sniping monks. It's very hard to keep track of those Lightcav, especially when they're all over your base here.
Yeah, and also TaToH had so many mills in the middle, he didn't have room to place the monastery next to the tower. Like, in contrast to Hera's base, where that monastery and the tower are right next to each other, I think that just makes it a bit more difficult for TaToH to keep the monks garrisoned.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. Conversion comes through. Oh, that monk had sanctity and he still didn't get a conversion. That's rough. Phil's dying. This game just feels over, honestly. Like, TaToH's now on pikeman, just trying to hold on. But the base is just crumbling now. Monks went down. Villagers are dying everywhere.
It feels like Vinch has done exactly what he wants to do in this Franks versus Huns matchup. You're going to avoid that late feudal bloodlines fight and pressure with the knights before Huns can get the cav archers out, and the timing has just worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah, I agree. It's that third stable that just put in the work. It completed the strategy and it just solved the matchup for him. And I have to say, TaToH had zero luck with the monks this set, or this game at least. And it's unfortunate to see. Sometimes you rely on that, that monk RNG to get you back in, but he got no favors this time around. It is what it is.
Oh, chat's asking if TaToH knows who wins between knights and pikemen.
Oh yeah, he's not. It's not Lily. He's well versed on that one. But he keeps making pikes versus knights. I'm not sure. He's got to watch some of my videos, I think. I mean, to be fair, like we're seeing the exact display here. Like the pikes, like okay, they get the knight on 1 HP. Vinch wasn't even watching. Knight goes back, heals up with the monk, and then that's it. The pikes are just stuck now. They can't do anything. It's that home. It's really one of the unique situations in AoE 2 where like the counter unit just doesn't do a good job at countering what it's supposed to counter. Also, Vinchester tried to grab the relics on top. TaToH spotted them, but those relics are going to be hard for TaToH to take up.
And Vinch just now going to TC those shorefish at the top. Could be pretty interesting now just to take the shorefish later on and avoid needing some farms, but I guess maybe the main point is that being on only one pond has resulted in a 16-0 eco KD for Vinch. Hasn't even lost a Vill until maybe one gets converted here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a combination of one pawn play plus the walls made it so safe for him. And yeah, he's going to ruin that KD now, lose some Vills most likely. But I think it's done wonders for him so far here. Good TC decision on the shorefish as well. So he's still taking advantage of the shorefish just a little later, which is fair enough.
And TaToH doesn't even get there in time to deny it and only picks off one Vill.
Yeah, not what you want to see. We expected, I mean, maybe TaToH expected more there. Vinchester now 20 Vills up. Both players on 3 TC. It's kind of stabilized, but it's stabilized at a terrible position for TaToH. That's kind of how I think about this game right now.
He's stabilized down 20 Vills.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he should go for a 4th TC to try to claw back with Vill count. He's instead going for cav archers though. Now we see Vinchester going for a castle, which not only secures the shorefish, also secures some of the gold that's nearby as well, which is a very, very key objective of this map.
And also nicely positioned on top of that hill too.
I love that, yeah. It's the only hill on the map, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. The 4 hills, only hills on the map, so you might as well get castles on all of them if you can.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. So I guess take that into account if you're microing your archers.
Yeah.
Right, like if you're ever in an archer situation, you're not really going to have other hills to run to. It's going to be only those 4 that you have to camp.
Yep, exactly. More pikemen for TaToH trying to make something happen. He's on 4 ranged cav archers, so I mean, you can't say he's not trying something. They don't even have fletching, but he's on 4 ranges making them. Another castle forward for Vinchester, and you know what? That castle goes up, and then all of a sudden, TaToH loses the monastery and loses 2 relics.
Yeah, and that castle will go up. A few monks coming out for Vinch too, but monks will still be really good against the cav archers until cav archers get botkin.
Yeah, cav archers are very weak without upgrades here. The score says that the game is like somewhat close. Like Vinch has a lead, but it doesn't look that bad, I guess. I mean, now it's 1,000. I guess that's pretty bad. But I think the situation on the game is terrible for TaToH right now. I don't really see how he has a win condition. He's lost way too much.
Yeah, now with both of those castles, he doesn't really have a good avenue for launching a counterattack.
Yep.
Vinch has secured this area with those golds, with that wood line. And now that TaToH finally has the cav archers, I don't see a way for him to do damage with them.
There was a chance, I think, if TaToH went for like a 4th and 5th town center, where if Vinchester just went for those defensive castles or something, maybe TaToH could have used that time to catch up in Vills. But that's very like hindsight oriented because maybe without the cav archers, Vinch could go forward with the castles. So I mean, it's something to think about. I think maybe TaToH needed more town centers. The 3 just isn't enough. He's always going to be 20 vills down, and it's no chance to come back pretty much.
Yeah, and sometimes if you have such a big vill lead, the score doesn't reflect that right away. It can take a bit of time for that eco advantage to pay off, but I think it should start to pay off pretty soon for Vinch.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, people ask me all the time, how do you read the score? And the simple answer is military gives you more score early. Economy gives you a lot more score over time. So that's kind of how you got to think about it here. So Vinchester gets the win here, and his score would continue to rise up very, very quickly as the game goes on and the vills really pay off. GG, well played to Vinchester, goes up 5-4. He is ending today at least tied. It's either he's going to end the day 6-4 or he's going to end the day 5-5. But we played 10 games on day 1. So we've got one more game for you guys, the chat, to enjoy today. For us as well to enjoy. Saracens and Berbers. So I completely did not guess the Saracens. Did guess the Berbers, though, from Vinchester here. And we're going to be hopping in, guys. The last game of day 1. Ladies and gents, let's get some hype in the chat for our TaToH and Vinchester. Going at it neck and neck so far, 5-4. Will TaToH even the score before the end of day 1? Or will Vinchester get a significant lead going into day 2, leading by 2? After the end of this game, we're going to find out. It's going to be Berbers for Vinchester in the yellow. And we have TaToH in red as the Saracens. And this is his kind of comfort civ when you think of TaToH usually. His trademark civ.
Yeah, this is the TaToH civ right here. He always gets creative with how to use the Saracens market. And, well, maybe Gold Rush is a map that gives him lots of creativity with it. The only drawback is you don't have as much gold in your home base to play around with.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to get the center gold, but then once you get that, you got a ton of gold, and you can just buy and sell as you please. Probably one of the strongest aggressive civilizations on this map. That being said, though, Berbers no slouch either. If they get to castle, it's cheaper knights, cheaper light cav, cheaper camels, and it doesn't really get much better than that, really. Going ahead and taking a look at the center, guys, the Gold Rush here, it's not so much about the middle only. There's a small ring, a hill all around. You got gold, of course, to be taken, kind of spread out a little bit more. But the center is still obviously nice to have. It's the highest elevation on the map. Some wolves spread out just to disincentivize forward vills and feudal. But those wolves can be used in some interesting ways with militia, as we might see.
Yeah, militia or even spearmen in early feudal, you drag those wolves forward and just try to leave them in your opponent's wood line.
Yep.
We'll see if players go for that.
And so far, it's just Vinchester pushing in some deer. And, I mean, we see TaToH just kind of playing it more or less standard as well. Going for a back mill. Very fast uptime for Vinchester, though. 18 pop with the Berbers. Interesting. You see 19 pop,
Oh, feels like
20 pop with Saracens.
feels like something's kind of standard if you want to go for scouts, right?
Yeah, but it's a bit tight as Berbers. Like, your economy, like, you don't get that much early game economy with Berbers. I feel like it could be a little tight. But I guess nowadays it's more or less standard.
And also, this is an elephant map, so you will have a bit of extra food from them.
That is true. That is true. That's usually what enables the 19 pop and the 18 pop scout plays. The elephants really help out there. Vinchester's missing 2 sheep. He's gonna go ahead and pick those guys up. And looks like TaToH's actually just gonna go for some early game walls. So, what's the best against an early scout rush? Walls. They keep them out. They keep your vills safe, and you don't even have to make too many spears if you get the walls down. I think it's a great decision. He should full wall if possible. And he's doing a good job at mapping out where to wall. Looking very solid for him.
Yeah, I feel like in the past, Gold Rush was probably a bit more closed, and sometimes you'd see it be played as a fast castle map. But this one feels more open than older versions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can still wall up, but it's not going to be like that Drush fast castle that we might have seen on older versions. We're going to see the stable now from Vinchester. Going to be opening with some scouts. Picked up Horse Scholar and double bit axe. This is a super tight build. I mean, Horse Scholar and an 18 pop scout rush is kind of wild to me. Let's see if that actually ends up paying off here. Gonna be hard to manage that all.
And Vinch being annoying, not letting TaToH get the stable down where he wanted to, just running over the foundation with his scout for a bit.
It's gonna be stable from TaToH as well, which is interesting because you'd expect if he's fully walled to just go for archers if he wants to. Like playing with a stable might run into the perfect situation where Berbers can go camels in Castle Age. And the cheaper camels in Castle Age will usually do better than the Saracen camels with an extra 10 HP.
Yeah, I agree with that. Usually when I see camel civs, it's Byzantines and Berbers getting the discount who
Yeah.
tend to win in the Castle Age over any type of bonus that the camel has.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is that the camel gets most of its benefit from its attack speed and its bonus damage. So the more camels you have, the more bonus damage you get. It's not so much about like you want to have more HP or do you want to like hit harder. It's just you want to hit a lot and hit fast and hit with a lot of units. That's much better than any other bonus you can have. We now see a stable and full walls from Vinchester, which is a typical approach on this map. Remember, we want to fight for the gold in the center, and the best way to do that is to get the castle age as fast as possible. And that's what both players have in mind at the moment here.
Yeah, Vinch will just have one more section to the north of that wood line to wall off, and then he'll be completely safe. And looks like it'll be both players just doing a small number of scouts and heading straight up to castle afterwards.
Absolutely. Both players did pick up horse collars, and nothing crazy to see there. I would like to see TaToH send more vills onto the berries, though. I don't like having 2 on berries. I think you want to send like 5 or 6 on berries, just to take advantage completely of those guys.
And we'll see if he has an interesting strategy with the Saracens in that market he's building. Right now, he's trying to send a spear to the middle.
Yeah, 5 scouts from Vinchester. He kind of made quite a bit of those. Usually when it's a full wall game, you kind of stop around 3, like how TaToH did it. The 5 scouts is quite interesting. Does provide him with more map control early on, but could potentially delay his castle age time a little bit as well.
Yeah, and TaToH does have to be careful with that spear because, of course, wolves don't attack scouts, but they will attack the spears.
Yep. Now we see stone being picked up from Saracens. No way are we going Mamelukes. I literally just don't believe it. That has to be to sell it, right?
Yeah, that has to be to sell it because, of course, Mamelukes, they're a great unique unit in some situations, but other than Teutonic Knights, one of the units they hate fighting is camels because they get most of their attack from bonus damage against cavalry, but that doesn't really apply to the camel line.
Yeah. It's gonna be to sell it, and he does indeed sell the stone here. That's good. It kind of restores my faith in this game. I thought the Mamelukes would be a little crazy, but the reason why TaToH's doing this, in all seriousness, is that he actually gets a really good rate at selling stone with the Saracen market. So he's mining stone instead of going for the gold, and that is quite an interesting way of doing it here. Then uses that extra gold to buy some food, makes his way to Castle Age slightly faster than his opponent in Vinchester.
And he did add in a second spearman, so could this be maybe an attempt to get a castle or a TC to the middle really early? Just I'm thinking that second spear would be to fend off the scouts and try to make a path for his villagers.
I think a town center on that gold in the center could be great. Going for a castle seems a bit ambitious, but I think a second town center in the center looks really good. Castle Age is in for TaToH now as well. 3 scouts on the field. Kind of getting chased away for the time being, but otherwise looking fairly solid. And looks like Castle Age only 30 seconds later for Vinchester. TaToH picks up stone mining upgrade as he's mining stone. Vinchester goes for gold mining upgrade. Makes sense. And now a second stable for Vinchester. So he's going to be able to go for some heavy knight, camel, and maybe even light calf play in Castle Age, which is something we expected 100% from the Berbers. Yeah,
exactly. And we also see Vinch was doing a pretty good job in the middle to take a fight near the wolves and try to get 1 or 2 of them aggroed onto TaToH's spears. Always something you pay attention to, those wolf positions in these scout wars now on this map.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. And he's doing, in general, a good job of picking up the spears Although that being said, TaToH gets away with 1 HP on that one spear. But overall, good job from Vinchester, kind of staying safe with the 5 scouts. And going on to Castle Age here, I almost don't believe that TaToH wants to play just standard camels against Berbers. There must be something else I'm missing. Unless he just goes for like a big boom with like 4 town centers here. That would make sense since he's mining a lot of stone. It's still a really interesting game though.
Yeah, when I see TaToH play this game in the past, or play this map in the past, usually I've seen him go Byzantines and try to go for more of a faster imp art approach. I wonder if he could do something similar with the Saracens, like go for a quick 3 TC boom, and then try to control the middle with arbs. It's harder here with how spread out all of the gold in the middle is, though.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, he's going to start with the 3 TC boom, going for bow saw and heavy plow. But I don't really believe he wants to play towards arbalest because he doesn't have a range. He's investing into the cavalry. It's going to be hard to like go 180 and just end up on arbalest here after the boom. So it's possible he has that option in mind at some point, but it makes more sense to just go for the boom and then transition into something maybe like heavy camo monk or something like that. Even against the Berbers, once you get the Imperial Age, the extra HP from the Saracen unique tech could equalize things.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think he needs to delay until later in Imp for his camels to have a chance in the fights.
Yeah.
If you're just going Castle Age camels against the Berbers, you're going to be outnumbered.
Yeah, 100%. Ends up just going light cav here. We're going to see a pretty slow-paced early game or early Castle Age here. That being said, I mean, Vinchester is going 2 stable knights, adding in some economy. Now, if TaToH goes 3 TC boom plus bowsaw heavy plow, shouldn't Vinchester be kind of forced to go forward with a siege workshop to pressure that?
Unless he thinks his Civ has a late game advantage, then maybe he's not so forced to go forward like that. He might be content just to boom a bit and then try to take it late.
Yeah.
So I think this is an interesting matchup here, and I'm really not sure what Civ will be favored in the Gold Rush situation. Both of these Civs can be played kind of similarly, I think, with the Camel plus the Hussar line.
Yep. And really, whoever gets the middle control is the guy who gets to make the most camels, and that's going to be a really big advantage because none of these civilizations have halberdier, so a cheap way to deal with camels doesn't really exist. You need a gold unit to deal with camels, and that's only possible if you got the middle control. So it's going to be very camel-based, maybe very monk-based, and the middle control is going to be absolutely crucial for either of those units.
And TaToH using a few monks to keep the knights away from his walls. Those monks were chasing that camel for a long time.
3rd TC now dropping. Vinchester 10 vills behind, man. TaToH's approach seems somewhat better here. Like, just overall, just going for the 3 TC right away was just really solid. Oh, but that being said,
Vinchester's in.
Yeah, he's in with light cav. Might get a vill here.
TaToH deleted that wall for the TC, but didn't re-wall it.
Yeah, that's annoying, but I'm sure TaToH will just be able to deal with this eventually here. If anything, Vinchester might lose those 3 light cav eventually to the camels. So this is not black and white good for Vinchester, bad for TaToH. It's just annoying, but... second vill goes down. Bit of a trade-off.
See if you can get a vill or a monk.
Oh my god. Okay, that's worth it for Vinchester. Okay, he killed 2 monks, 2 vills, and he's still running around. TaToH just does not like the situation here.
Oh, yeah, especially the monks. That's just so painful to lose those units because they train slowly, they cost a ton of gold, and it weakens TaToH's position now against those knights.
Yep, and even just from a raw resource value, the 68 food Berber light cav, or how much it is, it's trading against 100 gold monk, so definitely very good value there. More camels coming on the field for the Saracen player here. I wonder if he's got bloodlines. He does not. 110 HP on these camels. Now we see a market being dropped in. So Vinchester, I don't know what his plan is, but the market will help maybe buy a castle in the center if he wants it. Could also just help him balance his economy. He's adding more stables, so he clearly wants to play with more army here.
I mean, he does have the option of going for maybe a late Castle Age push if he adds more camels, but then the Berber player can just try to match that with camels of their own.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm wondering what's better. Is it like the Berber camel or Saracens with a slightly better economy? The extra 10 HP helps, but I can't help but feel like the Berber camel would just always be better on that discount. Castle from TaToH. It's forward, but it's not quite crazy in the center. Vinchester goes for a town center in the center to control that hill. I like TaToH's approach here.
Exactly in the center.
Yeah, yeah. Right in the middle there. Kind of nice as well. It's going to keep control of that gold pile. I like the approach from TaToH though. He gets a castle here. He's going to be able to take some of that gold. And in general, on 4 stables here, he's got a good amount of economy, a good amount of military as well. It's a good balance of everything that he needs. And then once the castle goes up, you can transition into Imperial Age if you want to here.
Yeah, it looks like he might lose a couple more monks, though. Good job by Vinch to have a few light cav in, along with all of those camels.
Ooh, it's looking good. Ooh. Did not expect TaToH to win so hard. Big fight for TaToH. I was going to say, it's looking good. It's looking solid for TaToH, but that was a lot better of a fight than I expected here. No,
Yeah, it felt like he had maybe done a better job of taking the hill in that fight.
Yeah, potentially. And I think he kind of baited away some of the other units as well. Solid. Game continues though. 4th TC is in for Vinchester. And I'm sure he can get more camels on the field. Handcart now coming in. No wheelbarrow for TaToH, sorry. And that's kind of been a recurring theme in all of the games that we've seen played. Wheelbarrow comes in a little too late. But still nothing crazy. Still picking it up now. It's not the end of the world.
Always that classic Age of Empires question. When do you research wheelbarrow?
I think people know at this point. It's around 18 farms, but when you're in game, you never really know when you're at 18 farms. You're always just randomly going about things. Oh, Vinchester wants to play for Imp. I kind of like that. He also changes the way his castle's placed so that he can have the trebs on the hill. And then using the trebs on the hill, he's going to treb down TaToH's castle. I like the fast play.
Is the middle hill higher than the outside hill? I think it is.
I think it's 1 tile higher, if I had to guess. Chat, what do you think? Which hill is higher, the outside or the middle? I think the middle is higher, if I had to guess. Which would also make sense, based on the map.
Yeah, and we give him a pretty nice hill bonus there. And what it also would do is force TaToH to come even farther down his hill to be in range if TaToH makes his own trebs.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So that castle in the center is going to be really hard to take out. Another engagement, camel on camel. Berber versus Saracens. And Saracens proven to be stronger so far, man.
Yeah, that HP is really paying off. Even just 10 HP is making a pretty good difference, along with some good hill bonuses in the fights.
Yep. And all those camels go down to like really low. Like, hold on, I found one. One of those camels, he would have died if it wasn't a Saracen camel. There it is. 9 HP. He would have been dead.
9 HP.
Yeah, that guy would have been gone.
The perfect number.
Yeah. And we just heal that guy up and he's back to full. Saracen bonus coming in clutch. And PLH comes in around the same time for both players. The only difference here, Vinchester, slightly weaker economy. But he's got the hill to make up for it with a castle there. Potentially a second castle on the way as he's still mining some stone. So Saracens, TaToH, he's got the outsides. He still has gold access, but it's going to be harder to push down the center. That being said, he does have an eco lead to help him do so.
Yeah, and he's moving out to another stone. One thing to keep in mind for the Saracens is if you're selling all of that stone, then it's going to be harder to get your castle numbers up because you won't have as much stone to invest into them. And, well, if Finch can get a second castle, that'll be more treb production for him, and he's almost there, still a minute away from Imp.
Yep. Some stone walls coming through for Vinchester. Trying to secure some of the sides of the map. I actually like that because he's going to force the fights into the center. He also took some time to pick up some relics, which will help in getting into more gold. Yeah, Vinchester's funneling all the fights towards that middle castle. I think he's playing a very strategic, very smart game. Zealotry coming in for TaToH, giving his camels another 20 HP.
And Vince trying to take that northern stone. Looks like TaToH might scout him with the camels, or ooh, no, he won't. Doesn't actually know the stone's there. And that's big for Vince if he can take that stone in peace and eventually get up another castle from it.
Yeah, yeah. Stone shaft mining as well coming in. And yeah, the cool thing about extra stone on this map is like, yeah, in the middle there's a lot of gold, but gold's not stone. It's, stone is still really expensive to buy at the market. So if you can get extra stone from the sides, that really helps in securing some castles in the middle and allows you to take that gold long term. Doesn't kind of waste your initial gold on just buying out some stone.
Yeah, and difference in approach here for the Treb fights. TaToH going straight for the Treb, Vinch instead going for conscription to start.
I prefer that because I don't think he wants to Treb right away. He wants to make sure he's got enough camels first, and then he will go for the Trebs eventually. TaToH only on one castle, so I think he feels a bit more forced to just bring out the Trebs right away. And now we could see just a double Treb production whenever Vinch wants it. But Vinch isn't hard-pressed to bring out the Trebs. He can just kind of hang on his hill for a while. Yeah. It's kind of TaToH that has to push up if he wants to here.
And there's Heavy Camel. Now that's 170 HP. Now the Saracen Camels are going to be much better than these Berber ones.
Yep.
And Vinch is going to need to keep his numbers really high in order to take fights.
Bit of a camel raid on the right side. But I think TaToH's just chasing him here. And that could be some lost camels for Vinchester. So despite the raids being nice, I think the camel numbers are super important to keep very high. 140 HP for Berbers, 170 HP for the Saracen Camel. Blast Furnace coming in for both players, prioritized over the armor, because armor only gives +1 melee armor, whereas Blast Furnace got an extra 2 attack. So it's much better to get Blast Furnace first and melee versus melee.
Yeah, and now it is 3 Trebs for TaToH. I feel like he still needs at least a 4th before he can really pressure those uphill castles. Vinch maybe could bring a couple more vills to repair if he needed to. TaToH should be fine against only 1 Treb for now. And I don't see more Trebs on the way for Vinch.
Yeah, and the sad thing for Vinchester here, though, he's got the cheaper camels, but TaToH has 60 military compared to the 40 of Vinchester. The cheaper camels are insane if you don't have them on the field here. So TaToH put everything into the military. He's got the monks and camels. Taking one big fight underneath both castles of Vinchester. Decides he's biting off more than he can chew.
Too.
Uphill as well. That's a little too far forward. But he does have more military in general here.
And I don't think that was a good fight for TaToH. I think he could have just stayed by the Trebs and taken the castle out.
Yep.
I feel like his numbers dropped more than they had to. Now he's down to under 40.
But then again, Vinchester just kind of repaid the favor with taking a really bad fight there as well. So both players taking some suboptimal trades to start things off. Of course, there's a lot going on. Another castle being scrambled down for Vinchester. He didn't prioritize Trebs, and maybe now he's paying the price. He can't fight the Treb war if you've got no Trebs.
And that valley just filled with the corpses of those camels while the Trebs shoot over it.
Yeah. Literally.
And this is feeling good for TaToH here. He still has the numbers advantage, and as long as he has the numbers advantage, he will have the much better unit.
Oh, he wants to take it. You can tell. He smells the blood right now, but I think TaToH just really doesn't want to mess up and take one fight that he'll regret. So he's biding his time. He's running in the camels back into the monks, kind of forcing Vinchester to take some weaker trades, and maybe now TaToH pulls the trigger. Is it going to be enough? It's really, really close here. Just has to go back. Just can't commit here.
He does, and both players still missing that final armor upgrade. This is a better fight for TaToH near his castle and at the bottom of that hill, even doing fletching for the castle.
Yeah, fletching's going to help out quite a lot. Oh, but the score is actually switching. Vinchester's taking some good fights here. Vinchester got a 20-fill lead in the last few minutes as well. So not only are these fights kind of neck and neck, Vinchester's economy is developing. Much more gold coming through as well. I don't think TaToH has a single gold mining upgrade, whereas Vinch has double gold mining upgrade. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and now that the castle is even farther back for Vinch, TaToH doesn't have the same ability to push it like he had before. he's just going to have to mine those golds and hope that he can maybe get to 200 pop as quickly as he can with those camels before taking another fight.
Yep. A lot of TaToH's camels are weak. Same can be said for Vinchester, but TaToH can definitely benefit from healing up his camels, keeping them at the full HP that he wants them to be at. Fletching in the castle will help, but Vinchester's getting a little frisky with his camels here, diving the Trebs. Doesn't even care here.
Oh, that castle, though, at the top of the hill, he deletes it.
Oh,
that's not
okay.
the spot to build a castle under 4 Trebs.
That was risky, man. If he lost the castle, it's 650 stone down the drain. But Vinchester's taking some good fights now. He's getting on top of the hill. Wow, yeah, the score is
He's able to keep the camel numbers up.
Yeah, that's the secret. Just constantly spamming the camels. TaToH took 1 or 2 really bad engagements that completely cost them the middle here. And that castle now, there's no more Trebs, and TaToH calls
the GG.
The GG. Vinchester ends today.
He lost those Trebs.
6-4. Yeah, he lost the Trebs. He took some really bad engagements, ended up kind of scrambling through, but never managed to defend them. GG, well played there to Vinchester. He ends the day 6-4. He's leading the best of 21 here. But of course, guys, tomorrow day 2, this is going to be game 11. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the best of 21 Champions Invitational here. We got Vinchester in the yellow playing as Slavs. We got TaToH in the red as the Burgundians. And we're just here with TaToH as well, and we're talking about what civs they can go for on a map like Valley. I'll introduce the map here. There's a little bit of shorefish and a lot of deer in the center. But as you can see, it's very exposed, and it's between both players. So although it's a good food source, it is extremely risky to go ahead and grab that. We'll see if players decide to go for it, but in this case, Vinchester picks up his bottom tier civ with the Slavs, and we were talking about where he's going to abuse them. He decides to go for them here, and what do you think about that, actually?
Well, this is TaToH's home map, so it feels like Vinch is saying, you know, if TaToH picks a good civ here, I might not be feeling that confident on it anyway, so he's going to use the Slavs. And feels like Slavs against Burgundians is a hard matchup, and this might just be a way to get the civ out of the way rather than trying to be really competitive specifically on this map.
Yeah, I like how you put that. It's like, if you're going to have a tough time anyways, you might as well pick one of your weaker civs and just, you know, get rid of that civ, get rid of one of your opponent's stronger civs, and then even if you lose, it's not the worst thing ever.
Vamos TaToH.
And we just have a $100 tip from Anonymous saying, Vamos TaToH. Okay, someone's cheering for TaToH very, very strongly here. Thank you so much for that contribution to the prize pool, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, and you know, the Burgundians here, it's kind of a very classic arena civ. We don't really see it too often on open land maps, but on Valley, you tend to be able to wall a little bit easier than on something like Arabia. And as you can see, TaToH already kind of walling up a little with that house and palisade. Probably wants to play a slower game that tends to suit the Burgundians very nicely.
Yeah, and I wonder how he's thinking of controlling the middle, other than if he's just going to push a bunch of deer towards his TC. Because usually with the Burgundians, if you are going slower, you might be giving up a bit of that map control.
True.
So
yeah.
I'm not sure if he... Sometimes you'll see players try to control the middle, build a mill there, take the deer, maybe take the shorefish. But then again, that's more if you have a civ with a bonus for taking the hunt, such as the Mongols with Burgundians. Feels like he has more of an option that he doesn't need to be that aggressive. Maybe he can stay at home, but then isn't really using the map as much.
Yeah, that's really good. And, you know, on that same note, TaToH did have the option of having the Mongols for this game. He chose not to do it, so he kind of chose to play a more passive game rather than aggressive, take the hunt in the center kind of game. And you know what? It does seem like Vinchester is doing something similar as well, just walling up and not really too concerned about the middle hunt. But TaToH has been luring quite a bit of deer himself, so he's taking advantage of it, same with Vinchester, but none of them really committing to the middle. And that's definitely an interesting approach from both of them.
Yeah, it feels like just a lot of walling, but maybe a bit easier for TaToH to wall up. I think Vinch has to go for some larger walls. TaToH's wood lines, kind of that one long one spawned in front of his base where he only needed like 2 or 3 tiles of walls on both sides of it, and he's mostly walled at this point.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect, yeah. Sets them up really nice. Goes to the barracks anyways. And so typically what we're going to see from Burgundians is, even if you want a passive game, in today's meta, no one really goes fast castle. It's a very risky strategy because then you kind of give too much of the map for your opponent for too long. Your opponent has like 5-6 minutes where they can do whatever they want. Sometimes they tower rush you and break in. And so what we see is they go for fast feudal age. and then they make some military, but then just go straight to castle as fast as possible. And this works great with the Burgundians because they get to pick up the bow saw, maybe heavy plow if he wants it as well in the feudal age. So he's gonna have a great economy if he just plays a bit more defensively than than usual.
Yeah, and Vinch will get up and have that scout advantage. TaToH was pretty far forward, and Vinch will have a few seconds to get some HP off of TaToH's scout.
Yep, definitely matters. That adds up. TaToH's not gonna lose his scout, but that could definitely play a role in this early game. Now see a stable from both players here. Makes a lot of sense. Now, you could argue that one of them should just go for a range, because since the map is going to be pretty closed, it's kind of obvious both players went for full walls at this point. They've both scouted each other. So maybe someone should have went for a range to try to break in with archers, but both of these civs don't have the greatest archery range, and both of them just want to play towards light cav in the mid game to try to control some of the relics. So even though the stable won't really get damage in feudal age or in the early game, it scales really well into the mid game, and that's important for both these players.
Yeah, and both these civs also have pretty good monks. So if you are making a few of them to go for those relics, you will have them out on the field in case the player makes a heavier switch into knights. And, well, both these civs are pretty good cav civs, with Burgundians able to go cavaliers and Slavs. Well, a good food eco for powering the stable, and maybe a potential for Boyar's late game if it gets to a cav war.
Yeah, and Boyars are absolutely sick in cav wars. But here's the thing. Whenever it gets into a cav war, usually that translates into a halberdier war. And, well, in that regard, Slavs also have really strong halberdiers with the Drushin attack, giving them splash damage, similar to the Cataphract from the Byzantines. One thing to note as well, while we're still developing the early game as Vinchester hits some walls, is that hand cannons are on the cards for Burgundians, not for Slavs. And hand cannons can be great at countering infantry, halberdiers, etc. Slavs have to rely a bit more on their siege to counter infantry if they are running into halbs. And to counter hand cannons, they might have to rely on some siege as well here.
Yeah, and as good as that Slav siege is, they don't have that bombard cannon option like the Burgundians do.
True. And the bombard cannon, in a way, kind of neutralizes some of the siege that the Slavs can go for. So while you still can go for some siege, maybe onagers and heavy scorpions, it's not going to be. You're not going to get a free pass to just abuse the Burgundians with them, because they've got bomber cannons, they've got monks, so they have the tools necessary to deal with siege usually.
Yeah, so in this scout fight, it's TaToH who's adding in the spears. No infantry really added in yet for Vinch. And he's taking a few pokes from them, but does manage to pick off a scout.
What's interesting here is that Vinchester continues to add in more scouts. This is a bit unusual, because usually when someone's fully walled, you just decide, okay, let's go to Castle Age, there's not much to be done in Feudal Age. But he continues to add in scouts here, and he actually cleans up both of TaToH's spears. I wonder if he's going to try to go forward with towers and try to break in, or if he just wants to secure the map control with the scouts for now.
It'll definitely make it easier to pick up relics. He's a player, when I watched him in Masters of Arena, he always liked doing husbandry rather than light cav when he got up to the Castle Age.
Interesting.
And I guess that would be an option for him too, just to control the relics and try to grab them if this just kind of evolves into a very passive walling, booming, and collecting relics game.
Absolutely. And judging by the economies, guys, we got Bowsaw, Heavy Plow in for TaToH, and of course the Slav farms for Vinchester. It would be nice to take a look at their resources collected, actually. And we can see that TaToH has an extra 400 at the moment. So even though the Slavs have, the stronger farms, as you can see, the Bowsaw and the Heavy Plow are simply the better bonus as of now. So the Burgundian economy is stronger than the Slav economy, and there's really no debate as to that. At least until the late game, where Slav farms are still cooking and the Burgundians kind of run out of bonuses there.
Yeah, well, they do remember have a Burgundian vineyard, so they have pretty good farms themselves after that tech comes in.
Yeah, for a different reason, but still just as potent in the late game situations. A bit of a scout engagement here. Both players don't want to lose any scouts. They don't mind having them weak because they can heal them up. But as you can see, they're pulling with the low HP is great micro. That's some top tier micro from both players here. None of them really want to commit and lose scouts. They want to heal them up and fight for relics in the Castle Age. And it seems like both players are indeed committing to that Castle Age now.
And TaToH continuing to add in a few spearmen. Do you think there's a world where TaToH might want to go forward or try to get some type of pressure on in the Castle Age? As we said earlier, both these civs are pretty good monk civs
Yeah.
if you want to go for maybe controlling that hill at the front of Vinchester's base and
Mhm.
trying to push there by that main gold and that other golden stone. That could be an option for TaToH.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think if we're talking about a push, I think a monk push works great, but it seems like he's actually mining some stone. So maybe he can try to get control of, you know, the forward of Vinchester's base, like the hill and stuff like that, and then just drop a castle. And that could be a push in of itself. So maybe the spears are just setting up maybe a pikeman play into a forward castle drop, and I personally am a huge fan of that.
I'm really a fan of that because of how cheap the pikeman upgrade is now.
True.
And you can really get some early map control with them that if your opponent's going scouts into knights, they might not be able to. I mean, we all know about knights versus pikemen, but
Yeah.
the pikemen are a bit cheaper now.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? It's the kind of thing where if you get the pikeman out, but your opponent isn't heavily committed into knights, then the pikeman definitely do the trick, especially versus light cav, which it looks like that's what Vinchester wants to commit onto. He continues to add in scouts. He wants to go light cav, and pikemen are great against that unit, and you know, especially. Both players are actually neck and neck with idle TC, 14 seconds each. The 3-vill advantage from TaToH is simply because Vinchester researched Wheelbarrow, which takes exactly three villagers worth of time from the town center. Wheelbarrow is considered worth it for Vinchester around this time, though, so it ends up being pretty solid. And it looks like Vinchester wants to add town centers. That's his strategy, whereas TaToH, more interested in the push. And I honestly believe TaToH's approach here sounds better on paper.
Well, if he's mining stone and thinking of maybe getting the pikeman for that forward castle, I think that's a pretty good response if Vinch is just going for more of a passive TC play.
Yep. And one thing to note, they're so close together. This isn't a map like Arabia where the players tend to be like across the map. On Valley, sometimes you spawn them really close, and as you can see right now, there's only like one screen of distance between them. And if you walk forward for a forward castle, you're not walking too far with the villas, so it's actually not that risky. You get it down a lot quicker than you would on another map, and I think it's a great choice of strategy based on the current situation. TaToH's read the game beautifully here, and I'm excited to see if it works out for him.
Yeah, both players adding in that monastery, and they'll go for relics. TaToH having a second TC of his own in the back, so if he does go for this castle push, it won't be an all-in castle push. He will have a bit of an economy behind it.
Wait, now I'm thinking, what if he just does the castle at home? I've been stuck on the idea that he's going to go forward with it, but nothing really guarantees me that he's going to go forward. I'd imagine that's what he wants to do, but I'm not sure about that. What do you think? Like, is it forward or is it defensive here?
I mean, it is a tournament, so he might not be as YOLO forward as we might like. And he's just going to go on that gold near the front of his base. And he could just use it for making his unique unit, because the Custier is quite a powerful unique unit as he adds in another TC too.
Absolutely, yeah. Not a bad choice either. I was kind of caught up in the idea of going forward. I saw the whole map and I thought, you know what, this could be a really good timing. But TaToH doesn't see the whole map. He doesn't know what Vinchester has in store for him. And so he decides to play it safe, goes for a castle at home, and still has 3 town centers behind us. So Custier going to be on the field here. A unit with a charge attack. It's very, very mobile, very powerful. And I think it's going to be more and more relic fights now for both players here, as Vinchester moves out for one of the relics in the center here.
Yeah, I don't know where that monk for TaToH is going. Maybe he's trying to hide with the light cav, or maybe the monk took some weird pathfinding.
And I think he was trying to hide from the light cav, and I think it was a great play. It actually worked out well, because Vinchester was looking for him and kind of gave up the search. And yeah, just sneaks him in through the back door there. Gotta love to see it. Vinchester also grabs the relic himself. Vinchester does find himself with a 10 villager lead. And the reason for this 10 villager lead is simply because since TaToH went for the castle, he delayed his town centers. And that just gave Vinchester the lead. But now it gives TaToH the opportunity to make a very powerful unit. So that's kind of the trade-off here between going for the castle and going for the economy. Vinchester adds a 4th town center, looking to completely boom it up here. And I think TaToH's looking to pack on the aggression now that he's got a few Custodias on the field. Gotta be careful not to get converted, though.
Yeah, and with that 4th TC, sometimes with the Slavs, I feel like they're a civ that they can have a very good play by staying in the castle age for a long time and not necessarily going for as fast of an imp, just because they kind of get stuck if they're going for a heavy cav play, not having that paladin upgrade.
Yep. And they also need a lot of resources to afford what they have in imp as well. Like Joshina Halbs, Cavalier, Boyars, all of those are like rather expensive options, so you're not usually in a rush to go to Imp and try to afford them. Staying in Castle Age just to bank up more resources and kind of up your Vil count. Definitely something that, you know, would be an option for Vinchester. And we see him adding the second stable, so he's looking to spend at least a little bit more time in the Castle Age. Kind of take advantage of some of that slab farming.
And you know, the weird thing about this map, not only are the players close to each other, but none of the extra resources spawned on the right side of the map. There's one relic there, but other than that, the players are going to be mostly just kind of in the middle and on this left half of the map.
Yeah, a lot of the extra golden stones are kind of scattered kind of close to the players. The right side of the map is going to be mainly just for late game expansions. They will be fighting for that one relic. TaToH's trying to snag it. And there's one relic next to TaToH's base that TaToH doesn't actually see right now, so he's going to maybe try to spot it with one of his light cav. Of course, the relics are actually spawning in the middle, so TaToH's going to know that they're going to all be, you know, around here somewhere, and he's going to spot it eventually now.
Yeah, eventually he'll get Town Watch or Town Patrol and see that relic by his base, but kind of a weird location that it's one tile outside of his line of sight and he just misses it.
Oh, that's the other one. I was talking about the one on the left, but he was actually missing both. He's got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got one relic on top that he's not scouted as well. Wow, that's pretty unfortunate. But here it goes. Forget about the relics for now. TaToH's going to go for a forward castle. It wasn't the first one forward. It's going to be the second one. I'm not sure if I really like this play, though, because Vinchester's rather close to Imperial Age here. So if Vinchester can get a defensive castle and go Imp, maybe he can just win the Treb War instantly here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same early timing that he would have otherwise had, but he does have maybe a bit more map control now, so he feels safer in sending the Vils forward.
Yeah. He played a safer strategy, but a less powerful strategy. And Vinchester's cool as a cucumber. He's making a castle with one villager. Man, the confidence on this guy. Gonna send a few more on that now. Not too phased by the aggression, though. Oh! Lightcap converted. Over the wall. That's weird.
Oh, well, that'll give him a bit of scouting information, at least.
Yep. That sees a little bit more of what's going on. TaToH does see the castle going up, and we see an instant conversion on the Custodier there. And another one as well to land two Custodier with the conversions. And it looks like it's going to be a faster imp from Vinchester. Whereas TaToH's committing to the second armor upgrade, chain barding armor. Interesting.
So it looks like TaToH, if he's doing chain barding, might want to push. I mean, his resources are close to Imp 2,
Yeah.
but Vinch doesn't have much army here.
So the thing is, the reason I don't like the push from TaToH is that isn't Boyars just the perfect response to this? If he just masses some Boyars, keeps himself safe. He has taken some damage and a lot of idle time now, though, granted. But I think Boyars are the perfect unit in this situation.
He needs to get them out there. Right now, he only has one castle to produce them, and TaToH
True.
is just continuing to come forward.
Yeah, doing a good job now splitting up his Custodier. So you know what? This is actually looking like a pretty solid approach from TaToH. Vinchester maybe undercommitted a little bit. Maybe didn't quite realize how big of a threat it actually was. Does have some Boyars on the field now, but TaToH can just run away all day long, continue raiding. Custodiers are fantastic at sniping out some of those villagers. Of course, two monks forcing the delete of two Custodiers. So Vinchester's defense is still not too bad here.
And now that second castle's up and a few monks are out, feels like he might be able to defend this, but still, that's a big army in his base. And he's taking quite a bit of damage here. Even with the extra TC, now the Vil counts are still even.
True, yeah. And the Vil count's not even considering the amount of idle time that he's faced. His worker efficiency in the last minute dropped to 57%. And that's not a good look. That being said, he does have a minute and a half of faster Imperial Age time. So that could mean faster Trebs. That could mean he wins back the position. TaToH, in the meantime, with the map control, goes out and takes some extra stone. Also, another thing, TaToH is missing handcart with Burgundians. That is really bad, because you get a discount on handcart with Burgundians. You want to pick that up as soon as possible, usually.
Yeah, especially since it's the weird tech that it's actually much faster to research than Wheelbarrow is.
Yeah.
So you do want to get it in as quickly as you can.
Let's pick it up right now. I think that might be the only tech in the game that is actually like faster to research than its prior counterpart, which is very interesting.
And now we have the Trebs coming out for Vinchester, but he's in that awkward position where he doesn't really have any halbs, and the castles are so close to each other, it's kind of awkward to wall in the Trebs. And the Custier They might not want to take a straight up fight against the Boyars, but they might have an option to run in and try to snipe off Trebs.
And with that charge damage, they can kill the Trebs rather quickly and then just leave. Won't really take too many losses in that kind of hit and run. What's interesting is that TaToH's actually going for another forward castle. I can't help but feel like this is a mistake, because if one of your castles will get Treb down, you make another one forward, doesn't that also get Treb down? I feel like just making it on the hill a little further back to control that gold might have been better.
And not only better, but on a hill too, so it wouldn't be as vulnerable to the Trebs.
Yeah, you could hold that position a lot easier. Big engagement on the right side though here. Warriors on Custodia. How often do you see this one, chat? Look at that. 2 unique units going at it. Slavs versus Burgundians. I think the Custodia are outmassing them, but the Warriors are better 1-for-1.
Yeah, once those charge attacks come in the straight up fight, the Boyars will be better.
Yeah.
But the numbers still aren't there for Vinchester.
That one trap kind of working down the castle though. Boyars now elite on the way. 50 seconds on that one. And looks like TaToH's response is just to simply go for halberdiers. Now the interesting thing here is that Boyars, they are really strong into melee units, but they still take the full bonus damage from the halberdiers. So halberdiers are usually still a decent counter to the Boyars, even though other melee units don't really do as well. Now we're seeing chemistry, so maybe bomber cannon is going to be on the cards for TaToH as well. Whereas Vinchester is more or less just committed to the Boyars here.
Yeah, and the good thing for TaToH is he does have those cannons, so even if he loses the castles, he won't be stuck without a siege unit. Even if he doesn't have Trebs, he can still add in those bombard cannons, which will do some extra damage as the Burgundians.
Yeah. Oh, the extra damage is nice as well. You're able to 2-hit trebuchets with them, which is a nice little added bonus. Update on the relics. TaToH still didn't find the one up top. Just pick up Town Watch, man. You'll find it. But he does have another 3, so he's got 3-to-1 still, despite all that.
And even if he does find it, there's light cav there from Vinch still patrolling it.
Yeah, still keeping an eye on that relic. And actually, they got baited by some villagers as we speak, so they kind of got a little distracted. And now it's going to be halberdiers and elite Custodia from TaToH. Well, it doesn't have the elite upgrade yet, but he is still committing to them. But yeah, again, that castle he went forward, it got Treb down. That was the exact thing I was worried about, and it kind of happened. So I think that was definitely a mistake from TaToH. He should have known better with that castle, but in the heat of the moment, even the best of the best could make these mistakes here. Now the Boyars trying to make their way out, but the halberdiers are chasing them. Oh, that can't be a good fight here for Vinchester. There's no way.
Yeah, straight up against the halbs, that is painful for Vinchester.
Yeah, that does not sound right. Maybe he felt forced to take one there. He's now going for halbs of his own. He recognizes that's the only way to do it here. Halbs and Boyars versus halbs and Custodia. And the thing is, Burgundians will have the option to always add in hand cannoneer as well. Herbal medicine comes in now for Vinchester. We've seen a lot of that tech recently. I like it.
These players like to garrison that cav in those castles to heal.
Yeah.
Well, this will be the relic going down if that monastery is cannoned away for Vinch.
Would love to see a relic heist as well. Send that monk forward. Cannon on the Treb, going for it. Oh my god, the cannon gets sniped by the Treb.
It's always something you got to be careful about with those cannons. The Trebs do one-hit them.
Yeah.
You always got to micro them.
Also, apologies, I was actually wrong. The Burgundian cannons do not 2-hit Trebs. They actually survive on 2 HP, which is interesting.
With the hill bonus, I think they probably do 2-hit them. Yeah. I don't know if a normal cannon does.
Normal cannon does not, so I think that's kind of the specialty there. So the hill bonus with the cannons could be nice. No siege engineers for Burgundians, but siege engineer for Slavs. So that is kind of part of the matchup. We also did see Vinchester get Detonate. So he's able to make castles that are discounted on stone and instead replaced with wood cost. Could help him in the long term. Currently sitting on very little stone though. Now picks up his second unique tech, Jushina. So he's playing with double unique tech and elite unique units. So this is like the perfect Slav game if you like uniqueness. That being said, he needs to heal his Boyars. He picked up herbal medicine for a reason. Gotta garrison those guys. Still not going for it though.
Yeah, a lot of them are pretty low.
Yeah. I think he just forgot, man, honestly. There's no reason not to heal those guys. You got the tech. Now I'm thinking about maybe an engagement. Always very awkward to engage this though. Especially when TaToH has the hill. Jushina is
have the castle.
We'll have the castle as well, with chemistry as well. And Vinchester's just going all in for it here. Big engagement. It's hard to call. Hand cannons are there as well. Vinchester's taking the fights. The score keeps flipping, but Vinchester with the Dushina ends up taking a really good trade from what I can see, despite being uphill, despite the castle being there as well. The Boyars and the Halbs, they clean up absolutely everything. I did not expect that. The Slav composition is absolutely king here, it seems. The double melee units pushes all the way up the hill. He's prepared the 2 traps to reclaim it as well. Can Vinchester push back hard enough that he reclaims this game? This is absolutely insane.
It looks like he is. TaToH has a bunch of buildings there, but feels like he was maybe just a couple of moments off with getting his production running. And pound for pound, these Slav units will be better than the Burgundian ones.
100%. The Jushina is just such a big upgrade with the splash damage. And yeah, as you said, TaToH is like 30 seconds away from getting 10 hand cannons on the field. He had only a couple when Vinchester went for that push, so it was a perfectly timed push. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question. TaToH still has now 4 relics behind us. He picked up the one near his base. We need to snowball this if we're Vinchester, because we do not have the relic advantage. We need to win fast. We're hard pressed.
And there's still a lot of gold on the map, though, so that relic advantage won't really pay off, at least in the short run. It's going to be more of a long run thing for TaToH if he can hold for that long.
Yeah, and on that note, there's a gold and a stone right outside of Vinchester's base, and he's going to be desperate to take those. Well, he still has some in his base, but it's just looking ahead here. He will need a lot of that gold going forward, and TaToH needs to kind of recoup. I think you just cut the losses, retreat with everything, and just camp the relics if you're TaToH now. Those are Burgundian relics. 4 Burgundian relics. They trigger, trickle food and golden. So there's no reason to continue fighting for this area. Just go back, give all this up, and look to win the late game now.
Yeah, that, and he did do Burgundian vineyards too, so he will have a bit of a trickle of gold from those farms. So in the long run, he will have a lot more gold, but that needs to be in the long run, though. As for the moment, the population is still 200 to 170. TaToH isn't quite ready to take a good fight with his army yet.
Yeah. And as you see, Halbs on Halbs, the Jushina Halbs from the Slavs are just way stronger. And TaToH's yet again cut out of position. Why do you have the Trebs and the hand cannons out in the open? You don't need to be fighting. This is a crucial mistake from TaToH. Not only did he get cleaned up, but he's also in the wrong place with his army here. And Vinchester's now relentless, sending his trebuchets forward. This might just be the game. TaToH's down to 140 pop. Relics don't matter if you cannot stabilize here. And Vinchester might have pulled this one out of the bag completely here.
Yeah, and no cannons in the back from TaToH. If he had a couple of safe cannons that he managed to save and get inside of his walls, he could pick off those Trebs from here. But that castle's going to go down.
TaToH was also missing Blast Furnace on his Halb, so not only was he down Jushina, he was down the 2 attack from the Halberdiers. Vinchester was heavily out-attacking him here. And this would be such a big loss for TaToH here with his first row Civ. He picked Burgundians really early in the draft. But listen, he's still in it. He lost that castle, he's not out yet. 165 pop. He just needs to stabilize. The late game is always winnable if you've got the relics. You just got to stabilize. Kill the siege. Somehow find a way to not take too many Vil losses.
Look at this castle.
Oh, that's a brutal one.
Look at that castle from Vinch on that hill on 2 golds.
That is perfect.
That's absolutely perfect.
Bro, 99% of players make the castle on the front just to kind of get the space. Vinchester looks ahead and takes the hill on the right side with the gold. Beautiful play. It's going to be controlling 2 golds. And there's no way that castle's going to get stopped. And that's Vinchester taking advantage of the stone that he got a bit later on here. Vinchester also rotates his Trebs and his Halbs over to the right-hand side.
And TaToH now, he's been pushed enough that he doesn't even have 200 pop space. He's lost all those castles and now needs to realize that and add in more houses.
Yeah, and he's at 195 and stuck. And those 5 extra units are a really big deal, especially when you're forced to run around your base left and right. Halbs on Boyars, though, still nice. TaToH maybe still has some fight in him here. Oh, and TaToH went for a counterattack right down the center, trying to continue to deny the gold and the stone from Vinchester. I actually like that play because it's going to make it messy enough to where he could find himself a comeback. But the base is looking rough. 3 Trebs, and I see Hoardings and Bodkin arrows, so the castles will be extremely strong now for Vinchester as well.
And TaToH just trying to throw down TC so he has spots to garrison those vills, but it's hard when this push is there.
Congrats
He
on
finally
this
does have a
tournament,
cannon inside
Hera.
of his
This
walls,
is
though,
awesome
so
for
he's
you
able
and the
to dodge and
community.
try to take
Hope
out those
this is a
trebs.
huge success.
But he's
Keep
going
it
to
up,
need to find a
brother.
way to take out that castle, and Vinch is just going to use that to mine as much of that forward gold as he can while he has the opportunity.
The Treb sniped another bombard cannon, so now TaToH's down 2 bombard cannons to Trebs this game. It's just not looking good for him with that kind of RNG. That being said, he did clear out the Trebs. He is maybe slowly starting to stabilize, but Vinchester now has basically 80% of the map. Reclaiming the buildings on the front. The entire right side, I mean, TaToH has some vills, but it's all in Vinchester's name as he's going to send some Hussars to clean those guys up. And Vinchester is, yeah, just kind of completely dominating the space. TaToH still has the relics, and that's really his only win condition at this point.
Yeah, he needs to hope that it goes long enough that those relics pay off, and that he gets to a point where Vinch can't afford to keep adding in the Boyars.
Absolutely.
That's a unit he really has struggled to deal with and doesn't have a great answer to, because whenever the halves are mixed in for the Slavs, his own halves die to the Drazina.
Yeah, absolutely. Hand cannons are kiting away from the Boyars. They do okay against the Boyars, but we've never really gotten that 20-30 hand cannon mass. We always only had like a dozen of them, and that just proved to not be enough. TaToH is still picking up a few of those guys here, and actually managed to push that castle on the right, that castle on that hill, that monster castle, is going down here.
And that's the bombard cannon advantage there.
Not much you can do if there's bomber cannons behind walls and there's halbs nearby. Not a lot you can do to push that. And maybe is TaToH finding a way back into this one? He's 200 pop all of a sudden again. Even though he's got no castles and the map control's looking rough, he is still completely stable at this point in time.
Yeah, and now the Boyar number is starting to dwindle a bit. It's more halbs now, but halbs that'll be running into those hand cannoneers.
Yep. The halbs are solid if they can fight, but if they're dying before they even get into the battle, they're not going to be doing too much, rather squishy. And the score is actually going really close together now. TaToH might even be able to reclaim the score lead if he continues to take these favorable trades. Is Vinchester running out of options? He's the guy on 150 pop now. How is this game even real? The turn of the tide once again now in TaToH's favor.
Yeah, that swing, it felt like Vinch all of a sudden had the gold control with that castle on those 2 forward golds, but TaToH was able to hold out just long enough to get those cannons. And now that the gold is starting to run out, we see Vinch only 11 vills collecting gold right now.
Yeah.
He's not going to have any more Boyars. That was the one unit TaToH was struggling to deal with. The rest of the army composition, he has options for.
Yeah. The Hussar are not nearly as scary as the Boyars because the halbs really shred those guys up. And the hand cannons do very well against the Hussars. And I can't believe it, but TaToH is actually taking the score lead. He's reclaimed that middle hill. It was looking completely over for Vinchester as he pushed back TaToH earlier, and now TaToH reclaimed that same hill. He's back with blood in his eyes. Now he's got the cannons. He's going to go ahead and snipe the monastery first target, most likely here. And the relics prove to be the absolute game changer right now. The gold flow for TaToH is too good.
And, well, looking at it now, maybe that castle on the hill was a bit too aggressive for Vinchester. He was looking at that as maybe a castle to end the game, but TaToH still had enough fight left in him that the castle was in a position that the bombard cannons could hit from safety. Maybe a castle, say, on that forward TC for TaToH would have been a better location for Vinch to put it at.
Yeah, and maybe Vinchester could have also targeted the monastery from TaToH instead of going for the hill. Yeah, that's a great point. Although we both loved that castle initially, it might have actually ended up backfiring. That's the beautiful part about this game. Sometimes what looks really good ends up being the thing that actually spreads you too thin, the thing you can't defend. Sometimes just going for a simple castle, targeting the relics, might have been better here. And now I don't see a world where Vinchester pushes this back. He doesn't have the gold that he had before. He doesn't have the Boyars that he had before. And now TaToH has full production. He's got the perfect composition, and he's looking to completely end this game.
Yeah, and without the Boyars, that was Vinch's main option for dealing with the hand cannoneers, just having that more population-efficient unit to run them over, but Hussars can't really deal with them the same way.
Yep. He'll try something here. Actually, Vinchester kind of baits some of TaToH's halbs out on the side. This is the best fight Vinchester could have ever hoped for. flanking with the cavalry. Halbs on the bottom. If this fight doesn't work, there's nothing that could possibly do it here. But it looks like TaToH is still completely solid here with the Halb hand cannon combination. It's gonna be close.
He just needs to make sure that the Halbs are actually the unit fighting the Hussars there, and the Hussars look like they're going down.
Yeah, they're dying way too fast here. Does have a few Boyars mixed in, but simply not enough to take this one. TaToH securing himself the game after a lot of rough moments there. And now pause to ruin the hype. Nice. I was going crazy with the commentary. Come on, man. Let me cast this.
Well, I think it paused because Vince just called the GG, and you paused at 55:46. He called GG at 55:47.
Oh, really? It wasn't me that paused. I think it was a glitch. Okay, GG.
No, I think it might have glitched when they called the GG.
Okay.
But TaToH will take that one.
Okay, GG chat. GG, it's over. TaToH wins. Way to ruin the hype capture age or game or whatever. I don't know who to blame here. But GG, well played. And looks like TaToH reclaims the hill and secures the win this time around. GG, well played. By the way, here we've got game 12. We've got Vinchester playing as the Malians here. A first row civ. So he's going for his good civ here. And then we've got TaToH in the red playing as the Bulgarians. One of his weaker civs here. So now the situation is completely flipped. TaToH's using his weaker civ on Vinchester's home map. Vinchester's home map with a strong civ. This is basically Vinchester's telling everyone that he's going for the win right now. And TaToH knows that here.
Yep, and TaToH does want to tie this up, get it to 6-6. But, well, this matchup, remember, the Malians do have their new gold bonus in the more recent patches where they drop off more gold as they mine it. So kind of a combination gold comes in faster and also lasts longer bonus.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of a 2 bonus in 1. It used to be at 15%, which was absolutely broken. Recently it was toned down to 10%, but it's still deemed very high in a lot of the players' minds. The map is African reed beds. I realize a lot of people might not know this map. We've seen it come up recently. There's a lot of gold and stone and shorefish in the center here. As you can see, some ostriches lying around as well. So food and stone in the center, really solid for early game shenanigans if the players want to. Then there's also gold and gold on the right and left side. So really important come late game to control those areas. And then at the back, there's also 3 deep sea fish that you can actually dock. It's a little bit of water, but it's more or less like a marsh. Land units and fish units or ship units can actually move on this terrain. So you got that on both sides. So there's a lot going on in this map, and there's a lot to play for. And we see TaToH playing for the middle. Barracks forward with the Bulgarians. What is he planning here?
Ooh, interesting. And as the Bulgarians, he might be thinking in the long run, get some Krepos up and try to use them to control the middle. There is the cracked terrain, so your buildings will take more damage when they are on the middle. But still, castles or Krepos in the castle age, really hard to push until you get Imp and get some of the better siege units out.
Yeah. Yeah, the crack terrain is interesting. So if you're going to commit to the center, you can actually lose a lot of your buildings quickly. If you guys don't know, crack terrain makes your buildings take more damage. Do you know exactly what the number is, TOS?
I believe it's 20%. It's like the hill bonus is 25% and the crack terrain is 20%.
Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty significant here. And TaToH is actually going for 2 militia, adding in the 3rd. Those will become instantly men-at-arms upon hitting feudal age. Vinchester, of course, spots this, but I'm sure TaToH's not too worried about it. He wasn't exactly trying to hide his barracks in the center there, so he's telling his opponent, I'm going men-at-arms, you try to stop me here. Let's see what Vinchester has in store. Goes for a stable here and starts to wall up the right and left side of the map as we speak. TaToH still has an opening that he could take advantage of, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty big set of walls from Vinchester. TaToH, ooh, actually, was maybe thinking of trying to dive through the TC, but Vinch got a scout out there just in time.
That was ambitious. I like that he tried to go for that. Good defense from Vinchester. Now moves to the left-hand side. And Vinchester is just going to concede and just get a smaller wall here instead of going forward like he wanted to. He'll just wall on this side, finish off that wall, and he should be pretty secure. That being said, though, TaToH's strategy is not completely dead just because he can't enter. The men-at-arms could actually break the stable, could try to break some houses potentially as well. They're still a very solid unit for this early game.
Yeah, and I think he's done what he wanted to do, just get the map control, have the more efficient shorefish in the middle for his villas to collect from.
Yeah.
And Ooh, he's even doing the attack upgrade, forging for the men-at-arms.
So really committed to this infantry play despite not being able to break in, or not be able to get in, excuse me. And now we see an archery range transition for Vinchester as well. So he's going to go from more standard approach scouts into maybe some skirms or archers. And TaToH's really heavily committed into those infantry, men-at-arms and spear mix. Neither player decided to go for the fish. In fact, only Vinchester now going for it. And does make the dock. Okay, a bit of a late fish there for him.
Yeah, TaToH did use a pig to scout the fish early on, but hasn't gone for the dock yet.
Vinchester's trying to find some damage with the scouts. And not going to find too much as TaToH's pretty well defended with the walls and the spear. Oh, is TaToH going to find a way in here with the men-at-arms? Yeah, this is interesting. He might just manage. Oh, it was really close. Just one hit away.
And it's only one villager there. Vinch needs to be really careful to get the repairs in the right locations and get the walls built. And is he in? Oh no, there's a foundation there.
It's really hard to click and to see, especially on the hill. But it looks like Vinchester's doing a great job of keeping this secure. And now he just slides an archer over, and it should be completely fine. Yeah, in fact, I think TaToH just will pull back here, yeah. Oh, well, he pulls back only one. There's not really much to be done here, though, yeah. You just go back with everything and kind of reassess the situation. That being said, TaToH has been benefiting from the shorefish in the center. Kind of taking some of that shorefish, makes a tower now as well. So he should be feeling rather good about himself, despite not finding the most damage with his men-at-arms. Bit of a trade there.
And I wonder if Vinch is gonna... He loses one scout there in TaToH's base. If he might want to commit to a few more scouts at some point, or if he's going to just go for that archer transition.
Yeah.
As the Maulians, you can kind of do either, and you have some good upgrades for both of them through the Castle Age.
Yeah. You could also decide to do both, archers and scouts, if you want to go for a big feudal age. But it seems like because of how well defended and well walled he is, the logical choice might just be to go ahead and go archers into Castle Age, especially since he is fishing as well, which will get a nice boost to his food economy here. So it feels like that might be his most appropriate approach. TaToH, you know, he's got a few options himself. Now goes for stable defensively. Probably wants a few scouts just to chase around the remaining scouts from Vinchester, not have to deal with the mobility too well.
Now TaToH brings his men-at-arms around to the other side, and Vinch doesn't have a villager nearby. Only a single layer of palisades, and those men-at-arms might be breaking in.
Yeah, those are 40 men-at-arms. They get in there really quickly. Vinchester is chasing them with some archers, but I think TaToH might be able to maybe spread them out and find some damage. He could easily hit the fish as well if he wanted to, which it looks like he is going for that.
Yeah, that's the thing. The fish are so far away from the rest of the eco, and there's nowhere for them to run. They are just stuck in this little bed of water here.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the archers can defend them. I think that's a pretty good micro from Vinch not to lose any of the fish there.
Yeah, really well done. He kind of prioritizes going for his fishing ships first, defends those guys, and then has the reinforcements with the archers to defend. TaToH brings forth some scouts, though. Now he's got 3 scouts in the mix as well. Finds 1 archer, I think, maybe even a second. Yeah, he finds 2 archers. It's not bad. Might get a villager kill here as well. Yep.
Remember, those are forging scouts now. That upgrade applies to them too, and he does have bloodlines finishing just now.
Ooh, and armor. Those are fully upgraded scouts, so TaToH's heavily invested into feudal age. He picks off 1 some army as well. It's not too bad, but honestly, Vinchester with the appropriate response here. He walls up the front, prevents any more scouts from coming in.
He's a demo. Oh, but he wasted on the
men-at-arms. On 1 men-at-arm. Damn, that's a pretty cost inefficient demo right there. It's about sending the message, though. It's, listen, if you're gonna come on the water, you will get demoed. That's the message that's being sent.
Now TaToH may be struggling a bit on resources to click up. He's adding in the market, but Vinch is already on his way to the Castle Age. That scout transition is pretty expensive on his food.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting those upgrades is really the killer, man. Because a few scouts, they're not that expensive, 80 food apiece. But the upgrades, 150, the bloodlines, 150 food, 100 gold. Really tends to add up. He did kind of make the game a little messier. So maybe that's something he wanted to do as the Bulgarians. And one thing, a little bit of a high elo tip here: the longer you stay in feudal age, even though you might not find the damage with the scouts, the more villages you make at home. And so by the time TaToH gets to castle age, he will have a lot of resources banked up,
Ye stuck for
and
this
usually
tourney.
that opens up chances for an all-in castle as well. So it's very hard to keep all of this in mind, but you know, the longer you stay in feudal age, usually the stronger your initial castle age play is. As TaToH also snipes a fishing ship, which is really nice.
Yeah, taking out those fish is a pretty good play because those deep fish are a good source of eco as long as they still have a lot of food left on them. And these are dolphins, so it's more than just your normal salmon or a tuna or a standard deep fish. It's the most food you get on a fish in the game with those dolphins.
Yeah, 350. And Vinchester's going for Barking Arrow, crossbow, and a counter attack. So really looking forward. Not really caring too much about defending his base since he realized this TaToH's still stuck in the feudal age. Now it's up to TaToH to somehow find a way to defend. A camel coming forth as well from Vinchester. That's going to protect him against the scouts, no doubt. And it feels like TaToH needs to tower his wood right now because that's exactly where Vinchester's headed.
Yeah, and that one camel is going to do such a good job of fighting those scouts. TaToH might have been able to fight crossbows with the scouts without the camel there, but that just makes it so tricky for him.
He decides not to make the tower, by the way. Goes to 2 houses and then I guess just abandons the wood line instead of defending it. And decides to instead make a tower on the gold. Fair enough. Fair decision there for TaToH.
But now TaToH had committed into that double stable play. How does he deal with camels now?
Oh my god. Villa goes down. TaToH misclicked the tower. He wasn't actually building it for the longest time. He will get it up, but... And it gets up the TC on the right. Oh my god, I feel like TaToH's just making the most out of a really sticky situation here. Only lost 1 Villa, a light cav, and a spear. Not the worst ever, but yeah, you're right. How does he actually deal with the camels? He's fully committed on 2 stables here. And usually if it's just camels, you can go monks, but the crossbow camel composition is what's so strong about the Malians. And it's very difficult to counter them if you just have the cavalry as Bulgarians.
Yeah, and the camels give you so much mobility on this map. Kind of 2 different approaches where the Bulgarians want to take that stone, maybe get their creposts up, and play a really stationary game, whereas the Malians can add in the camels and play a more mobile game.
And especially with the crossbows, the crossbows can basically sit on farms, they can sit on these resources, and TaToH can never engage them because the camels can always run in, defend, and the camels can also run around, also like raid villagers on their own. So it's a very versatile composition here for Vinchester. TaToH realizes he's not going to be able to clear that up and decides to ignore it instead, which I think is a good decision. Goes heavy in the center instead for that stone. So he realizes he can't keep up with the mobility and the power of Vinchester's army. Instead, decides to go for the stone and play his game, which is a more stationary push down the center with Krepos. Very fair approach. I really enjoy that.
On the left side, he has a lot of light cav, and the camels were not in position on the crossbows immediately. He might take a decent fight here.
Ooh, gets a couple, but you know what? As soon as the camel shows up, he just has to run. That knight is weak, though. I wish he can actually snipe that that knight here. TaToH has to run away for the time being here. Vinchester with the crossbows on the left-hand side. Gonna go ahead and retreat. I guess he doesn't want to overextend here and potentially die to like a Mangonel or a bunch of knights and monks. Yeah, TaToH gonna be setting up some Krepos. Goes for an outpost forward. Wants to get the vision before committing to the Krepos. Doesn't want to overextend with that one because if he loses the Vils, the game pretty much just ends on the spot if you can't get the Krepos up.
Yeah, and is Vinch going to dive that tower?
I think that's a terrible idea, in fact. I think this could actually be a really big throw. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see how the fight plays out. I don't think this is a good fight for
so many
Vinchester.
camels.
He does have a lot of camels, but that tower does a lot of damage to the camels. Ooh, it's looking good for Vinchester so far. That was a decent fight, yep. I was definitely mistaken on that one.
Yeah, and you know what? TaToH doesn't even have fletching on the tower either. So the camels with armor on them are resisting some of those arrows, at least.
Yeah, and he also got the crossbows underneath the tower as well. Well played. Well played, Vinchester. I was doubting, honestly. I thought it might have been an overextension. proves me wrong, takes a good fight here. And, you know, I mean, I don't know if you continually have to fight under the tower, though, to be fair as well. It is giving TaToH kind of a chance to thin out your military.
Yeah, and now, well, still is 10 military to 4, but it feels like Vinch's numbers have dropped quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his crossbow mass, which was kind of a big advantage to dealing with those monks. And now, yeah, now he's got nothing to do with the monks. So, like, while it was good trades, Vinchester definitely came on top. He came out on top of that, like, engagement, killed a couple of villas as well. You know, maybe TaToH's able to get the Krupos now that there's no crossbows on the field. So definitely something that Vinchester might have had to consider here. I just think that TaToH's economy is so weak right now. Maybe he needs to go for another town set. He's got 600 wood, a lot of stone. Goes for Krupos in the center first. I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, that Krepos in the center is going to have to somehow lead to more forward Krepos and pressure on Vinch's base, I think, because the eco advantage for Vinch is 16 vills and climbing.
Oh, and you don't like to see this. TaToH's going for another town center, and Vinchester in the right place at the right time. That is so unfortunate. You could call it a little risky for TaToH to move out. Oh my god, he's seen enough.
There's a
GG
GG.
called. That's the last straw. TaToH just needed everything to go his way. Got very unlucky there with that town center and decides, you know what, it's completely over. And I agree with him. I think that's completely over. GG, well played to Vinchester. That Krepos had to be forward as well. TaToH's way too far behind to be making defensive Krepos there. Well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
And TaToH never walled that game. When Vinch got up to castle, he could just go freely with the crossbows and the camels and run all the way around the back of TaToH's base.
Yeah.
I wonder if he might have had a chance to stonewall at some point during that Castle Age transition when Vinch had to bring his scouts back to clean the inside of his base.
You know what? I think you're right because the map, if you take a look at it, small wall on the left, another small wall towards that house, and he's basically done. The same thing on the right-hand side. It wasn't a lot of space to wall, and even if Vinchester is able to break in, right? If you go palisade walls, Vinchester breaks in with the crossbows. He still doesn't have the freedom to run around, run back. He's still kind of contained within TaToH's base. So by walling, TaToH could have given himself a much better strategic position on the map than what he had kind of just sitting there like a duck waiting to die to the Castle Age play. Well, I think it's an game number 13 on our hands. Cumans for TaToH, and he's still playing in the red. Vinchester in the yellow as the Bohemians. And this map is Hideout. We know a little bit about Hideout. It's kind of a classic map. Made a guide on it on YouTube, so I'm sure people are pretty much familiar with it. Woodland separating the both players, and you know there's some palisade walls that keeps you slightly safe, and then you have to go around the outside to do damage. But the Cumans for TaToH, he's got a strategy that he absolutely loves with the Cumans, and it's borderline unstoppable. He goes for a tower rush, followed by a 2-town center boom, and he almost does both of them simultaneously. So with the towers, he buys himself a lot of time, he annoys you, forces you to deal with them, and then the 2TC boom gives him such an unfair advantage in that early game, so that even if Vinchester is able to fast castle, Vinch has to clear the towers and then keep up with TaToH's economy at the same time. So that's kind of what I expect to happen, and it actually completely destroyed me when TaToH did it against me as well. So definitely wanted to mention that, but I don't know what you think about the matchup here. How did Bohemians stack up against Cumans, Mr. T. West?
Yeah, well, we've seen TaToH do that before, even on Masters of Arena, when the stone walls had 1,800 HP on them. I think it just becomes all the more effective on Hideout when all you have are these palisades. So, in the late game, I think Bohemians in a closed map where they're going to have the Hafnitsa probably have the advantage against the Cumans, but TaToH knows how to play the Cumans. It's one of those civs like the Saracens that you look at TaToH and think that's one of the TaToH civs.
Yeah. He tends to really like the unique civilizations. He kind of puts his own flavor to the game, to the playstyle, and that's what I really like about what TaToH's going to be bringing here with the Cumans. I mean, he could surprise everyone and do something different, but I think the tower rush into 2TC strategy is so strong that I expect him to just simply go for that nonetheless.
So we do have a barracks before a mill here from Vinchester.
Wow, okay.
Do you think he's expecting this and might be going for some type of early feudal men-at-arms or militia drush play just to fight off a tower?
I think he knows about it for sure, because as you mentioned in Masters of Arena, TaToH did it in the finals versus Vinchester. And so Vinchester definitely knows about this approach. And he's now going on gold as well. So I think he is going to be going for militia, indeed confirmed. And maybe that's going to be a pretty bad surprise for TaToH. Oh, TaToH's going the wrong way with the Vils. Oh, he's going the wrong way with the Vils. That's brutal.
Oh yeah, on Hideout, you got that 50-50 shot of do you go the short way or the long way, and he ends up going the long way.
Yeah.
Wasn't scouting in the Dark Age. So on Hideout, you have a 50-50 chance of the deer being inside your gate or outside of your gate, and they can be really tricky to push. I think they were outside of the gate as I was watching Vinch earlier. So that's just going to make it a bit harder to get the scouting info you need. And Vinch is also going around with his villagers to the left-hand side.
They both went the wrong way. They're both sending villas forward, but one of them has militia accompanying the villagers. So I think the situation is going to be better for Vinchester, with the militia, of course. But TaToH will have a slightly faster feudal and a faster scout with the Cumans. So maybe he gets some hits there. Not many, though. This is super interesting.
There's one more Vill for TaToH, too. So in this early fight, before Men-at-Arms comes in, if TaToH commits, they can fight. But yeah, I think Vinch is just having the counter to the tower strategy. Oh, TaToH, what are you doing? Just walling your Vills in the middle of nowhere.
Makes it tower. Okay. What? I think Vinchester just runs past this. This is super strange. Vinchester's just going to run past. He's like, yo, you can make that tower, bro. I don't even care. I'm not even fighting you, bro. I'm just going to go for your base. That is, yeah, he just walks right past that. This is very strange.
All right, so tower in the probably the least useful location TaToH could have built a tower on this map. But he does keep the Vills alive, and he's going to keep going forward.
Okay, we have kind of a mini base trade here. TaToH sees Vinchester passing him. Oh, he makes a TC in the middle of nowhere. There's no way. That's so smart. I mean, is it smart? I think it is, because now if Vinchester pushes his base, like if TaToH gets to the point where he's kind of stuck in his base, at least he's got that secondary TC. This is the weirdest game of Hideout I've ever seen, and I'm so in for it. I have no idea what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and it's like Vinch is gonna be pushing TaToH's base, but TaToH's base isn't gonna be there.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be on the opposite side of the map.
His base is somewhere else. It's near the tower in the middle of nowhere. This is so strange. He's gonna have to somehow find a way to deal with those Men-at-Arms though, because those Men-at-Arms can really break buildings, take out houses, and be quite annoying. He is still mining stones, so I think towers is the logical choice for him. Vinchester is bringing in some archers though to the mix. Keep in mind, the longer they stay in feudal age, the better it is for TaToH if he's on 2 TC production. It's something to
and
note.
Maybe a good thing for TaToH that this archery range from Vinch is also kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
True.
So it's going to be a bit of a challenge to get the reinforcements up in time if he needs to take a quick fight.
Yeah. And in the early game, I mean, he's basically only having to deal with 1 or 2 archers instead of 3 or 4. Always going to be 1 archer that's lagging behind a bit. TaToH makes a defensive tower. Vinchester goes for a tower himself. And TaToH's tower is just outside of range of Vinchester's, by the way, which is super interesting. So Vinchester didn't know TaToH's tower was going up, and now Vinchester gets his own tower up as well.
And remember, the humans don't get stone walls, but they do have extra HP on these palisades. So a bit of a tricky situation where TaToH can't fully secure himself, but does have a bit more time before the Men-at-Arms break in.
Yeah. Makes another tower, so he's kind of scrambling a little bit. And Vinchester will win the tower war just because he's going to be able to garrison his archers into the towers and not waste his villagers' time in there, which is a really big benefit of having that range as well. That being said, TaToH now has the TC, and he's going to be pulling ahead in the village account. So let's see what this TC in the middle of nowhere can do for him.
And did Vinch actually scout that TC?
I don't think he knows about it, no.
I don't think so.
He, in theory, sees the farms, I think. But he doesn't
I think that's
know.
just a capture age thing. I don't think you actually see the farms
Oh, he doesn't
in-game.
see it in game? Okay. So yeah, then he doesn't know about the town center then. TaToH continues to wall up the bottom here. What I love about what Vinchester is doing, this is extremely high level. I'm actually learning something right now myself. He's making a tower exactly 8 range away from TaToH's towers. And the reason he's doing this is because he can always garrison archers. And so he's going to, over time, be able to kill TaToH's towers. And now even dives in with the men-at-arms as well. So not just the tower, but also men-at-arms and a couple archers. Maybe overcommitting here, though. TaToH's ready to fight with some villagers.
Yeah, and maybe TaToH's towers weren't in the best location because they weren't protecting each other. Could have made that tower a couple tiles over to the side, more in front of the stone.
Yeah, right here. Will TaToH lose a villager? Will he garrison? Jumps in and out. Well played. Weak HP villagers, guys, doesn't matter. You can have a vill on 1 HP. It still gathers the same amount of resources if you put it to the back. So losing HP on vills rarely matters. As long as you keep them alive, that's all that matters in the short run, at least.
It gathers the same resources and shoots the same number of arrows if you have to put it in a tower.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as you don't lose a vill, you're completely fine, completely happy, and there is exactly what TaToH's trying to do. Keep those vills alive, but loses one at the end there. So not too bad for Vinchester. He's going to kill a couple towers, kills one vill. This is quite a successful push, I would say. Forced a lot of walls from TaToH as well here.
Yeah, that's true. But again, the longer he commits to this push, the longer it's going to be 1 TC versus 2. TaToH already has that 5 vill lead despite losing that vill.
Yeah, exactly. TaToH's now going to go for a market. That being said, though, even though TaToH's going to have more villagers, Vinchester's almost guaranteed to have a faster castlage time. So if he's able to like hold the position and then go for maybe a siege workshop forward in castlage, that could be very, very problematic for TaToH if he's stuck in the feudal age. Another vill might go down. Ooh, that's sloppy for TaToH. He forgot about her. Another vill goes down there. Brutal.
And now he's lost his berries, he's lost his stone, and that TC on the outside isn't actually near any other resource. There's no gold or stone he can go and take from the villagers out there. It's just going to have that wood line and the farms he's adding there.
By the way, Vinchester just scouted TaToH's second TC, and the reason he did that is because he didn't see it in TaToH's base. So he sent an archer to go ahead and see where the villagers are up to. Does spot that second town center, so he knows everything that TaToH's going for now.
This might sound kind of crazy, but Vinchester has a lot of archers and a lot of towers, and he's lost the men-at-arms. Is there a world where TaToH could do a feudal age siege workshop and push this back with some rams?
Ooh, good. I mean, good suggestion. It's definitely an option. I feel like if he does that, he might have to commit to like scouts or skirms though, because you know there's one scout, there's 3 vills. That would be enough for Vinchester to deal with the rams if TaToH's supporting them with nothing. So it's probably unrealistic
on
to go
2
for that.
HP.
Yeah,
TaToH
but
garrisons a few vills.
yeah, that's ambitious though. I feel that's too risky. Yeah, I feel that's too risky. There's too many archers for Vinchester to, you know, pick off anything that TaToH sends with the rams.
And TaToH is going for a range, but it is on the outside, so we might see a few skirms from him. And TaToH being TaToH, I imagine he would want to go for step lancers at some point with the humans. Just that feels like a very TaToH thing to do.
Would be a very solid option to deal with small groups of archers as well. Also great to deal with siege. TaToH might have wanted to go for a castle defense as well in some cases, but it doesn't have any stone access at the moment. Oh, Vinchester might just have to run in. He can get himself trapped here though. He's actually completely trapped if TaToH makes a house. Oh, TaToH doesn't think about it though.
We'll get some TC shots on those archers, but that's about it. Oh yeah, actually, if he had a house there, that would have been perfect, because then he could have just sent his vills forward to knock down the towers.
Yeah, then he could have actually cleared it, because that's all of the army from Vinch. But at the bottom, there's also something else from Vinchester. More towers. He's trying to fight what TaToH's doing in the bottom side, and now TaToH goes for siege workshop in feudal age. So now there's a lot of mess everywhere. There's also something here. It's just TaToH's taking stone at the complete south of the map with villagers. Interesting. So found a random stone pile to be able to take. That's going to help him get a potential castle one day. Now goes for a battering ram.
That is something... I don't see Vinch ever scouting that. He already has to keep track of 2 locations for TaToH. But he's going for a castle.
He actually bought the stone for that castle. He bought 300 stone, sold a bunch of food and wood. So Vinchester completely sacrificed his economy to be able to afford this castle. But if this castle goes up, TaToH loses everything. The ram might help. It doesn't do enough damage to the castle, but it's definitely like maybe if you combine it with a tower, now something could happen.
And there aren't that many Vills there. They're low HP and there are skirms attacking them. And Vills wouldn't just be able to pop out and attack that ram immediately because it would be defended by the towers.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Have you ever seen a game like this on Hideout? And what's going on? The second round comes out. The tower's up.
Castle denied.
A castle denied in Feudal Age by rams from the Cumans. What is happening? Vinchester went all in for that castle. It doesn't go up. Meanwhile, the push on the front is completely stalled out. He's getting one Maganaut out now. But that castle was a huge investment. Gets denied. TaToH, such a smart play with those rams, man. Sick stuff. And TWS, respect, bro. You were onto something with the rams. You didn't know where they're going to be used. But you know they're going to be sick.
They're just on his other base.
Yeah.
That's the key. Make rams in a siege workshop in the middle of nowhere on Hideout, I guess.
I swear. First tower, then a random town center, then a random siege workshop denies a castle. And he's on the verge of winning. But what can he do to deal with the push in his base now? There's a Magano there. He's sending some vills on the right-hand side. Hard to keep track of everything here. The stone as well. That's been a very important factor of this game. Stone on the bottom could really help out when the time is right. Vinchester also has a bunch of vills on this side. What is he planning there?
Wait, TaToH's on the right side with... we could have a big Vil fight on the right-hand side as both players have, like... it's 8 versus 8.
TaToH is a little weak, though. I don't think he's excited to take this one. Okay, they're just going to pass by each other. So that's really awkward. TaToH sees the Avils pass. Vinchester does the same. And they both decide, listen, we're just going to follow our own paths in life. Literally walk past each other. And they're up to no good, you can just tell. TaToH, where's TaToH going? Is he going to drop a TC here or a castle? Looks like he wants a castle.
He doesn't have the stone for a castle, and he's not going to be able to buy one.
Bro, he's going to make a TC. Like, guaranteed. In between the golden stone. He's going to make a TC.
He's going for a ram push on the other side.
A ram push on Hideout as well? Taking out the palisade walls?
You know, this might be a situation where they both trade bases, but TaToH has an extra base.
Bro, that sneak base, that random base, it's going to come in clutch.
They're also close to chopping through to each other on their wood lines. They could think to tower this, but imagine like we just both see them chop through and run their vills to the opposite base. This TaToH's running.
Dude, like we're 4 tiles away here. TaToH's completely abandoning his main base. Vinchester making a castle in now what's considered his new base, apparently. And TaToH's going to try to claim Vinchester's base. In fact, the ram push is making some big strides here towards the house. But now a knight is there. Should be able to clear up those 3 rams. TaToH's have 20 vills. And that secret base of his is doing a good job of stabilizing his economy. He's also got a new base set up as well. But Vinchester's chasing down his vills with those archers now. So he could get a couple kills if he wants them.
Yeah, this is where the Bohemians still in this Mangonel War do have the option eventually to go for those redemption monks if they need to.
Oh my god. What a crazy game. Vinchester's castle. Vinchester has a massive score lead, by the way. He just killed a lot of TaToH's base. Now TaToH drops a castle outside of Vinchester's base. I would have liked to see that castle near the walls, though, just to be able to hit the stable, hit the gold. Bit of a passive castle, which has been, been a bit
of a theme.
Yeah, a theme for this game. Like, Vinchester's going for the aggressive plays, TaToH kind of just staying defensive. Is now going to be able to make some kip checks, though, if he wants them. And he does still have a 17 vil lead. So despite the score... Oh, but those 17 vils in the corner, really. I have to deal with his site wagons. This is a useless unit. Dies to mangonels. That one's not very good.
Yeah, they died to those mangonels pretty quickly.
Now, Vinchester's making a town center, but I think TaToH can range that TC from over the wall, over the wood line. So now, not only is TaToH having a tower to harass the vills, but the Mangonel can start sieging potentially as well.
And where is Vinch going to take wood now?
True. He's going to have to completely rotate to the left and right side, and that's a lot more exposed in that back area of his base.
Yeah, those Kipchaks can control the wood on the left, and he just has a tiny area on the right that tower can't hit.
Yeah. Needless to say, it's getting pretty messy. He actually lost 3 vills, by the way, on that wood line already. So Vinchester, although the push was looking solid, he's got a lot of problems of his own. And TaToH's playing a genius map control game right now. And oh my god, Vinchester decides a castle's the only response. But that castle might actually kill all of TaToH's villas at the same time, because they're trapped in this area as well.
There, he's got 15 vills there, and he needs to somehow run them now. But maybe he can run them? He still has a mangonel there.
Oh, there's a path. There's a path on the left side. If Vinchester doesn't realize that TaToH is going for a massive exodus, I think he can get away with the vills. And if he keeps his vills alive, they've got a new home on the left-hand side. He's completely abandoning here. Wow.
He's still up by 15 vills, and Vinch not being able to kill those vills is going to mean TaToH still has that vill lead.
Yeah.
He has had 3 knights around the left-hand side for a long time, but TaToH just has so many towers by that extra base that he can fend them off.
Yeah, for the 4 towers. First one being the randomly placed tower as well. It's kind of the hero of the whole story. And now Vinchester adopted TaToH's base as his new base, adds a town center there, so it's officially Vinchester's base. This has been the craziest game of hideouts I have ever seen in my entire life, and it's just, I still don't know who's winning. My heart says TaToH because of the amount of sick plays he's been doing, but I think Vinchester still has a lot of options as well. Still has a lot of plays here.
Yeah, Vinch has gone for a defensive mangonel, and I think TaToH, look at that stone count. He was thinking of dropping a castle, but that mangonel is going to deny it for the moment. He doesn't have the Kipchak numbers to push that back.
Vills on the left find themselves trapped to not die to the knights, but there's one archer making things a little tricky. That mangonel is preventing the forward castle, but TaToH now has a siege workshop of his own. Looking to trade mangonels potentially here. And the Kipchak's on the left doing a good job dealing with what Vinchester's army here.
And there's that Alcatraz practice from TaToH again, using that archery range from Vinch as part of his walls, knowing Vinch didn't want him to lead it, and kept him feel safe from the knights.
Yeah, that was actually really sick. Ended up saving a good amount of those vills. 1 for 1 on the front there with the mangonels. All of a sudden, the vill count's really, really even. But TaToH still can potentially push Vinchester's main base, which is rather fragile. And TaToH starts off by winning the mangonel war immediately. Look at that, immediately goes for the forward castle. You were talking about this, T-West. The mangonel is the only thing stopping this forward castle. Now that the mangonel's gone, TaToH's all in for it here. And that castle's going to deny a ton of farms and potentially kill a town center here.
And it's also going to control that gold. And right now, does Vinch have much gold access? Well, he's building a TC forward, but not noticing the Kipchaks raiding the vills on his forward TC. Finally garrisons, but those Kipchaks got quite a few vills on those farms there.
Oh, yeah.
Now TaToH needs to realize the Kipchaks don't die to the TC.
They both lost needless units, but I mean, can you blame them? There's so much going on. And now it's Vinchester running vills back to TaToH's former base, which is now completely covered with Vinchester's town centers, castles, siege workshops, and monasteries. TaToH sieging away Vinchester's initial base, looking to make that his own as well. And now TaToH finds yet another secret base on the left-hand side. TaToH's very well spread out, whereas Vinchester's got 2 bases. His original and TaToH's new one, or TaToH's old one.
I have no idea what's happening in this game at this point anymore.
So wild. It's absolutely insane. Vinchester's selling res. I don't know what he's planning though. He's selling for gold. Does he want redemption? What does he want with 600 gold in the bank?
What can he even do here? I mean, does TaToH maybe have an option? Because he has been going for quite a few rams so far. To try to make a big ram push in that southern base and go for that castle and that wood line where all of the villagers are?
I think it's an option, especially when you consider Capram from the Cumans, which, by the way, just got buffed. So I do think Capram is an option here. I think it would be better to go all-in castle for TaToH with the Caprams than it is to go Imperial Age. Because in Imperial Age, if both players get there, Bohemians can definitely win with bombard cannons. But in all-in Castle Age with Caprams, there's not a whole lot Bohemians can do against that if TaToH's got a good economy and a good amount of military as well.
Yeah, I feel like the only real defense against that is having enough mangonels. And right now it's only 2 for Vinchester. And that's something that if you have enough rams and the mangonels don't really have a spot where they can hide behind walls, that can even be pushed.
Those on the left-hand side for Vinchester getting picked off. TaToH's taking a healthy score lead now. His economy is finally kicked up to the point where it's starting to pay off. Now picking up Wheelbarrow. TaToH's fully stable as well with a ton of townsends. 4 TCs in unusual locations, but 4 TCs nonetheless. Wheelbarrow coming in now as well. And he's got 2 castles with Kipchak production here. Vinchester's getting yet another monastery. Why is he making so many monasteries? This is strange.
I think he's just struggling to find a unit to make when he doesn't really have the eco to pump out units.
Yeah.
And Vinch is ready to go imp. And he could go imp and get some trebs.
Okay, I don't know how he even managed to get up to Imperial Age, by the way. I looked away for a second from his resources, somehow managed to get Imperial Age. I mean, that is a good step. He needs that to get bombard cannons, to get trebuchets out. Maybe +3 range on the monks could also help. I think this is where...
a lot of wood.
Yeah. A lot of wood went down the drain there for the market. I think this is where TaToH can consider going all in castle, by the way. We talked about the cap rams. I think this is the moment where it makes the most sense if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, it's that moment where your opponent spends all those resources clicking up to imp that you have an opportunity to push.
Kipchak's run in, snipe a mangonel. And TaToH does have a couple mangonels here. Also preparing bloodlines and scale barding armor. So he looks like he's not interested in going for Imperial Age. He instead wants to go for all in castage, as we talked about here, or at least invest into a bit more army. Light Cav coming in, armor as well. It's going to be hard for Vinchester to hold this. TaToH has a 40 villager lead or something like that.
Needs to pay attention with the mangonel micro though. Vinch gets 1 and that one survives on 3 HP.
I think the hero villain is going to go for it. It's chasing it down. It's a fervor villager. And yeah, picks it up.
Oh, she gets it. Oh, that speed bonus.
Yeah.
Really paying off from fervor.
I heard it's not as good of an economy bonus as I thought it was, by the way. A lot of my YouTube commenters were telling me. But it is still nice to have the vills move faster and actually act as a defensive tool against siege as well in some cases, as we saw it right there.
It's an anti-mangonel bonus apparently.
Yeah, it seems that way. Vinchester thought about placing a castle on the left-hand side, decided not to. I don't know why that was the case. TaToH wants to go forward castle himself. Capram is in, by the way, so we are seeing the all-in castle age. Now TaToH knows Vinchester is an Imperial Age, but look at the population. It's 160 to 85. So Imperial Age is a nice advantage. Is it going to be enough here? Trebuchet's
Where are those
coming out.
vills going? Vinch is going for a castle, but Kipchaks are there.
Oh no, that's not gonna work. Oh, that's wishful thinking. Oh, the mangonel! Oh! It killed the castle! Oh my god, an absolute tragedy.
One shot the castle, and it's gonna get the vills too.
Oh
and there's the
my
GG from Vinchester.
god. Oh my god, a game this intense ends with the mistake of the century. Sending the villas into the Kipchaks and then losing the castle to the mangonel. You hate to see it here, but oh man, what a fantastic game. Chat, type a 1 in the chat if that was one of the craziest hideout games you've ever seen. This is by far the craziest one I've ever seen. A base trade, a sneaky base from TaToH, the sneaky stone into the cap ram push in Castle Age, ending, of course, with a absolute disaster. Seriously a great game, one of the best I've seen. Welcome, guys, to game number 14 between Vinchester and TaToH. The best of 21, the first best of 21 of the Champions Invitational here. We've got Vinchester in the yellow as the Japanese and TaToH in the red as the Turks. And the map is going to be Vinchester's home map, 4 lakes. And quite telling by the name, there's a lake in each corner, totaling to 4. And it's a pretty standard land map aside from that. Pretty interesting steps. Japanese, standard. Turks, not so much. Not so much.
I don't think I've actually seen Turks played on this map picked in a tournament before.
Yep. This might be a first.
So hopefully TaToH has a plan for them.
It could also be him just using one of his weaker civs, trying to find a place for it. And it is worth noting that on this map, you know, with the fish, you could do some crazy things. Getting castlage with Janissaries could be nice. Controlling the game with Light Cav could also be an option with the Turks. I personally love Turks into archer matchups, where the Light Cav just terrorize crossbowmen. But in this case, Japanese can mix in some really solid pikemen. Could make things very tricky if the Turk player is on strictly Light Cav. But it is an option here. We'll see what TaToH is able to throw. towards Vinchester. Vinchester likely going to play a pretty standard game, control some of the lakes. He's already got his first one up top, and then going for maybe some scouts, men-at-arms, or just some archer play. Remember, the Japanese fishing ships are stronger. They have more HP. They gather resources faster. Overall, a better
Did the
unit.
meta change from 4 onward to 3
Yep, and
onward?
a great early game too for the Japanese with their cheaper drop sites. Lets them get those docks and those fishing ships out just a bit more easily when you're saving that wood.
Yep.
And also potentially can help them go for an early barracks. I have seen Japanese go for men-at-arms a few times on this map too.
Yeah, it is a very good option. They basically get a double bonus early with the faster working fishing ships and the cheaper resource drop-off sites, as you mentioned. And we do see some deer pushing from Vinchester, so he wants to get off to a nice start here. TaToH's doing the same.
Yeah, deer pushing from both players. And sometimes on this map you do see forward villagers for sneak docks, but maybe it's harder to pull that off with the 9 vill start if you just don't have as much time to walk that vill across the map.
Yeah, that's a good point. 9 start kind of develops the game a lot quicker. And so sending the Vill over, you're going to have to go as soon as you click up the feudal age, pretty much. I don't know if that's a really good approach these days. I feel like on the meta on this map, it used to be a lot of like sneaky docks, like send a Vill forward, make a dock. But as we've played this map more and more, as the meta's developed, it's become the most obvious play you can go for is trying to dock your opponent's lake. So I feel like nowadays you can still go for it, but you're not going to surprise your opponent with it more often than not. Everyone knows to patrol, to scout your lake, make sure no one's docking it. And so usually we'll see them fighting for the neutral lakes instead of trying to target their enemy lakes first. And that seems to be a more consistent approach.
I did see one game where Lan was able to use his fishing ships. He put 3 or 4 of them along the coast, and he completely blocked off the ability of a Vill to build a forward dock.
Oh, with the fishing ships? Yeah, that's sick. Keeping the fishing ships spread out? Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. It's like that normal dance you do if you see they're going to build your stable and your feudal scout is there first, and
Yeah.
you force them to put it in the wrong spot, but instead you just block off the entire coast with your fishing ships. So if you're paying attention to the forward dock, you can deal with it.
Yeah.
And we're going to see what type of forward Vinchester is doing, as TaToH's gold is right at the front of his base, and we have a
Hera's
militia,
tourney.
a scout, and
Let's
3
go.
forward vills
Hype, hype,
per
hype.
Vinch with more militia on the way. And he might be going for that Japanese men-at-arms play and trying to get aggressive here with maybe even a forward range, some forward towers, and potentially a dock.
Yeah, this is like none of these players can play like a standard game. They have no interest in doing that. So we're gonna see what Vinchester is going for. He's got a lot of options, as you mentioned, with this forward. Now this has to go for a tower behind it, TaToH's woodline, to start things off. Gonna make it so TaToH cannot see this. They're so good with the tower vision, by the way. Look at that. 2 tiles away, that's it. And now we see also a dock from Vinchester. TaToH should know about this. Has he scouted the villas? Yeah, surely he has, right?
TaToH's going for that tower on his gold because he needs to defend that out in the open, but that means he has nothing to counter tower on that wood line.
Yep.
And if that comes up and surprises him, which it might, because he still hasn't seen it. Like look at that positioning of the tower. It's absolutely perfect on... Vinch could not have picked a better tile for that.
And I realize both these players are so good at hiding their towers and putting them just outside of the line of sight of their opponents. It's really quite special. Really solid play. I don't know, does TaToH realize that his lake is out in the open? He needs to make fire galleys to defend this one. He is completely...
He hasn't seen the dock.
Underestimating that, but you should know there's a dock coming. I mean, surely you check, right? I just mentioned how it's a really obvious strategy to go for that dock in your opponent's lake. I think TaToH knows it's going to happen, but isn't worried about fighting it. I'm just not sure, though.
Yeah, and one thing I see players do on 4 lakes is you have to make sure your fishing ships are on the right fish. If you were fishing that deep sea fish on the right-hand side, he would have had vision of it.
Yeah, exactly. You can spread out the fish to naturally be able to scout enemy docks. And by the looks of things, I think it's intentional. TaToH wanted to just give up the water here. Oh, nice play. Kind of traps the scout a little bit there, gets some nice hits on it, keeps the men-at-arms out. Quick walls have been very solid for TaToH. Maybe able to get one quick gate here as well, keep that trap completely locked in. Doesn't quite manage it though. And yeah, TaToH gives up the lake. Instead though, he might take the lake on the right-hand side, and that could be his way of coping with the situation.
Yeah, and Vinch really prepared to keep his fish alive. Already did one fire galley in the northern pond.
Okay.
Just in case TaToH somehow gets a sneak dock there, he'll be prepared to deal with it.
Yeah. Doesn't want to take any risks. Decides to play it safe. I'm personally not a fan of that because that's, at the end of the day, wasted resources if TaToH never goes forward with a dock. But it is playing it safe. Gives Vinchester a bit more peace of mind, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and sometimes you even see the galley instead of the fire galley because it's a bit better at shooting the Vil because the fire galley can't shoot over the dock foundation.
Yep.
And the galley might be able to deny a dock in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, both. I've seen actually both. I think it comes down to player preference. The galley denies the dock, but the fire galley fights the units better. Yeah, it's but both kind of do the trick though. Either way, Vinchester's men at arms just trying to get some value hitting houses, but now TaToH just has the right amount of archers to deal with them. Double bid-axe quite late, so not only did he lose his fish, but he's not got double bid-axe in. Definitely suffering in this early game, but it's normal to suffer as Turks because Japanese get a lot more savings in that early game. So this is actually exactly how we'd expect this matchup to go.
And ooh, those are 3 forward Vils that TaToH now has spotted and will bring his archers over to see with his scout. And they're far away from that tower. I don't think... Do they make it back? One of them will.
Oh, yeah, yeah, 2 Vils down. I mean, all of a sudden, the tide kind of feels like it's turning. Yes, Vinchester won the lake, but he's only got 2 fishing ships on that. He just lost 2 Vils. TaToH has 2 lakes, one to either side. And I guess he will be fighting Vinchester for the one on the left. But with the archers, he can have some sort of counterplay here. That being said, Vinchester also massing some of his own range units, now picking up fletching.
And this is a map that now can get really messy because not only are you fighting on land, but you're also fighting in several of the lakes.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down to scouting. Will the players notice that each of them has docked the side lakes? Vinchester will walk his Vil past and see TaToH's dock there.
Yep.
And will TaToH actually be paying attention enough to realize Vinch is getting a dock here in this corner?
I think Vinchester's a lot more aware of what he's playing for. Like fire galley's coming out on the left-hand side, whereas TaToH's making a fishing ship. And same thing on the right-hand side. TaToH's not really prepared for Vinchester's dock. So Vinchester's a lot more aware of what exactly is going on, whereas I think TaToH's going to get a little bit of a surprise here. Decides to garrison the fishing ship, though, and could potentially fight on another day for that lake.
Yeah, the good thing for TaToH, though, is that he does have the Repairville over on that lake. And if the volley of arrows on the fire galley, then suddenly he puts a pretty good HP advantage.
Yeah, all you
Late
need
fight.
is like a 5 HP advantage, and then you always win the fight with fire galley versus fire galley. And that's exactly what TaToH's looking for here. He does get that 14 HP, 15 HP advantage. Now he does win the one-on-one, which is exactly what he's looking for. Vinchester's going for a bit of a counterattack, though. Lands 1 archer kill, might look for a second. TaToH has to abandon the stone because of those archers. And 1 Vil has to path the wrong way. And they always do that, man. It's so annoying. TaToH could have gotten away, but he had to lose a Vil there because of the pathing. Hate to see it, man.
Always the pathing.
Always the pathing, brother. It's just 1 Vil has to die, bro. It's always the case.
TaToH just clicks up to the castle age. He will be up first, using the market a bit. Turks will mine that gold faster, so they do have the using the market a bit more aggressively.
Yeah. TaToH is chasing down some of Vinchester's units now, but I don't think TaToH's too focused on fighting this, because in theory he does have the faster castle age, so maybe he wants to keep his archers and upgrade them to crossbow. And that's if he wants to go crossbow in the first place. Maybe Turks want to transition to light cav or something like that. You get the light cav for free. Vinchester goes for a forward. Again, they just refuse to play at their base. They need to go forward, constantly getting towers in the opposing player's base here. And Vinchester still continues to fight on the right-hand side. Will actually win off that water. Kill TaToH's fishing ships. And so TaToH is definitely suffering from the economy. He's taking a lot of damage. But he does have at least 1.5 minutes faster castle age time.
Yeah, and he's going to need to do something with it. He's adding in that stable. Vince just wants to come forward with more towers. TaToH might even need to buy some stone to build another defensive tower. It's a tricky situation as now he's going to start having his gold hit by that tower.
really weird thing on the left-hand side. The fire ships are trying to hit the fishing ship, but because the dock is in the way, the dock is taking the damage. So this fishing ship is just fishing in peace, and it's turning its back on the cruel world. That is, yeah, that's quite the sight, man.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where the fire ships actually have 0% accuracy, so they miss all of their shots, and it gets absorbed by whatever they hit first, not their actual target.
Oh my god, I never realized why that actually works. 0% accuracy makes a lot of sense. Fair enough. Blind as a bat there, those fire ships. Town center from TaToH on the right-hand side, and also tries to attack with the crossbowmen at the kind of north side of Vinchester's base. Vinchester forced to make some walls and a tower here. Also mining quite a bit of stone for towers, and now we see a double stable transition for Vinchester, looking to get some knights out in the field potentially with the Japanese.
Interesting play. Now, Turks do have options against that. They do have camels, and they do have good monks. One thing they don't have is pikemen to fight the knights.
Yeah.
So if pikes don't work, spearmen definitely won't work.
Yeah, exactly. I like how there's constantly a reference to the pikes versus knights situation. Freaking pikes versus knights. Vinchester does have control of 4 pawns though now. That is something worth noting. Well, the right hand side is still being contested, but he's got a really big fishing ship advantage, and that's that like economy count that you see up top here, 49 to 47. Now a Mangonel on the field for TaToH, looking to maybe push back some of those towers. It's going to be Light Cav and Knights, a mix for Vinchester. I guess he's eager to get Light Cav to snipe the monks, potentially.
Yeah, the combination of those two is important for sniping off the Mangonels with the Knights while pushing the monks with the Light Cav so the monks can't convert the Knights.
Yep. And that's something we've seen a lot more recently. Like back in the day, guys, we used to only see a lot of Knights. It was considered the strongest unit in Castle Age from the stable. It's your go-to, it's the bread and butter. But as monks saw more popularity, and monks being the best counter to knights that there is in the early Castle Age, players start to mix in Light Cav to do exactly as T-West mentioned, kind of mix in the Knights and the Light Cav, get that perfect harmony of monk counter and overall strong unit. And we're seeing Vinchester going for exactly that. TaToH kind of gets cleared up at the top there. Skirms deal with the crossbowmen. Great trade for Vinchester. And I'm sure he's going to micro the last unit because it is Vinchester. He'll definitely do that.
That was a fast conversion for TaToH on that knight. He was defending a Mangonel in the south. And now knights with only 1 armor running under a TC. Vinch maybe getting out a bit ahead of himself.
Yeah, they're kind of running it as well, like a chicken with their head cut off. Like they're just running like wild. It's kind of weird movement there, but he does manage to escape with 2 of those. Light Cav coming in, attack ground though. Big hit there. Could potentially keep the Mangonel safe. Vinchester needs to get a monastery to heal up some of those units as well if he wants to.
Do you think TaToH maybe wants to add in a camel here now that he sees so many knights are out?
It looks like he's going CA. At least he wants to. I think camel's better though. Just get a couple camels out. It's going to help so much at just keeping the Mangonel safe. As it stands though, Vinchester's just going to be able to easily pick up those Mangonels, and there's nothing that, you know. Ooh. Oh my god. 2 Light Cav down.
Oh,
whoa.
what was that conversion?
Whoa. That was so good. Both Light Cav died to the TC. We got a conversion, and another knight died. So TaToH gets a sick defense there, despite everything going kind of against him up until that point. It's going to want to go CA. I think camels are better because they just come in, they deal with the knights, they deal with the Light Cav as well, they push everything back. But I will say that the Cav archers scale better. So TaToH's going for the long late game unit here instead of going for the short-term camel. And I think that's a decent decision here.
Yeah, he will eventually have that unique tech for more HP on the Cav archers. But again, that is more of a late game tech, and you need to scale into it.
Townsend on the right-hand side now for TaToH, going on that gold. And we're also getting some houses on the left as well. Excuse me. Siege Workshop now coming in for Vinchester. Going for crossbows, a few knights. He is mixing in more crossbows now to deal with the Cav archers.
the Japanese do have a good archery range. And it's kind of a tricky matchup where the crossbows have more range, but in a straight up fight, the Cav Archer is the stronger unit, even if it is more expensive. TaToH needs to be careful not to get trapped.
Yeah. I think the best thing about the Cav Archers is they scale so well. So the longer you kind of keep them on the field without taking some weird fights, and you just mass them up, the better off you'll be. Mangonels and Cav Archers grouping up together here, with some monks alongside them, gonna be healing them up as well. Bringing in a Mangonel. Could go for a trade. Cav Archers do really well at sniping Mangonels, by the way, as well. Attack round kind of goes wide here. Good split from TaToH. High level micro here. The score is heavily in favor of Vinchester. I think that's heavily skewed because of the water. So the game seems a bit more neck and neck than the score suggests here. Vinchester does find himself with a military and economic lead though. Ballistics is in as well, helping him a bit with that tech. Ooh, conversions.
TaToH needs some more conversions. Y'all gets 2 conversions and kills the Mangonel.
Beautiful.
And now he's in a position to take out those crossbows.
Wow.
Bloodline's about to come in for the Cav Archers. That castle is under the Cav Archers. Ooh. TaToH's not going to push that. Maybe he would have had an opportunity to get some vills there.
Yeah, I think that could have been a nice way to even out the vill count. You're not going to deny the castle, but running in, killing a couple villagers and going back might have been the right play. TaToH has to play it safe instead, goes back. Can't fault him for playing it safe. Maybe some missed opportunities there. Does have a few knights. I'd like to see TaToH abuse his mobility a bit more. He's got a lot of horse units, but he's keeping them stuck in the mud just on the front. And I don't know if that's the right call. I think making them move side to side would be ideal here.
And there's for Vinchester. I think it's kind of hard to use that mobility. Vinchester's done a great job of walling his base. He has that castle at the front, a tower by his back gold, a TC by the other gold, and isn't really a lot that TaToH can get his units into hit.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You know, things are pretty well defended, but just big fan on the right. Just using the mobility sometimes is nice to catch your opponent off guard here. I don't know who's winning the fight, but the knights dive in to the Mangonels here, and it looks like the ballistics from Vinchester was good enough. Looks like he might come out on top. Attack round does land on the Cav Archers here. Regardless, that was a decent trade for Vinchester. He thinned out a lot of those Cav Archers. And he's up to Imperial Age as well here. TaToH might be forced to play all in castle. I don't think he's able to get towards Imperial Age himself right now. I talk about this a lot, but going all in castle is pretty much your best bet if you don't get the faster Imperial Age. Unless you have, like, you know, something special to go for in Imperial Age. If that's not the case, going for all in castle is almost always the better choice.
Yeah, and that was watch between the Cav Archers and the crossbows, because it felt like the crossbows had the numbers there for a moment, but the Cav Archers are just, they have so much more HP.
Yeah. I know how this matchup goes. It's like if the crossbows are high enough number where they one-shot the Cav Archers, they destroy the Cav Archers. But as soon as you're not one-shotting the Cav Archers, the extra HP from the Cav Archers just absolutely destroy the fight. So the more numbers you have for the crossbows, the better it is. That, you know, the more value you'll get against those Cav Archers, just because you're able to one-shot them. And now we see Vinchester. He's up to Imperial Age and is going for a castle on the left-hand side. If this castle goes up, there's nothing that TaToH can do. Decides not to even wait for it to go up. GG. Game is completely over, and TaToH taps out here. Hard to say exactly where it went wrong, but I think the 4 lakes definitely, you know, played a huge role for Vinchester. He won them all. GG, well played to him.
Yeah, it feels like Vinch was just ahead in taking the extra 2 lakes.
Yep.
TaToH losing all of them to the Japanese makes it really hard to recover. He had some good plays there, though, but never really, even if he took good fights, didn't take an overwhelmingly great fight.
Yeah.
And, that's one interesting matchup. The Gajars do have a lot of mobility if they can get into their Shrivampshriders and cheaper Hussar lines.
Yep. Gajars for Vinchester here. Going to be garrisoning the sheep into the mill, no doubt. And I think for TaToH with the Sicilians, what are the bonuses that he's going to be trying to make use of? Potentially could make use of the fact that the dungeon acts as a barracks. That's definitely a nice one. But more importantly, on a map like Outcrop, where economy is going to be the absolute key going to the mid-late game, he's going to want to make use of those farms that last longer and that extra stone and the faster building TCs to help you get the economy development underway. Cool thing about Outcrop, guys, is that you start with some gold on your mainland, but nothing too crazy. A lot of wood and a very easy wall, but you're going to have to start fighting for the gold and the stones on the outside. And as you see, there's a ton of them on either side. And there's also 5 relics scattered, 2 on either side and 1 down the center. So you can definitely wall up yourself and stay safe. But over the course of the entire game, as we get into the late game, you're going to need to expand. And so it's a defensive map, it's a closed map, but it ends up being a very action-packed game as the game goes on here, which I think is really cool.
And interesting between these two civs, too, Gurjaras will have their camels with the extra bonus damage against the Sicilians who resist some of that bonus damage.
Yeah. I wonder how much that is, how much that ends up being. My heart tells me that the Gurjara camel still should beat out the Sicilian knights, but resisting some of that bonus damage might make the matchup between knights and camels a little bit more manageable here.
Yeah, and as you said, you can wall up your initial base, but then you do need to expand. And I think having the camel civ gives you so much mobility on this map if you're fighting against a knight civ. Just Sicilians might be perhaps the knights that stand up the best against the Gurjar camels.
Yeah.
Even if you still might not want to be going purely for that knight versus camel matchup.
Absolutely. And Sicilians can always play towards switching into pikemen long term as well. They are mainly an infantry civ, even though they have a decent cavalry as well. The sergeants could be a force to be reckoned with as well, going into the late game as well. As soon as you get up some castles, if you have 5 TC, the unique tech brings that 25 sergeants immediately. Usually that's used to push and to get that power spike. Definitely could work out for him. And Gurjara's unique unit does do really well against infantry. So those are all things that the players and the viewers can definitely think about here. Consider all the options.
Actually, though, I wonder how the chakram thrower does against the sergeants, because sergeants can get a lot of melee armor.
True.
It might be one of those situations where they do only 1 damage to them.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, actually. I think the elite chakram has 3 base damage plus 2, or maybe 4 base damage. Yeah, 4 base damage plus 2, I think. So yeah, it'll do 1 damage.
And then they resist the anti-infantry bonus too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So sergeants might actually be really good for TaToH in the long run. I mean, Gurjaras do still have hand cannoneers, but that's resisted a bit too.
Yep. Yeah, this matchup, the more I think about it, you brought up some really interesting interactions between the units. It's going to be interesting to see what players opt to go for into that late game as well. Initially, though, we're going to see just some walls. TaToH playing it rather safe. Doesn't want to take too many risks. I mean, same for Vinchester. Vinchester does opt to go for barracks, though. I'm actually not sure why. I think this map doesn't lend itself too well towards aggression. This is part of our closed map categories. We have an extremely unique map draft for this best of 21 sets. Players have to play maps from 10 different categories, and each category has a different theme associated to it. This one has a stable now for Vinchester. I guess he just wants to play the similar, like we saw in that first game of the day here on Valley. A similar approach. You go for a few scouts, you wall up, and then you play for relics and map control.
Yeah, it would make sense to see the same setup here. And we did see how valuable those 4 relics were for TaToH in that Valley game. So I'm sure it's on the forefront of the players' minds going forward into this game.
Yeah.
TaToH a lot slower up, though. Is he just going to go for a fast castle here?
It is a possibility, but it is interesting to see him making farms with that horse collar for Sicilians, you know? If you get horse collar, you get basically double value.
7 Dark Age farms.
Yeah. Unless he's planning to go for a fast castle and then turbo out to get heavy plow and then have those farms last basically forever. You know, that could definitely be an option. TaToH decides to delete those 3 walls. I would have actually kept them because they could have made rewalling an option.
Yeah, interesting that you have to add so many farms to fast castle too.
Yep.
Feels like he has to be aware of a build for this map, so he's probably practiced and knows he needs that many farms. But you know, if you're just say fast castling on arena on a more standard build, then you probably want to go for maybe like 3 or so farms depending on the build. You usually don't go for as many as 7 this early.
Yeah, I think it's also because of the 9 start. It starts you off further into the development, but it gives you a lot less natural resources because we take 2 sheep away from the player. So that could definitely be a factor when it comes to how the fast castle builds are done. But in this case, he's going to be able to get the blacksmith and markets up a little later than usual. But that being said, he's going to have a great economy to pick up whatever he wants to go for. And it looks like it might just be a boom for TaToH. Not interested in doing any kind of military. Just wants to get his economy developed as well.
Yeah, and well, those scouts for Vinch won't really find anything to hit for the moment. It's just going to be full walls from TaToH as he goes straight up to the castle age. And maybe that gives him an advantage in collecting relics, but at least the stable and the scouts will work against any potential early monastery if TaToH tries to add that in.
Yep. Yeah, Vinchester kind of guarantees himself with this map control with the stable. He guarantees himself that he can pick up the relics if he wants to. He can also freely place town centers on the outside here. So like the map control, what it gives you is freedom to do a lot of different things on the map. Whereas for TaToH, I mean, I see him making a barracks now, so maybe he will want to contest the map. But if he doesn't decide to make any units, he can't move out and just make town centers wherever he wants. He's going to have to make them at home first, and then maybe sneak some villas out to make something happen in that mid game. But he can't just rush to go for a town center on the outside and take some of that golden stone.
Yeah. Maybe one of the tricky things about the Gujars in this situation is that your Camel Scout doesn't resist conversion, so it can't really pick off monks the way the additional scouts you're adding in are. So it's just one less unit you have for controlling the relics.
Yeah, it's usually considered an advantage when it's fighting because the camel ends up being obviously stronger than a scout cavalry. But against monks, it's one of those weird instances where the camel is actually much weaker than the scout. And so kind of the Gujar bonus working against him here. But hang on, TaToH's not interested in booming. He's adding in some spears and he's looking to go for a bit of a push himself to gain that map control.
Yeah, 2 forward vills and some spears. He does have the option of maybe adding the monastery in the middle to put it in a better position to get relics. Or he could be going for some type of forward. And some nice pokes on that scout with the spears. And Vinch at least will be aware of those villagers. And there's the workshop.
Forward workshop from TaToH. Looking to go for a bit of a pike siege push. Well, for the time being, just spears and siege. And he's also going for a town center behind this with 1 villager. So what TaToH's trying to do is use the siege workshop to put some pressure on Vinchester and prevent Vinchester from controlling the entire map. Behind this, TaToH's going to simply go for some economy here and kind of develop into maybe some stronger units or let himself have extra villagers in case the push doesn't work out as he wants it to.
Yeah, I don't know if TaToH had enough forward spears there. He did clean some of the scouts. It looks like he'll be okay. He does lose a vill, though.
Yeah,
it's just important that he keeps the spears alive when the siege comes out. He needs to be able to defend it.
And it would be beneficial to keep that 1 vill alive as well, because that could build the monastery. Indeed, right there we see it. And it could also repair siege workshop units. So that vill is actually crucial. TaToH's going to be walling it in just to keep that safe. You don't want to have to send another one forward. And for the time being, I think Vinchester's defense has been solid. Vinch goes for a town center on the left, town center far on the right here, taking advantage of that extra stone on the map.
Yeah, and that's the difference between this map and something like Arena, where you don't have that big forest on the outside restricting the playable area. Here, if TaToH's going to push you right at the front, you can still leak out to the side and find more resources and more TC spots.
Yep. And you've got 2 sides to play for as well, so it's very hard for TaToH to keep Vinchester 100% contained. One of the monks from Vinchester is coming forward. We do have a mangonel. We could actually snipe that monk if we get a nice shot with a mangonel. We're choosing not to do that for the time being. Only 4 spears. It's not going to be enough. The monk is getting a conversion. Are we going to pop the mangonel out or not? Decides against it. Monk doesn't get any conversion. A monk from TaToH pops out. Is it going to get a conversion as well? Spear goes down. TaToH with an instant conversion on that Sharamsha Rider.
That was a fast conversion.
Very, very fast. Wow.
But the monk will go down, and so will the villager finally.
Yeah.
Not able to quick wall her. And that mangonel is now just trapped inside of that workshop with all of these Sharamsha Riders out.
It may sound harsh, but that was kind of a pretty big failure for TaToH as far as the push goes, right? Like that seriously didn't work out.
Yeah, it's just all the cav units here from Vinch with that feudal age play
Yep.
just gave him the map presence he needed to push this back.
And now Vinchester is able to heal up all his units with the monks. He can start picking up some relics. All of this investment from TaToH is completely out the window, and he's only got 2 TCs at home. I think he needs to make more spears. In fact, he's doing so, and bring them forward to try to make this push still something and get some value from it. Because if this push dies down, you know, Vinchester's got more economy and more map control. So you just can't let this die for no reason. 3rd TC from TaToH. Again, pinned into his base. That's the only issue for him. Can't move out as he would like to.
Yeah, Vil counts are still fairly even. We see TaToH doing that now cheaper pikeman upgrade. The only real problem is if Vinch could get conversions with the monks, but I think Vinch is distracted maybe going for those relics and not doing the conversions right away. And that'll give TaToH the ability to come back here, get the pikes forward, and then pop his monks out.
He needs to pop the Megan out to deal with the monk. I'm really not sure why he's not doing that. Like, it doesn't make sense to let Vinchester get a conversion there when you have the Megan already. That being said, TaToH might be able to pick up some conversions.
What he did, he charged a monk on that converted pikeman for a second, and it let him get the camel.
Yep, that was sick. Well played there. Picked up a camel. Lost 1 monk though. And now 4 Shravamsha riders looking for some blood. And I see a pause here. Listen, Vinchester, it was looking really good for him, but once the pikeman tech came in for TaToH, he was able to use those pikes to re-establish the push. And this is where it can get interesting now. I was saying earlier, if the push died out, this game was looking rough. But if the push is still alive, then something can always happen from this aggressive position here.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty when you go for this monk and siege push, that even if you clean it initially, it doesn't just die out of nowhere. The monks are so cheap to add in, and your opponent always has the option to continue the push later on.
Yep. The Mangonel is working down the blacksmith here. Gold mining upgrade coming in for Vinchester. He's going to be able to continue working on his economy here slowly. TaToH brings out a Mangonel to defend. It's going to be Mangonel wars here from TaToH to Vinchester. Oh, what? TaToH was stuck in the mud there with his Mangonel. That was unusual. Vinchester gets a clean 1-for-0 trade.
Doesn't even get hit at all by TaToH's shot there.
Yeah, perfect.
That felt weird there.
Yeah, it was a little strange. TaToH also just like stayed stuck with his Mangonel, didn't even move out of the way. So, don't know what happened there, but you know, Vinchester takes.
You know what that might have been? You know how the game has that bug where the selection box of the buildings kind of extends beyond it now?
Oh,
he might have been right-clicking to move it by the blacksmith, and the Mangonel just decided it was going to attack and freeze instead of moving.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what happened to him there.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, he wanted to move to the side, accidentally clicked that extended building hitbox, and kind of ruined his whole mojo there with the Mangonel. TaToH is expanding to the right-hand side. So this push, although it might have not been the most successful, it did buy him some map control. It's preventing Vinchester from just circling his base, preventing him from moving out. Now TaToH goes out and claims some stone. Vinchester seems a little bit further ahead in the stone gathering race though. Potentially could get a castle himself out. That camel's gonna go down. Yep, there it is.
Vilcat's still very even. And it feels like TaToH has the better army now, but he needs to pick the right spot to fight with it. If he just leaves that Mangonel out, it might be picked off by the Shravamsha riders.
Well, good trades from the pikemen onto the Shravamshas, and now TaToH has a couple himself. One gets converted back, but that one left over could pick up those monks here. Those monks do have sanctity, that's why they're so tanky.
Yeah, and also remember, even though these Shravamsha riders are really fast, they don't have an attack bonus against the monks like the scout line does. Oh, nice micro from TaToH blocking the monks so it couldn't get a clean path to garrison.
Yeah, that was sick. And good response from Vinchester to deal with those to the town center. And all of a sudden, TaToH takes a score lead for the first time in a long time this game. And now we see Vinchester with the castle on the right-hand side. Might be thinking about Imperial Age. His economy is getting quite high. A lot of food, a lot of gold in the bank. TaToH still committed to that push. He's actually going for a second siege workshop, which is not something you see every day. In response, Vinchester picks up Redemption here. Make sure he doesn't die to that siege push.
Josh, any different options at Redemption now?
Yeah, they get a little bit of everything. Vinchester actually managed to kill one of TaToH's villager. I talked about this earlier, but it seems like in Age of Empires 2, the good civilizations end up just getting extra, like, the redemption out of nowhere. They get these extra options that some of the weaker civilizations just don't benefit from. And it's kind of what defines a good civ. Yes, you got the bonuses and you got the strong units, but sometimes those extra options, like redemption monks, block printing, strong siege, they definitely come into play, especially when the games get messy, which they tend to do at higher level. Vinchester going for chakram throwers, not opting to go for Imperial Age. Stays in the castle to defend this push instead.
And chakram throwers in the late game, of course, they're going to do only 1 damage to the sergeants. But now, when it's a lot of pikemen out for TaToH, that gives Vinch an option for dealing with them.
Yep. Vinchester
Nice conversion on the mangonel.
Yeah, 1 mangonel is actually going for the second here. TaToH deletes, just gets out there, but he does manage to take a monk out at least. Might go for the second monk. If he gets it, I'd say that's a fine trade. Yep. Might even get that mangonel with the pikes. Look at the pikes going in deep, man. Let's go. Conversion on the bottom on the siege workshop. I love what TaToH and Vinchester have been both doing on the bottom. Outposts everywhere. Super crucial to get those outposts out, guys. Look at the vision that TaToH has. It's so good. Without those outposts, he'd be completely blind, but now he kind of sees everything that's going on. Might be able to even harass his vills. In fact, he is sending a knight towards them just because of that vision here. Now a ram comes out for TaToH.
The vision to see each other's outposts.
Yeah, exactly. They both know they have vision there. That's what's going on here. TaToH picks up a relic.
All these chakram throwers feel like they will at least stop the castle age push for now. So TaToH adds a castle to the north. And this might be a situation now where the players look to transition to Imp and get a Treb War going.
Yep, yeah, I think it's about time. In fact, Vinchester goes up to Imperial Age. TaToH's push was looking nice, but as soon as Redemption comes in, it's completely stalled out. It's not going to work anymore. And now the ram is even being converted. There it is.
And the workshop, too.
Now we see TaToH with a bunch of stables. He hasn't clicked up to the Imperial Age yet, which is slightly worrying. There's nothing wrong with going Knights in Castle Age, but there is something wrong with going Knights in Castle Age when there's a castle fight going on. And I think now he realized Imperial Age is going to be much better of a choice. Long-term, going Knights with Sicilians is great, though. And TaToH, the 20-ville advantage is extremely solid.
Yeah, and you have to be really careful going for those knights against the Gajars, because once the Gajars get up to Imp, their bonus damage increases on their camels.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, the camels take much better fights for knights, and they don't even need any of the Imperial Age upgrades. They just need Imperial Age to come in, and they get that bonus.
Yep.
And double castles, too, for Vinch, so he's really going to be getting the Trebs out quickly.
Yeah, I think TaToH's going to have to give that side up. There's no real way he's going to be able to compete with 1 castle to 2. And, you know, TaToH's got 2 town centers there, but he can easily move those villas. He's got 20 villas. You can easily move them to a woodline. It's not the worst thing if TaToH loses this whole side, because he's already established on the left-hand side anyways. And there's a good amount of stone and gold to go around. So I think TaToH should just give the side up. He shouldn't worry too much about it. And should just focus down the center and wait till he gets his own composition and his own plays going. Like Cav down the center, looking for that monk. And it looks like it's going to be mainly Cavalier on the cards for TaToH, which are great for Sicilian, especially when Hobra comes in. But there's 4 monks out in the middle of nowhere. Vinchester, oh my god, I guess that's the church's choir. All going down to the knights there.
A great pick off from TaToH there. And that's just going to let him be able to use those knights, but the camels at the same time are starting to come out. And until more of that Imperial Age armor comes in, it's going to be tricky now to fight against those Gajar camels. They just have such a huge attack bonus.
Yeah, you gotta avoid the camels as much as possible. At least until Hobart comes in, giving you a little bit of extra armor. We are seeing First Crusade though, so maybe it's a bait. He's going Knights to bait Vinchester into investing the camels, and then the Sergeants can come out. Or maybe he could just go for both Sergeants and Hobart Cavalier, because TaToH's economy is fantastic. 144 vils, good amount of gold and stone in the bank. Handcart now coming in. It is missing heavy plow.
He did go double castle on the north. So
trying to fight that,
could he be trying to take the Trebor here?
I did talk about that. Don't think it's a good idea, me personally, but maybe with the Sergeants, it could kind of flip the script. And now seeing Halberdier though, he's doing a little bit of everything it seems now. I'm not sure if I agree with how TaToH's playing this one out.
Yeah, I feel like that second castle would have been much better on the left, and it would have stopped Vinch from being able to get all this map control.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like the whole game plan for TaToH should have been give up the right, fight for the left. He's trying to fight for the right when it's not really working out. You know, you're already behind in the Trebor. That being said, though, big engagements potentially in the center of the map. A lot of Sergeants on the field. These are not elite, keep in mind, but they still have some decent stats. That being said, mixed in with some Halberdiers, of course.
And TaToH's trying to counter castle on the left. Now, he is the Sicilian, so will he get this up just in the perfect time? No, he doesn't deny the castle from Vinch there. He
was actually like 10 seconds late there. If he got 10 seconds earlier, the Vils could have went down. That being said, it is going to be another Trebor on this side. Should be favoring TaToH. Arston's now coming in as well, so these Sergeants and Halberdier mix will be pretty good. But the Chakrams are being masked up. Vinchester is going Chakram heavy camel, and you're able to do double gold comp on this map because there's so much gold and stone available for you. However, Bowsaw, handcarts, and heavy plow, conventional economy upgrades for Vinchester are all missing. So his economy is pretty weak. Sergeant's building a dungeon on the left hand side.
Gonna have a much better eco.
Yep.
And it's donjon time. The Sergeants from TaToH moving forward. Right now they have 5 melee armor, and the Gajars have 5 melee attacks, so that will be 1 damage that they're doing.
Yeah, 1 damage from the Chakrams here. Trebor was completely a stomp for Vinchester. Only invested into 2 Trebs. It wasn't really a Treb war, it was just a Treb domination here. Heavy Plow, Blast Furnace coming in for TaToH, and TaToH will be winning the Treb war on the left at the very least. Chef Chiriras, the unique tech for Gurjaras, is coming in. That is a game changer for the Gurjaras. That makes all their units' food costs go down by, I think, 20%, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think the castle's going to go down before it comes in.
Oh, true, yeah.
So now Vinch has to realize that he needs to put it in another castle. Sometimes, and he realizes that right away. Sometimes you lose it, and then you forget to click it again if you're not paying attention. But he puts it in one of those northern castles now.
Yeah, and I'm glad he remembered that.
TaToH's still trying to hold on.
Yeah, that's good. It is 25% as well, my apologies. Elite Sergeant now coming in, so it seems like TaToH's aware that Sergeants is the perfect counter to the Chakrams, and it's also a good unit against the Camels. So now the Sergeants might be the only thing that TaToH needs to go for here.
Yeah, and the I guess the only counter that the Gujars would have to them would be the hand cannoneers, but against all the other Gujar units, this is a perfect play from him.
200 pot for TaToH. He's controlling the entire game here. It's actually Vinchester that's struggling on 150 population. Adding a town center in the corner, he's realizing he's getting raided to death. Never even bothered with Elite Chakram. In fact, he couldn't afford it. He decided to go Camels first. But the Sergeants were the perfect choice from TaToH. And he's actually combining them with some dungeons potentially sprinkled across the map. I see him picking up Hoardings now and a Bodkin Arrow. Looking to relive the Treb war on the right-hand side as well. Massing some Trebuchets. Remember, we do get Siege Engineers if we want it as the Sicilians as well here.
And this is just looking really good for TaToH at this point. I don't really see a way for Vinch to make a transition to deal with the Sergeants. He's at such a low pop.
Yeah.
It feels like TaToH is just going to keep steamrolling this push.
Great use of the Halberdier from TaToH. Halberdiers, he's mixing in all kinds of melee units, which is really, that's the strength of the Sicilians. They stockpile so much food because their farms never run out. I'm going to click some farms around here. This one's going to have a ton of food on it when it finishes. Even delete some villas here as we speak. The farms have a grand total of 625 food each. They never run out. He got a really good economy, and he's using that to just raid Vinchester to absolute oblivion here. So though the Chakrams are shredding the light cav, it's not enough. TaToH takes game number 15, 8-7. The series is still neck and neck. Good win with the Sicilians there for TaToH.
8-7. They've just been alternating games so far today. And, well, we did see TaToH go up to that period where he had about 150 vills. And that's what First Crusade can help you with.
Yeah.
You can get that eco population and still have an army when all of a sudden you pop out all of those sergeants, and it was just absolutely the perfect unit for him to go for.
Yeah, it's one of those rare cases with the sergeants. The only counter in the Gurjar's arsenal to the sergeant is really the hand cannoneer. And even that unit isn't great for Sicilians because they resist some of the bonus damage. So TaToH played a beautiful game, went for the right unit choice, and of course, we've been seeing a ton of unique units throughout the set, and we're seeing all kinds of civilizations we don't see in your conventional tournaments. One of the reasons I'm really loving these best of 21s. Oh my god, 15,000 more resources collected for TaToH as well here. Beautiful stuff.
And that was also one of Vinchester's home maps, so TaToH managing to pick up a win on one of Vinch's maps. So hopefully that is, for the sake of TaToH, a bit of a momentum where he might look to break this streak of winning a game and then losing a game.
Yeah.
If he finally has some momentum on his opponent's home maps.
Yeah. This is a huge win for TaToH. One of his bottom civs versus one of the middle civs for Vinchester. Much needed one. TaToH still has a couple good civs in. It's looking really close. It's really, truly anyone's game. And guys, a friendly reminder here to follow the stream if you enjoy the content. Also consider subscribing if you want to support me further. And if you want to support the prize pool of this tournament, feel free to donate, !donate for the link. All donations go entirely towards the prize pool. And if you want to support our co-caster TOS, check him out on YouTube as well, !co-caster for the link. He makes some really cool videos as well there. Little plug everything between
and if you do want to donate to the prize pool, Hera will point to it and show you exactly where it is on the screen. He's been practicing.
I'm a master. I'm master of it right now. We're winding down to the last few games here. I wonder how the players must be feeling as well. Like, I'm kind of an animal. I play 10 games a day, no problem. But a lot of the players aren't used to playing 10 high-level 1v1 games every single day. And I wonder if them being tired is kind of a factor as well into the series as time goes on.
I feel like Vinch and TaToH can handle it.
Okay.
They're the type of players who feel like they probably play Age all the time.
Yeah. I mean, they're both pretty much full-time players. Eon Carrot, thanks to the Prime sub, welcome to the stream. They're both full-time players, but I think TaToH likes to mix up with some team games every now and then. This time around, kind of stepping up and playing a best of 21. Someone in the chat saying I can't even play 2 in a row. I feel that, man. No worries. I built up my stamina over the years.
You gotta take a break and play the campaigns at some point, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
15k, let's go.
Asriel, thanks to $25 donation, man. It's a lot of money going to the prize pool. Thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate it. And it's going to be Vinchester's home map for the next game. And he is taking them on Graveyards, believe it or not here. Graveyards is a solid choice and a fun map to watch. Keep in mind, a lot of the maps that are left are Arabia-style maps. Runestones, we've got Graveyards. Is there anything else I'm missing that are like kind of more Arabia?
Land Madness.
Land Madness in there as well.
Serengeti.
So there's like 4 maps that are open land maps. So if you're a fan of Arabia, if you're a fan of open land maps, there's a ton of those coming our way as well. And I'm really excited to be watching some of these guys go at it.
Yeah, and I guess one thing about Graveyards is it's one of those ES maps that were hidden in the custom folder if you had it on the original game. And the one change that the more competitive version has is there are some really big lakes. There were 4 just absolutely huge lakes on Graveyards that have been basically dried up and turned into land. So it plays a lot more like Arabia. now, but with a bit of a twist because there are lots of extra relics to collect.
Yeah, I think there's 13 relics on a standard game of Graveyards now.
Yeah, and is this maybe where we see the Aztecs, finally one of those American civs picked from Vinchester?
Yeah, so Aztecs are interesting. I think they're definitely a very solid graveyard pick in terms of like what you'd expect Aztecs to want to go for. A lot of Eagles go for the relics. But these days we've seen a trend towards going for light cav on a map like Graveyards. So maybe for something like Magyars for TaToH, that could be something that counters Aztecs, prevent them from getting monks in the field, use the light cav to snipe those. But then again, if Aztecs can get Eagles out in the field, maybe some pikemen, combined with their monks, and if they start picking up some relics, they can be absolutely unstoppable. So I think Aztecs are good if they're able to get the relics, but if they've got to deal with light cav all over the place, it could be somewhat problematic.
It's funny you mentioned light cav because that's one thing Vinchester doesn't have. Four
Yeah.
of his 6 civs do not have light cav. He's got
Oh,
the
true.
American civs and then the Teutons.
Yeah, so he's almost guaranteed to not have light cav on this map. Wonder if he's planned to have it that way, if he's kind of just adapted into it. It's always hard to plan
And
ahead.
you don't really think of Goths or Ethiopians as a light cav civ either.
No, I mean, maybe Goths can be passable nowadays. But let's take a look. The game has started. I think it's going to be Aztecs for Vinch if I had to take a guess. Yeah, it's going to be Aztecs. Oh my god, it's the Romans for TaToH. I think he predicted the Aztecs and wanted the Romans to counter them because the Romans, on paper, should be great against something like the Aztecs here.
Yeah, so reminder about the Romans, they are the new civilization, and they do benefit from their blacksmith techs giving double the effect to their infantry. So you gotta check out the blacksmith tech tree for them. They have all of the attack upgrades, and they missed the final armor upgrade. So at the end, in the Imperial Age, the armor isn't that big of a difference, but in the early game, having an extra armor in those feudal fights and potentially in those castle fights could make a huge difference.
Absolutely. It's one of the hardest things to stop is a Roman men at arm rush. Pretty much only archers can deal with that. Anything else in the early game doesn't really cope with it, especially when the armor comes in. Map is Graveyards. We talked about it a little bit, guys. Let's take a look at the map here. 13 relics sprinkled across, very generously spread out throughout the map. Players will no doubt fight for them. Aside from that, it's a rather open map. Very small wood lines, a lot of golds and stones also scattered across the map. So there's a lot to fight for. We're not going to see the walls that we saw last game with Outcrop. We're going to see a lot more early game action. And Vinchester's Lumber Camp is giving me eyesight problems. I really hate it, to be honest.
Oh yeah, these woodlines are really small and spread out.
Yep.
There's how many trees? About
17.
it's like what is quick maths? 18 plus 11, around like 30-ish trees in some of these woodlines.
Yeah.
And that's on, back on Arabia in AOC, the woodlines would usually have around 115 to 130 trees on them. These woodlines are tiny.
Yeah. 30 trees. And you run into the problem, like, do you go for double lumber camp, one on one wood line and another on another wood line? Or do you just stick on one lumber camp, take the wood until it's all out, and then go for another one? These are all micro decisions that the players have to take. And now we've seen early barracks from Vinchester before the mill, in fact. So that is going to be the second building for him to up to the next age. He's going to be going up on 20 pop. And Romans for TaToH, we've seeing a standard build so far.
Yeah, so what do you think of the ability to go for Eagle Warriors on this map for the Aztecs? It's pretty open. You can give them a lot of mobility. But then again, the Romans might have an option of going for Longswordsmen.
Yeah, and Longswordsmen will destroy Eagles, especially with the extra armor from the Romans. Like, it'll be the most unfair fight we've ever seen. That being said, though, if you mix in Eagles with enough monks, maybe the monks can deal with the Longswordsmen. So, if Aztecs has the momentum, they've got the mobility with the Eagles, damn right they're strong. But if they've got to fight head-on with the Roman Longswordsmen, it's not going to be a good time here. So it's kind of 50-50. I'm personally just really excited to see how the Romans perform here.
And a Civ, I've seen too much of them played as in competitive games, so I'm really interested to see if TaToH has something special planned for him.
Also, not to take the attention away from the game, but we've got a new emote, Hera Bonk, in the chat. I was saving it for when we see the men-at-arms king of the chat. Spam that up there. It's a new emote on the channel. We're seeing the men-at-arms come out from TaToH, or just the militia for the time being. Some militia out for Vinchester as well. If we're excited to see some men-at-arms, we've got the emoji there for it. And, oh, hold on. What's going on here? TaToH just can't stay in his base. Both these players, in fact, can't stay in their base. They've got to make it messy. TaToH sending 4 of us forward.
And Vinch will see that. His eagle was walking right past them.
Yeah, did he actually see it though? Yeah, it looks like he saw it because he's actually walling up a lot now and going for a range defensively. So he's going to go for a range, 2 militia to put some pressure. But TaToH is just going completely all into this push. Staying on 1 lumber camp, walling up a little bit, and then going forward, 4 vills, 3 men-at-arms. And I have no doubt that he's going to drop a blacksmith as soon as he can as well.
Yeah, it's almost like he's playing the Incas with how quickly he wants to get that blacksmith down, right? It's so, like the old Vil fighting Incas, it's so crucial to get those upgrades for your militia line.
Yep, the armor acts for basically a +2. And that works for melee and range, which is why it's so overpowered in the early game. Of course, the bonus itself isn't necessarily overpowered because it only works for your infantry. But definitely feels good in the moment here. Men-at-arms attack finishes. Blacksmith's on the way for TaToH. And he is going to be targeting the bottom woodline for Vinchester. He's targeting the southern part of Vinchester's base, which only has 3 vills. If he's able to kill 3 vills, then that's a huge advantage. You don't need to go for more necessarily. I want to see a gate trap. Make a gate, TaToH. Come on, all the Alcatraz.
So they can't run.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to go for it.
Oh, there's going to Vil. He's doing it.
He's going to go for it. It's just in time. Vinchester's running away, but the gate's down. Beautiful play from TaToH.
That's going to be 3 dead Vils.
Yep.
And he needs to finish the tower, though, to keep the archers away.
Those archers, no fletching. It's 1 archer, 1 skirmisher. Not the most interesting thing ever.
Actually, where I said he needed to finish the tower,
Yep.
he might have actually wanted not to finish that with how easily he won that fight. He might have been able to delete that and just get some stone back, but he does finish it. We'll have it up on that wood line.
I agree with that.
Goes
I was
for the
thinking
next
about that as well. The delete would have been such a 200 IQ move. Just delete the tower and be able to afford it right away. But he is mining stone either way, so he's going to be able to get up another tower if he wants to. And I think Vinchester's really struggling. He doesn't know what to do. He's making a mix of skirms, archers, but nothing's really clicking for him here.
He doesn't have the wood for another lumber camp. He just placed a farm foundation and deleted it because he realized he only has 60 wood.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's long distance chopping on the outside as well. He's almost forced to take this fight. But how can he take a fight against Roman men-at-arms? Take a look at the stats. So he has 6 attack, 2 melee armor, 3 pierce armor. Basically a castle age unit equivalent worth of stats. And it's on a feudal age men-at-arms.
And 3 pierce armor versus no fletching. The archers do 1 damage.
Yep. Militia's going down. Villagers going down. Vinchester's now having to deal with the tower as well, which is now garrisoned. And this is just absolute domination. TaToH paid $14 to pick up the Romans here, and he's hoping to make a profit by winning the set. It's helping him out so far. Good return on investment. Oh, look at the long range chopping here. This is brutal. God, make a lumber
if he does
camp.
pick up a win here, he would finally tie up this series and also take one of Vinch's better civs off.
Yep. One of those 3 mezza civs that we talked about here. One of TaToH's weaker civs on the draft, the Romans. It would be the first time the series has been tied up in a long time. Makes it very exciting going into the later stages. Vinchester, though, is not out of this game entirely. Although he did lose 4 villagers, excuse me. He did pick up 1 villager from TaToH himself. Now TaToH's going to be going for a range back home. Remember, the Roman economy bonus, one of the best in the game. It makes their villagers work to gather resources, repair, and build 5% faster. So it's a great boost to the overall Roman economy here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of everything from them.
Yeah.
And repairing that affects things in so many different ways. Like if this comes down to a late game Trebor, repairing the castle a bit faster can help out too.
Yep. Repairing walls, keeping out militias and men-at-arms also comes into play. Repairing towers when you're tower rushing. Such a unique bonus there. Helps out across the board pretty much. Oh, and Vinchester's selling his soul at the market here. He recognizes he probably needs to get to the castle age to ever have something to deal with the men-at-arms. I think he wants to play towards monks, if I had to take a guess. But his economy is in absolute shambles. He's actually not making a single villager and just waiting to be able to buy another 100 food.
He needs the food.
Yeah, it's the only thing he can do. He's getting the food in from the berries. Yep, goes up. Wow. Terrible economy, but he's up to castle age. Fair enough. He's going to be a lot faster than TaToH at the very least here.
Yeah, TaToH's eco isn't anywhere near clicking up, but then again, he hasn't had to add in that market. And he's already up 9 military to 7, and he's sending more vills forward. He wants one more tower on that next wood line for Vinchester. I don't really see Vinch able to stop that tower. He still doesn't have fletching. He's still doing only 1 damage to those men-at-arms with the archers.
And TaToH's going forward now with more villagers. So the villagers in the back have a new life now, going for the lumber. And now TaToH, more villagers going forward with another tower. And this is Vinchester's only wood line left. If he loses this, he's going to have to make yet another lumber camp somewhere else. It's just looking rough for him. His villas are constantly moving around. He sends 5 villas now to the bottom tower. Maybe try to kill that one, reclaim the wood. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and TaToH can just take out the tower with the men-at-arms. There's nothing that can kill the men-at-arms. Everything that Vinch has here only does 1 damage to him. The villagers, the archers, the skirms, as long as they don't get hit by the tower.
Everything else does 1 damage. Tower's the best defense, so that's going to somehow push those guys away. I feel like TaToH could actually fought that right into the tower, no problem. He
might have been able to. It's tricky. Like, you got to micro the men-at-arms so they don't walk away and chase vills.
Yeah.
But he might have been able to. If he adds more men-at-arms, he might even just be able to go for it. That's another tower, and this one will cover the gold.
It's worth mentioning, though, it feels like TaToH might be overcommitting to the feudal age a little bit. Like, he's super far away from castle age here. And Vinchester being in castle drops a monastery right away. If he starts picking up some relics, right, that acts as economy. So even though Vinchester's going to be running away vills and it looks very messy, if he starts picking up relics, which are rather close by, that could be a great boost to his castle age play. Second monastery coming in now as well.
A double monastery, and he will have access to 2 relics pretty easily in the south. And he did also send some villagers to kill that tower by that lumber camp in the south, so he will have more access to wood now, and he does have gold in the back. So as great a job as TaToH's doing with the towers, they're not controlling everything on the map. It's not like that Chaos Pit game where he could just tower and completely surround Vinchester. Vinch has a bit more mobility on this map.
Oh my god, the Vinchester monk just dies to the useless skirmishers. That has to just be such a big blow to Vinchester's setup right now. He needed that monk to be alive to get a conversion, pick up relics, and it just died instantly for free. TaToH's feeling good about himself. TaToH can actually go for some scouts now if he wants to. He doesn't have a stable, but if he commits to 2 forward stables, gets a little bit more wood, the scouts would be great against the monks, which is the only thing Vinchester has on the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, do you think TaToH could play this just by going maybe double stable scouts right now and not even clicking up to the castle age, or does he want to just click up right away?
I think so. I mean, it looks like he's going to go for the click up, but I think the absolute best play is to just go for some scouts, because if the scouts in the field, bloodlines, armor, forging, there's simply literally nothing Vinchester can do to counter that unit. He doesn't have enough to go for pikes or eagles, so it's just monks, and they will easily get picked up.
And now that gold, that's what, 6 men-at-arms?
Yep.
And finally a mangonel. Monks and mangonels might be just enough of a defense here from Vinchester. But again, it's something that if we see 2 stables from TaToH, he might just go to the castle age and go double stable light cav here. That will counter both the monks and the mangonel.
Yeah, I think light cav would be the absolute perfect unit here. Still finding some damage with his men-at-arms, though. They found their way into the wood line, and just poor Vinchester losing another 2 villagers here. Gotta feel with him at this point. Men-at-arms are even finding monk kills and everything here. Vinchester takes the score lead? This is absolutely weird. I mean, it's because, obviously, TaToH clicked up the castle age, but 2 stable transition now for the scouts, looking really good.
This might be another conversion. And also important is that Vinch hasn't done any upgrades on those monks, no sanctity yet. They're still on only 30 HP.
Does pick up a relic though. That's gonna be the actually the first two coming in at the same time here. And relics are the game changer on this map. Like if he's able to get relics, especially with the Aztecs giving more gold per second,
At Hera fanboy know you.
that would be the best thing that Vinchester can hope for. Just getting a bunch of relics and hoping the gold is enough to carry his economy. Monk likely gonna die though to the scout. Should just convert a men at arm, yeah, and be completely fine with that. There it is. Might even be able to get away with that relic as well here. Yeah, more monks going out for relics here. TaToH in the castle age now. No doubt going to be going for a light cap first and probably husbandry right after as well.
At Hera TaToH count was 50 and it dropped 47. How it can happen? Vink didn't convert or
There's
kill.
Light Cav on the way. Already has a couple of scouts forward. We're seeing finally Fervor and Sanctity from Vinchester. That will give his monks more HP and a bit more speed. And it's just going to be what type of damage can TaToH find with these Light Cav in this base from Vinch that is not walled at all and is completely open.
Yeah, it's absolutely wide open. Two monasteries from TaToH going down. He also wants to play for relics as well. And now the Light Cav are finding some immediate value on the woodline. Still that one woodline causing so many problems for Vinchester here. And Light Cav going directly there. I think, you know, there's no reason to stop here. Just continue raiding with Light Cav. Nothing can really defend here for Vinchester. All he has is monks. They die to the Light Cav.
He's trying to get some spears out, but he's going to need a lot to cover his base.
I'm not
He
gonna
does
lie.
have 3 relics with the 4th on the way, though, and with the
Yeah.
Aztecs, that is a pretty good eco boost.
That's like all you really need is gold to make monks and eagles. Really, I'm not gonna lie. I think like
Coincidence or not,
The town centers
yesterday
from
was my
TaToH?
birthday, so Hera gifted me a nice tourney without knowing.
I'm not sure if going for economy is the right play. Like I have to be honest. I think playing all in, with maybe a third stable here, and then just picking up relics should just be much better than adding in economy. But either way, TaToH goes for the economy, still with the Light Cav on the front, trying to snipe some of those monks. Can't quite get the siege though.
He's getting some damage here, but the one thing you can do with only feudal spears is actually still fend off the Light Cav.
Yep.
And there's Pikeman.
Maginus can also get some nice attack rounds as well. So even though if the Light Cav got up close, they die. Maybe we can, yeah, maybe we can go for some nice hits with them.
Yeah. And now that the towers have been cleaned, there's really no pressure on that gold. And the monks and the mangonels can camp close enough to the town centers that they can help defend against the Light Cav still.
Yep, absolutely. More monks for Vinchester. He's not really going for anything else right now. He can't afford it. But he did manage to scrape up a second town center. So now that he's got 4 relics in the bank, it's helping him use the market, kind of get some more economy going, and invest into actually getting a proper economy setup. Not just rely on those relics long term here. Light Cav proving to be extremely tedious to deal with though.
Yeah, they're getting in on that wood line. And Vinch will get a 5th relic, though. And, well, 5 Aztec relics. That's really strong just by itself. And even though this map has a lot of other relics that he could collect. And ooh, he's trying to trap TaToH's Light Cav there. But I think that Vil will go down.
Yeah.
Not enough Alcatraz there for Vinch.
Needs more Alcatraz practice. And oh, looks like the Light Cav die out there. But TaToH, whenever he loses some Light Cav, he always got more coming. Lost a few at the front as well here. 65 villas to 46. The economy, I criticized it earlier going for the economy because I felt like Vinch would get off the hook. But it is giving TaToH a 20 villa lead now. So you know what? Maybe in the end it was the right call. It's hard to say for sure because now I feel like Vinchester has a decent chance where if you can get some momentum with the Monk siege push, maybe the 20 villas won't matter if he's got the relics in.
And this relic number 6. And the thing about the Light Cav is TaToH has been losing them, and they are pretty expensive. They're 80 food each.
Yep. Now we see him taking back into Long Swordsman. Gonna be the option that will best counter everything that the Aztecs go for, but it's the option that also kind of dies to the monks in low numbers. So longswords are great if you can mass them up here, but in low numbers, they won't really solve the issue. And look at Vinchester. He's got just enough army to go for a forward castle. And this was the danger of TaToH adding an economy. Now this game out of nowhere might actually be losable if TaToH can't defend this push and the castle goes up. This is looking very, very dicey.
Yeah, and now Vinch can just go for that Aztec, basically play like a game of Arena, go for that forward castle monk rush, and do it with the power of 6 relics. He just needs to find a way to keep his mangonels and monks alive, and he has a few pikes there, and these are now tanky Aztec monks with 55 HP. Will this be enough for him to win this fight?
Ooh, I think his monks kind of got out of position, got caught without the pikes defending them here. As some gifted subs come in, guys, thank you very much for the support. A lot of the monks went down, but the castle for Vinchester will get down on the hill. I don't know if that's impactful enough, though. And now the longswords should actually destroy the longswords. Oh, sorry, the longswords should destroy the pikemen, in fact. They dive straight in, looking to get the mangonels out.
Yeah, the light cab did pick off enough of the monks that there's no conversion on the longswords, but I think the castle goes up. And if it does go up, that means Jaguar warriors start to come out for the Aztecs to deal with the longswords.
6-5 relics, but those are 6 Aztec relics for Vinchester. And excuse me, I was wrong. It's not 13 relics, it's actually 11. But you can forgive me because I actually don't really play this game too often. I'm more of a caster anyways. 82 goes for TaToH. Feeling pretty good about the situation economy-wise, but Vinchester does have a castle on the hill, and that always means something can happen here.
And I feel like this is a really good position for Vinchester, actually, with the relics, with the castle, and looking at his resources. His food, he's going to do redemption first, but he's fairly close to imp.
True. An imp with monks, they get you block printing +3 range. It's one of the strongest things you can get in early imp for those monks. Helps out a lot getting long range conversions. And the 2TC economy, it's proven to be all that Vinchester needs. He's actually taking in Horse Collar and Bowsaw, looking to try to up his villager count and his economy to kind of keep up with what TaToH has got. TaToH's getting redemption now and atonement himself, so a lot of monks going down on the field. You see some stables being converted. Maybe some Shalata warriors could come out as well, which is interesting.
Oh, that would be amazing.
One of the monks.
Gets a quick conversion.
Yeah.
Charging on the stable.
Yeah, snags that. Oh, quick conversion on the light cab as well. By charging on the buildings, you can actually convert units instantly if you retarget it. It's a really strong way to use the monks with redemption here. But TaToH is not interested in fighting the monks. He's gonna go for the counterattack. He's looking to hit Vinchester's town center with the longswordsmen. And these guys have 4-4 or 5-5 in terms of pierce and melee armor. Very, very tanky unit. So monks could help defend those guys, though. Monks are always the best offensive and defensive tool in the game.
Yeah, they're converting the stables at the front and converting the longswords at the back. And I don't know what TaToH hopes to accomplish with this counterattack. I mean, he can kill more eco, but he needs to stop this push at the front of his base.
Yeah.
Remember, the monk is probably the best siege unit in Age of Empires. And it's just converting TaToH's production buildings.
Literally, the best siege unit is not from the siege workshop, not from the castle, it's from the monastery. And he does take out 2 stables, now going for the barracks. But TaToH's got monks of his own now, trying to convert the siege, converts that mangonel, convert one, I convert it back. And now we see TaToH going for a defensive castle. But here's the thing. If Vinchester continues getting conversions and continues to snowball through TaToH's base, then the village advantage doesn't really matter too much. That being said, though, TaToH's counterattack did a number on Vinchester's economy here.
Yeah, I think it's always important to remember that when you get that 30 villager lead, a lot of the eco you gather was spent on those villagers, so it's not like you instantly get a benefit from it. It takes a while for that to pay off. And, well, Vinch is clearing his base. TaToH threw a lot of long swords against that TC, even though he did do a bit of damage to the vills. He's just going for more forward barracks, and oh, that's what he wants now, that castle on the hill right overlooking that TC.
Yeah, that's been what's the counterattack's been setting up. That forward castle, if that goes down, is absolutely huge here. I think longswordsmen, they're doing a good job. They do really well against everything that's not a monk. But even against monks, if you have enough longswordsmen, you can overpower a couple conversions here. At this point, he's just going to wait and get the castle up. If that castle goes up, It's half of Vinchester's economy is in the gutter. Going back to Vinchester's push, he's looking for a new angle, looking to convert more buildings here.
But that defensive castle from TaToH now is really key to stopping this push, as you can't really push that until you go to the Imperial Age. So
Yeah.
if TaToH's able maybe to mine a bit of stone and at some point either get one more castle. Oh wait, I see the Charlotte Warriors. He's doing them.
Oh, they're coming out. Where are they at?
They're at the back of TaToH's base. They're raiding his gold.
Going for some raiding, man. This series has just had everything. Now we see Charlotte Warriors in a pro tournament being used to raid TaToH's economy here from Vinchester. Gotta love to see it. It feels though as, oh my god, Vinchester's scrambling up 3 town centers here. He's looking to start a brand new game. He just wants to start over, try this out again with some more economy. But it looks like TaToH's finally taking some really big steps towards winning this game. 107 vills now, 125 pop for him. Vinchester's not even at 100 pop. And it's going to be very difficult to push through TaToH's base.
TaToH converted a Charlotte Warrior.
Oh my god. Okay. He's using it as well. A Roman Charlotte Warrior on the field. When's the last time we've seen that? I think this might be the first actually for the Romans. There it is.
This might be the first ever Roman Charlotte Warrior.
On the field here. He doesn't know what to do. He's just going to stay put for now, but, you know, it is around.
Yeah. That's a lot of TCs, as you were saying, for Vinchester.
Yeah.
But it was weird when Vinch decided to do Redemption. His resources were almost at the point where he could click Imp.
Yeah.
And I am wondering at this point, maybe Imperial Age and some Trebs might have been more useful than Redemption now, because he hasn't really been able to get their army to push into TaToH's base, even with those converted stables.
I kind of agree, because when we're going Redemption, it kind of stalled out the Castle Age, giving TaToH time to launch counterattacks. But if you go for the Trebs, the fast Imp, you can push TaToH and don't really give him the time to counterattack you, as you did by going for the Redemption push. So definitely something to that. You also get block printing as well, which helps with the monks. And TaToH's doing a really good job kind of controlling the entire map now. Vinchester's still stuck in it because he does have the 6 Aztec relic, but it's now a 45 villager difference and counting. And it looks like TaToH is preparing maybe another forward castle with those vills as well.
Yeah, and chat's asking about the Charlotte Warriors. It was a unit added in DE that if the Aztecs or Incas convert a stable, they can train it. It is the exact same stats as a knight, but obviously no cavalier or paladin upgrades, and they don't get to the armor upgrades at the blacksmith. So
Yeah.
not really a good unit, just kind of a little Easter egg that they can go for now.
Yeah, and it does have its place in the game. I think it's really cool to add units like that for the fans to see them every now and then. And sometimes they do impact the game with some raids. It looks like TaToH's going for a finishing blow here. Castle on the left on the hill. Castle down the center here. Oh, he's targeting the monastery. This is something we need to see more often in pro games, by the way. Targeting the monastery and getting the relics back. If you can kill that monastery, Vinchester's out of the game 100%. Because all the relics not only get lost for Vinchester, they go into TaToH's hands. He needs to just completely focus down that monastery now. 100% the main target here.
Yeah. And as I'm looking at these longswords, another thing I'm noticing is that once you get both of those armor upgrades, the town centers are only going to be doing 1 damage until they get fletching and bodkin on them. So TaToH's been taking advantage of that and just hitting the TCs with longswords periodically throughout these games.
Yeah, nothing can really hurt these longswordsmen. They've got just so much armor. And he is indeed targeting that monastery. Vinchester drops the castle to prevent TaToH from taking those relics, but it doesn't matter. All TaToH needs is to make sure the relics come out of that monastery, and that is more than enough damage. Now Vinchester is completely stuck with 0 on gold, and it's looking very, very rough for him.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to kill his economy there. Those Aztec relics were giving him so much gold. But now I don't really see a path for him to keep his monk production and really any other unit production flowing. Just he's down to 100 gold and no vills on it. And now we have a Centurion also from TaToH.
Oh, where they at?
Unique unit.
I truly believe that's one of the best units in the game, by the way. It's not good in this game because there's so many monks on the field. but the stat-wise, it's one of the absolute best units in the game. 13 plus 2 attack now, 140 HP, 3 Pierce Armor base in the castle. It's such a strong unit. But of course, if you get it converted, it's a strong unit for the enemy. This castle on the left is a bit ambitious for TaToH. I don't think it's going to go up.
That's a close one. Remember, he is the
90%.
Romans. They build faster slightly.
Oh, 5% faster. That could have made the difference between getting that castle and not. And gets it up. GG. The series is all tied up at 8-8 here. Well played to TaToH there. Tying it up with the Romans versus the Aztecs. Well played there. Wow.
And 8-8. Series has never been more than 2 games apart. In 16 games, it is completely tied.
So welcome to
And
game number 17, which is just crazy to say. 17 games deep into the Special 21. Mayans for Vinchester, one of his top tier civs. Bengalis for TaToH in the red, one of his lower tier civs. And Bengalis actually feel pretty decent up against the Mayans in a lot of cases, to be honest.
Interesting. I was thinking he'd go Chinese for Runestones, but he's still going to leave us hanging on where he uses Chinese. We've been wondering this since game number 1.
I swear, man, that's been like
He might be saving him until the end.
the mystery of the entire set. Like, I just don't understand the Chinese first pick, when he's going to go ahead and drop them. But in this case, Bengalis here. I mean, thinking about the Bengalis, you do get the extra villagers that come through, which are incredibly useful in developing your economy. But if you're forced to fight a lot early game, especially with archers and skirms, I think Mayans with the cheaper archers tend to be better, especially when they can mix in some of those eagles. Something unique about the Nineville start as well, Vinchester didn't need to pick up Loom early on like you normally would. He actually picked it up. In fact, both of them did for some reason. Oh no, TaToH has it queued up. Vinchester picked it up anyways, but you don't actually need to if you do the build properly.
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky, and you got to force drop the food to make sure you keep the production going.
Yeah.
But it does make mines maybe a bit better than normal, just because you're going to have that extra vill throughout the Dark Age, and you're not going to need to do that early loom.
Absolutely.
You were saying you thought that Bengalis had some options at least against Mayans.
Yeah.
Do you think TaToH was anticipating the Mayans pick from Vinch on this map and intentionally picked Bengalis for that?
That's a good question. It's possible it was in the back of his mind. Or maybe he just wanted Bengalis here because he had nowhere else to play them. So I think both of those can be very real situations. But the options that Bengali have against the Mayans, it's really just one really solid option. It's the Ratha. The unique unit does really well against archers and does really well against eagles. It only really dies to skirmishers, which just Mayans have decent skirms. But the Ratha can really neutralize both of the power units that Mayans tend to go for, which is Plumed Archer or Arbalest, and then Eagle Warrior.
Yeah, the Ratha is kind of an interesting unit where it's good against many other unique units and different gold units, but really bad against skirmishers or trash units.
Yeah, yeah. It's the gold unit killer, and then it just dies to the most basic things. Vinchester's loving his 2 Militia Drush, going for it, this time in the Dark Age. We've seen him do it last game in Graveyards, but he went up to Feudal Age. Now he does the Militia in Dark Age, which delays his click up, but lets the Militia punch a little earlier. In this case, they punch straight into a Town Center, but take very minimal damage, so it's no big deal. TaToH, though, well defended already. Good walls from him.
Yeah, and remember, Runestones is pretty easy to wall up. And oh, I love that house because it separates the eagle from the militia.
Sick.
And now Vinch can't group them all up.
And now TaToH Scout, to finish things off, is going to go ahead and snipe that eagle. So beautiful play from that little house trick there from TaToH. Kind of splitting up the army. Divide and conquer, as we say. And now we have an archery range coming through from TaToH. And he's going to be doing a good job of just securing his base, walling up. And his map is actually incredibly nice. 3 backwood lines, back gold. It's almost like the luck in the series has been more in his favor as the games went on. At first, he was kind of, you know, falling short a couple games, but now he's getting some really nice setups going.
Yeah, and Runestones does have a bit of a larger wood line. I think there's about 70 or so trees in each of these wood lines, so it's not going to be anywhere near as tiny as those graveyard woods were in that previous game.
Yep, 100%. Two Militia's not finding too much damage. Feudal Age just about to click in for Vinchester, and he's managed to fully wall his base despite having a weaker map than TaToH, but both of them fully walling their base. Remember, Runestones is in the category of semi-open land map, so it's pretty open, but it's also played pretty defensively early on with a lot of walls. So it's kind of a mix of openness and closed. And yeah, it ends up being a fairly balanced gameplay.
Yeah, it reminds me kind of more, rather than of Standard Arabia, like Green Arabia.
Yeah.
If you played that back on
Oh,
the
hell yeah, I
days
did.
in the NPL.
Yeah, Green Arabia was the most noob-friendly map out there, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, Runestones is kind of like a competitive version of that Green Arabia. Not a lot of hills on the map. There's still a good amount, but they're just not very big. So it's a very balanced map, and I tend to really enjoy it, to be honest. Vinch is deciding to go for a fast castle behind us, by the way. Or something of the sort of a fast castle. He's in feudal age nice and early, but he's not making any military. He's saving up towards the castle age. And I don't know if you guys watched my video about Drush fast castle, but I made a video about it and how it's kind of a dead and outdated strategy. So to be able to see it right now is very interesting. But we're seeing a more modern version of it, where you go up to feudal age a little bit earlier and then transition to castle age.
Yeah, and also have a bit less of a commitment, because it's only 2 militia and not that full 3 militia drush like you would have seen years ago.
Kind of noises.
But that is one of the classic mine strategies, the drush FC into plumed archers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very old school strategy. And actually, we're seeing a market come down from Vinchester, so it actually looks like he might decide to go Eagle Warriors if he wants to as well. But for the time being, TaToH's just defending with some archers and dealing with the militia. He hasn't really thought about Vinchester's follow-up, and I'm sure Vinchester's keeping his, his options open at this point as well.
Yeah, and, well, market already up, blacksmith placed down, the resources are there. And he has a few eagles. Now, this is, of course, one of the, well, to me it feels like a new addition still, even though it's been in the game since, the Forgotten expansion. But you can make the eagles in the feudal age, which means you can amass a few of them on your way up to the castle age.
Yep.
So even if you get pressured, once you get to the castle age and the eagles get their attack bonus, you're able to launch a pretty fast counterattack.
Yeah. Background side, it doesn't sound too much. If it's too distracting, guys, I don't know what to do. I can mute my microphone here and there, but it's just a little bit of background noise. Just bear with me. If it's not too unbearable, just ignore it for the time being. Nothing I can do about it for now. They're just doing a little bit of repairs close by. For now, it's all done as well, so that's good. And now we have Eagle Warrior upgrade for Vinchester, or at least the armor on the Eagles. So it looks like he will be committing to those in the Castle Age.
Yeah, kind of interesting at how he walled his map that he keeps the gold safe, but used the stone as part of the wall. So it makes it maybe a bit difficult if you wanted to go for an eventual plumed archer switch. And he's going to need to make sure he has map control with eagles before moving out to mine that.
Yep. And actually, his walls aren't really the best. He could have walled to the edge of the map, but I guess he was just scrambling to get them up. So he didn't really think about how to make the perfect ones. But in this case, he's going to have the second barracks coming down. And TaToH's so intelligent. He's going to go for Rathas, not even caring whether Vinchester's going archers or eagles. Because as I said earlier, it doesn't matter. The Ratha does well against both those units. And TaToH's indeed going for it. Really, really smart choice from him there.
Yeah, maybe a bit sloppy of running the scout into the eagles, but at least he will see there are 4 eagles, so he will have an idea of what Vinchester is going for.
Yep. Now he kind of understands everything that there is to know. And Vinchester doesn't have any guarantees as far as what TaToH's going for. He can guess that Ratha's coming out, but he doesn't see, he can't really scout the stone. He's actually 1 tile short. Does see that villager come out of nowhere though, but he can't quite spot the stone. So he still has to guess as to what Vinchester's going for, and as to what TaToH's going for. And Vinchester's actually going for a forward siege workshop. So not only is he going for some eagles to pressure, but he's gonna go with eagles and siege. So yeah, quite a nice combo there. But I can't help but feel like the Rathas with the castle will stop that.
Well, if Vinch is really paying attention, he'll probably know that the vill that came out of nowhere was a stone villager, because he's scouted the main gold, the main stone, and the 2 second golds, and the only other thing that could be back there is the stone.
Oh, that would be insane. If he thought of all that, he deserves to be in a good position, but I am dubious about that. I don't know if If he quite thought about that. That would be extremely intelligent, though. 200 IQ. Oh, he saw the mining camp. Now he knows. Now he knows. And I wonder what he's going to do. I think the best adaptation here for Vinchester is to add a monastery. Because monastery can be great at converting some of those Rathas.
Yeah, and usually the monk is one of the best units against
Hera.
the most unique units in the game.
Yep.
Just because they're so expensive, the conversions are really valuable.
TaToH avoids losing a build there, and I just realized he hasn't actually placed the castle. This could be a little bit of a disaster if Vinchester's able to break in here. In come the Eagles. The castle is being dropped down. Is there a world where we lose a lot of villas? I don't think the castle will ever be denied here. A lot of us could go down. Vinchester sees the castle. He's going to dive in on it. Indeed, he will dive. And TaToH is going to garrison those villagers and just finish the castle on the back. And it looks like the Eagles won't really find too much. Yeah, completely fine. Well played to keep himself safe there.
Yeah, he saw those one-tile gaps, or the gap between the gold where he could quick wall. And as he's been saying, he's been playing his Alcatraz, so he was safe there.
Yeah, Alcatraz gamer there. Second mining camp as well to keep the stone, to keep the gold next to the castle. And now
nice mangonel from Vinchester.
Over the wall.
That's gonna force the Vills away and into the Eagles.
Oh, one eagle, collateral damage, but it's definitely worth it. 4 vills down. Vinchester needed this, to be honest. He needed to find some kills because the Eagles, on their own, they're not gonna find too much value. So that mangonel helps out a ton. And now we see a 3 TC boom from Vinchester behind this one. He recognizes there's not much more to push. You know, the castle's there. Wrath is going to be coming out, and so at this point, you know, Eagles are okay against the Rathas, but as you can see, the Rathas pound for pound much better and can even run away from the Eagles and keep the low HPs alive. So yeah, beautiful display of why the Rathas are so strong. TaToH's dancing a little bit with those guys as well here. Okay.
And you know, they can get the Eagles down to that really low HP, and they don't even need to chase them to finish them off. They can just switch to ranged mode.
Yep. Yeah, and this unit scales incredibly well too. Like the Wrath is really, really strong going into late game. It's a bit awkward. I'm not going to say it's the best well-rounded unit we have in the game, but it's very difficult to deal with if you're not on the right composition to counter them. And for those who don't know what this unit does, it's a unit that can switch from melee to range attack. So they have some arrows that they can shoot, or they can attack with melee with the sword, and they have different stats depending on which format they're in. Monastery for Vinchester to defend this one as well now.
Yeah, and kind of an interesting unit against the monks too, because they can always switch to ranged mode to try to hit the monks from afar.
And they're relatively cheap. I think they're like 60 food, 60 gold, which, I mean, it sounds expensive, but it doesn't cost food, and that's the important part. So when a unit doesn't cost food, usually you can get a good economy with it and then just make it on the side with some excess wood and gold, which are usually a bit more, you know, a bit more freed up. Yeah, they switch by clicking a button. The player can actually decide if he wants them to be in range or in melee. He decides whenever. And they need a lot of upgrades from the blacksmith, because depending on which mode they're in, different upgrades benefit them. So it's a very expensive unit, but it does a lot. It does a lot.
Yeah, if you're in the ranged mode, you need the fletching line of upgrades. If you're in the melee mode, you need the forging line for your attack upgrades. And I think they always take the same armor upgrades.
Yeah, always archer armor.
Yeah, always the archer armor. But the attack upgrades differ depending on the mode.
Exactly, yeah.
And then, of course, not only that, you also need the stable upgrades for husbandry and bloodlines.
Yeah.
And does this civ also get thumb ring at the archery range?
No thumb ring.
Just more upgrades to add in too.
Yeah, no thumb ring, but it gets Parthian tactics and it gets the unique tech that adds attack speed to it.
with the tournament. Can't wait to see who will be crowned.
Yeah. Wrath is now kind of controlling the game a little bit. The Eagles, not really able to fight them ever. I think TaToH should just fight that. I mean, maybe he's scared of monks, and I think that's why he's kind of backing up. But the 4 Wrathas almost definitely beat those Eagles. I'm kind of sure about it. Eagles chasing them away for the time being. Yeah, you can see him fighting with range and then fighting with melee if he wants to as well. Oh, one Wratha got into the woodline here. Gonna find a villager kill. All right. Now the monk can try and deal with that one. We want the delete from TaToH? No, not quite. He greeted for the villager.
Ooh,
Didn't
the
get it.
conversion.
Yep. Now Vinchester has a couple Rathas to his name as well. So how do we play this as the Mayans? Going into the late game, we're kind of transitioning now towards early imp. Got enough stone for almost the castle, halfway there. A lot of food and gold in the bank. Are we trying to make a defensive castle and then just try to like continue to boom? Or do we want to try to gain the map control and go for a forward castle? I think two options that are interesting. What do you think is going to be Vinch's go-to here?
I think at some point he probably needs to make some switch into the Hal Pikeman line.
Okay.
Just, I don't know if straight up Eagles against Rathas is the best fight, but we'll see if he can add some monks along with them. It feels like the fights are going fairly even so far, but there's a lot of low HP units there on both sides.
Yeah.
It depends how this engagement goes.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the sub, Brett. So, sorry, I just when casting, I like to focus a little bit on the game, but your sub is not ignored and it's very much appreciated, man. University at the back for Vinchester here, and we have a 3 TC setup looking for Imperial Age. That's going to be the second building he needs to click up. Actually, he already has the Monastery and the Siege Workshop, but I guess he felt like he needed the Uni as well. And now we're going to see Imperial Age coming in for Vinchester. TaToH's further away. He's kind of not stuck in the castle age, but spending a little bit more time there massing up the units.
It feels like the Rathas probably, even though they're not the most expensive unit, definitely more expensive than the Eagle Warriors are.
Yeah, Eagles are dirt cheap here. Oh, but Vinchester's transitioning into the correct choice. He's going to go for Elite Skirmishers. And I do feel like that's pretty much the only unit that Mayans can go for, aside from the Monk, that will deal with Rathas. And I think that's a good choice to go for that right now. He doesn't have the most amount of villas, not the biggest economy. But if he's setting up the right units, that's kind of the best thing he can go for at this point. Relic count 3 to 2. 3 for the Mayan player, 2 for the Bengali player.
Yeah, as we were talking about all the upgrades that the Rathas need, they also take bonus damage, both from the Halb line and from the Skirmisher line. So Mayans have different options for adding in units to deal with them, based on what other units the Bengali player goes to complement them to.
Yeah.
If he goes for some more of the light cav line, he can add in some halbs, or if he goes for the elephant archer line, then the skirms become pretty useful.
Really big moment, by the way, here. The Rathas are running in. Vinchester does not get the walls on the castle. This could be absolutely disastrous. The Rathas take such a good trade against the Eagles. The castle might be denied, and TaToH's there with his own castle. Vinchester's panicking. He's sending his vills forward. He needs to get that castle up 77%. But the Rathas have cleaned up everything. Is this a throw with a down castle? There's no way. He can't
more
get it up.
vills on the way, but you can't even quick wall the vills because the Rathas can just go to ranged mode.
Yep, and they can shoot over.
At 80%, but it's not going to go up.
Oh, he's sending all his vills. He's lost his mind. He can't believe it. He was winning this entire series in a best of 21, and for the first time all series, he's about to go down. He's about to be losing.
The quick wall.
Quick wall
For
from
that
TaToH.
workshop from TaToH,
Yeah.
walling the vills out.
Is it enough? He deletes the archer range that was there. 87%. TaToH's castle's in. 89%. It's not going to go up. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. The castle is down 90%. GG's called. For the first time, TaToH wins 3 in a row to gain the lead in the best of 21 series. Late in the series, we've got some drama here. Well played to TaToH, and a disastrous decision from Vinchester, underestimating those Rathas, man.
Yeah, and Mayans, his very first pick on Runestones, probably the map where he's been saving them for this map the whole tournament. TaToH with a very low pick. This was his absolute last pick save in the draft. The Bengalis manages to get the counter pick, and what a great win for TaToH.
Wow, that's some poetry there. Last pick versus first pick, I believe on what is Vinchester's home map, and TaToH wins it. That is absolutely spectacular. Well played. TaToH's not out yet, and in fact, he is the favorite going into the rest of this best of 21. And Doubt in the chat saying, now I have to cheer for Vinchester. Doubt liked what he saw there.
Castle.
That was very happy with what he saw. Guys, welcome to what could be one of the last games of this best of 21 between Vinchester and TaToH. Of course, from the Champions Invitational, $7,000 tournament, pretty much geared to figuring out who the best player in the world is currently. Vinchester, he's at 8 points. TaToH at 9. Vinchester's playing in yellow as the Goths. And we see TaToH in red as the Burmese. They've been sticking with these colors throughout the series. And taking a look at the map here, I'm sure a lot of you guys do know what Serengeti is. There's a lot of hunt on the field, a lot of zebras and elephants, very spread out woodlands, not a lot of trees in them, and very open map. But of course, we're going to focus on this early game laming from Vinchester, sending that Vil forward right away.
Of course, he is the Goths, so he will have that attack bonus, and 2 Vils forward with the instant loom, and getting as much laming as he can. He was 1 tile away from laming those 2 goats as well, but all of that hunt now, which is so important on this map because you only have that 1 elephant, is out in the middle of nowhere at the front of TaToH's base, all killed by that villager.
Yep. And I just realized Vinchester not only sent 1 Vil, but 2 Vils forward. One of the women sneaking around the other side, but TaToH sees it. He's going to keep things rather secure. This isn't the first time Vinch went for some laming strategies. We saw him send 2 Vils forward against TaToH on Cup. That was the fastest game of the set. TaToH won in 15 minutes. So TaToH seems to be very well equipped at dealing with forward Vils. And now because of the berries being walled up, because of the deer being killed out, TaToH instead decides, you know, forget about the mill and the berries. Let's go mill the deer so you can still benefit from some of the food before it rots.
So does this open things up then for Vinch, maybe to follow up with a drush to try to harass those forward Vils on the animal corpses?
It is a possibility. We do get the cheaper militia as the Goths, and we have 5 on wood, which is enough to make a barracks right now. And I wonder, maybe he does a barracks with the villagers at the back, right? Yeah, indeed it is. Good call from UT West. Barracks at the back, militia targeting, no doubt, the forward Vils on that deer patch. Very, very aggressive from Vinchester. But you know, TaToH's making the best out of it. Second mill from him, going on to the berries. He's playing as the Burmese, which get the free wood upgraded once he gets Feudal Age. So all he has to do is survive Dark Age, and yeah, he should be doing pretty well.
But double mill, that's a lot of wood in the Dark Age. Never really feels good to have to build 2 of them like that, does it?
No, not at all. I think it was a necessary evil though here because he's running out of hunt under his DC because there's only 1 boar. So if you get your deer lamed, all of a sudden you can't really click up. So I think it's a necessary evil for him.
When we see Vinch also not going for the mill on his berries, he's going to be going for the zebras, but of course they are alive and will be a bit nicer for him, especially with the Goths bonus now that the hunt lasts longer.
Oh, true. That's why he sent 5 Vils on it as well, because the hunt lasts longer, so 4 Vils isn't actually correct. It's 5 Vils from Vinchester. I was wondering why he sent 5. That is the answer. It is indeed because he's playing as the Goths. That's really smart. 5 Vils is like the new 4 Vils with the Goths to take the deer, so that they all can gather a good amount of food before the deer runs out. And now the militia are coming in to the front, and TaToH seems completely oblivious to this. He's actually making a barracks himself, which is at 80% now.
And he will finish the barracks, but now the 3 militia drush along with the Vil gets in there. That scout. It was so painful for Vinchester. I think he took some TC fire early on during the laming and lost a lot of HP there, but he's not done yet. He's adding in more militia. There's a 4th militia.
Wow, he's going for a lot of them. Oh, sorry, chat. My bad. The Goth also carry more, so all you need is 4 Vils. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Vinchester's just really not that good with the new bonuses. I was criticizing him for the 5 on deer. It is what it is. Me and you guys saw the same thing as well. Vinchester's just not playing optimally with the Goths on deer. I called him out. It is what it is. But yeah, he's going to go with the 4 militia drush, looking for some damage. Hasn't found too much yet, though, to be fair.
Yeah, that forward Vil might be picked off now, but that's... At least he's forcing TaToH off of that hunt, so it's even less food he'll be able to gather from it. And Vinch is just going to need to find a way to click up himself. He's been in the Dark Age for a long time, up to 31 population now.
Yep.
And needs to drop off his hunt and click up pretty soon.
And Vinch actually lost the Vil. It's the first kill of the game. It's a villager from Vinchester, so that's the risk about sending 2 Vils forward. Not only do you have them idle, but you also risk losing them, and one of them has indeed fallen. Burmese now get the free wood upgrade, so TaToH's economy is immediately going to be smoother than the Goths here. And as you said, Vinchester is still super far from clicking up to Feudal Age.
Even adding in 2 Dark Age farms too.
Yep. Yeah, not really. Like, the hunt is nice, but it doesn't come in that fast, to be fair.
Well, it kind of backfires on you because you carry so much that he has like 150 food on those 3 Vils who are just dropping off right now. and he's clicking up to feudal and all of a sudden has 300 food, but maybe he could have clicked up about a minute earlier if he force dropped better.
Yep, you're absolutely right. 300 food kind of just sitting there now. And feudal age timing is super important. I'm actually surprised he wasn't like rushing to get up there. Feels like Vinchester might be maybe slightly frustrated from the last game here because he's making some pretty unique mistakes that we haven't seen from him throughout the rest of the games. Now going to lose a second villager now to 2 militia. TaToH is coming back into the series in a big way here.
Yeah, and, well, it is 21 games in 2 days. You really have to be focused to be playing this much Age of Empires at this high a level for so long. And maybe a few mistakes starting to slip in here for Vinchester.
Absolutely. Archers coming in now from TaToH, looking to deal with those militia. And being stuck in Dark Age for so long has been... Ooh, as the scout goes down, has been the thing holding Vinchester back right now. He does have a lot of resources in the bank, though. So coming into feudal age, he could go for like either some archers or some skirms or maybe a mix of both. Could also consider a stable if you wanted it as well.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that the past couple of games, TaToH knew exactly the Civ matchup he wanted and knew how to play it. I wonder if this is Vinchester maybe just kind of freestyling with the Goths and not necessarily having a very clean and worked out build order that he's practiced over and over like TaToH probably has with a lot of his special strats.
Yeah, I think like Vinchester's Goths is a lot like my Burmese. We both like the civilization, but we tend to lose with it more often than not when we pick it in tournaments. Like, I always see him going for Goths, and he likes the Civ. But then it never really works out for him. I see him losing more often than not with it. And it is a Civ that has a lot of weaknesses at higher levels. So it doesn't make sense he's not finding that level of success that you might expect from one of his favorite Civs. But he does have that range now, going for some archers and skirms. Picks up armor right away just to kind of defend against what TaToH's going to throw at him.
His chat says it's the GL Dravidians.
Exactly. They all love the Dravidians and they all take turns losing with it. It is what it is. Now we have more skirms coming out. Vinchester should be able to hold this, but maybe some walls. I mean, a couple of houses would definitely help out there. Kind of odd he's not going for that.
It's hard to wall this map with how many holes there are in the wood lines, but
True.
I like that gate from Vinch. Just keeps the archers a bit farther away.
All he has to do is buy time, and his skirms are quite strong right now, quite tanky. Doing a good job keeping the archer back home, cleaning up the militia, and now the skirms will be able to defend the archers. Very nice, very well played there for him. Now TaToH has a stable set up, some scouts coming out, some archers on the field as well. Bunch of vills on the field as well for Vinchester.
And that scout transition will be great against all of these skirms. And the scout transition is great because where is the barracks for Vinch? It's forward. He can't get spears back to defend the skirms.
True. He's actually sending some spears back across the map, but that's extremely risky because there's archers on the field. That's a really good point. So now the skirmishers are going to be completely detached to the spears, and the archers and scout composition from TaToH is going to be absolutely king here. One criticism though, TaToH's going for armor on the scouts. It's not bad because it will tank some of the archer shots, but you actually don't need armor against the skirms. They deal 3 damage. Scout has 2 base pierce armor, so it's only doing 1 damage total. Getting that 3rd pierce armor base doesn't change anything. You're still taking 1 damage from skirms. So maybe TaToH got that so he can tank the archers, but usually forging would be better against skirms when dealing with scouts.
Yeah. It does make a slight difference if the skirms do have a hill bonus, though. But
okay.
Yeah, on level ground it is useless against the skirms.
Vill and Spear immediately die, by the way. Now, Vinchester has to be feeling the pressure. Maybe he can tower up the gold if he feels like he can't defend it otherwise. Might just, I don't know, maybe just trying to survive here. Hang on to the stone so you can get some economy and castlage. It's a very difficult composition to manage here.
There's bloodlines for TaToH scouts too.
Oh, we got bloodlines. That's such a big upgrade. 65 HP, incredibly strong, incredibly tanky. This could just be GG. I mean, Vinchester completely underestimating TaToH's army. No tower, no extra range. He is losing his skirms. The archers are pushing in. The scouts cannot be stopped here. And Vinchester's resorting to Vil fighting against the strongest composition in Feudal Age here.
This is just looking better and better for TaToH. Those Vils. That gold is so close to the TC, but it's still so exposed right on the front. It's just so impressive how Vinch somehow manages not to lose too many Vils here when this whole army comes in. He's kind of stabilizing a bit when he gets his archer numbers out.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to survive this, but at the same time, the Eco KD is 6-0. TaToH killed 6 villagers throughout the course of this game, and that really adds up, especially when considering that late game, Burmese should probably be winning this matchup anyways. Like, Burmese always win against gods.
At least for Vinch, he has managed to stabilize a bit, but he's still on only 1 range production. Serengeti is kind of interesting because your resources are really close to the TC, so even though it might be kind of hard to wall, usually you do have something in the back, like a wood line or the edge of the map even, that you can make a wall to, and Vinch is trying to do that now, but TaToH's gonna run in with the scouts.
Yeah, running way in there, especially with Bloodline scouts here. Yeah, definitely a strong unit to be in the woodline. Gets 1 Vil for free. And TaToH I think TaToH's just feeling himself here, man. He's playing with such sheer confidence. Vinchester's the one who seems to be a little shaky, a little bit panicked here, which makes sense because Vinchester was winning for so long. And then now TaToH, all of a sudden, with that nice comeback, is in the lead for the first time and definitely feeling that confidence flow through his veins as the scouts just cause absolute chaos in Vinchester's woodline. Castle for both players, but Vinchester's slightly faster, 20 seconds faster. He did eventually make that tower though, so now I have to say it is a mistake. He should have made that earlier because he wasn't able to hang on to the stone anyways, so might as well have had that tower for that initial engagement anyways.
Yeah, in these tournament games, it's so important that you get that tower on the gold sometimes.
A lot of people like the greed, but that greed can cost you the game sometimes. And it's definitely the case this time around. Back home, TaToH can kind of do whatever he wants. Transition onto another woodline. Wouldn't be surprised if I see a second stable come up. In fact, I think that's the next step. Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm a good caster, guys. Look at that. Second stable coming through. And we're going to see knights and probably crossbows or crossbow light cav. Some kind of double composition to really finish off the game here.
Yeah, I'd expect to see that crossbow upgrade coming in. He has so many archers still forward. And then complement them with those double stable knights.
A bit of a town bell situation there.
Now, if he really wants to have fun, he could go double stable elephants.
Yeah, that's a very for fun game though. I don't think that will be seeing play. Although I'm actually a big fan of Burmese elephants, but it's more of a late game thing.
Yeah, he's going for the light cav upgrade along with knights and the crossbow upgrade.
Wait, Vinchester's dropping a university, a market, and a monastery. That's like the most unlikely trio of buildings to drop here. I guess he's just preparing himself for a really big push from TaToH. But TaToH's actually adding a second TC and staying calm at home.
Yeah, kind of interesting how things have changed, where you would always see like crossbow, bodkin, and the wood upgrade immediately upon hitting castle. Now you're really seeing the light cav upgrades being added in with the stable, kind of like crossbow, light cav, and the armor sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. The light cav upgrade became like that crossbow upgrade, which is a must get in the early Castle Age. People just realize how strong light cav are and how good of an upgrade it is in general, just to pick that up nice and early. And now, like, we cleared up the archers, and now we've got the light cav set up to deal with the monks, which is exactly what Vinchester is going for. Crossbow's running into the base here. Vinchester does not have ballistics just yet. And loses 2 Vils here to the crossbows. Might lose more as Vinchester is in trouble. TaToH just waltzes in with his crossbows. Another Vil goes down. Could snipe 1 more maybe. Yeah, 4 Vils total. Looking for 1 more. 5. I mean, it's brutal.
It is. He's gonna get the crossbows cleaned, but they did get a few Vils, and TaToH's now up 52 to 39.
Yeah. And now ballistics comes in. I mean, Vinchester's got 1 shot. He has to all in, somehow manage to attack. I don't think it's going to ever be possible. TaToH's on 2 town centers. He's now adding in 1 more range. I don't know why, but he's going for it. And TaToH seems to have complete control of this game at this point.
And even adding in husbandry too. And he's looking to... he has Vinch cornered to such a small area of the map. Vinch gonna be running out of gold fairly soon too, needing to move out to another pile. And, well, TaToH wins this. He'll be one game away from being able to win the best of 21.
Yeah, which is crazy to see because he started off 0-2 way back at the start of the sets. He's now on the verge of winning the 4th game in a row. TaToH really stepped it up at the end of this at the end of the series here. 3rd TC coming up is at 20 Vil lead now. Vinchester, he knows he's got to do something, but he's got Goth, Crossbowmen, and a couple monks. It's not the most impressive army I've ever seen in my life here, and he's trying it. He's going forward.
Hello.
He does have quite a few crossbows, but TaToH still going for that double gold composition of the crossbows and the knights. And has the production and the eco, has TCs in good spots to defend, and still has access to that gold right in the middle of his base.
TaToH's going Elite Skirmisher. I'm actually not a huge fan of that. I would have preferred to see a Siege Workshop come down, just because Elite Skirm with the with the Burmese, they don't get that last armor, so they're not that impressive. But I think he's so far ahead he can do whatever he wants. But just a minor thing there. Vinchester's trying to micro up a hill because that's all he could do at this point. All he has is some micro with army. Lightcap diving in though. Gonna snipe some monks, no doubt. Yep. There it is.
Yep, and now with the monks gone, the knights can be useful against those crossbows, and Vinch is gonna have to retreat and maybe try to pick off the knights. They do have +2, but there aren't too many of them.
73 Vils now for TaToH, 43 for Vinchester. Vil count getting higher and higher. We're now at a 30 Vil difference. Forward siege from Vinchester. Again, he's trying his best. It is a tournament game. You don't want to call it early when you have a chance. He's going to run it to the ground. TaToH continuing to defend with skirms on top of a hill. Picks up the armor upgrade for them now. It's going to help out quite a bit.
Yeah, that armor on the skirms is really important when you fight the crossbows. Look at this split micro from Vinch.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job at that. It must be noted. Even though he's very far behind on the economy side of things, the micro has been pretty solid with the army here. And now he should be able to clear up these Burmese skirmishers. Lacking armor.
Yeah, especially with the hill bonus.
Yeah, they're very weak. But again, he's just killing units. He's not really killing economy. So TaToH keeps getting further and further ahead. We're now seeing Vinch go for another forward range. A Magneto coming through. At least he's doing what he has to do. At least he's going all in, and he's trying to make something happen here. We can't fault him for it. It's the correct play.
TaToH up though, 81 villagers at this point. Just needs to make that transition into army at some point.
Yep. He is missing wheelbarrow and handcart, by the way. I mean, it is something. Ballistics is now in for TaToH though, so skirms are a lot better at dealing with those crossbows, especially from range and when they're moving. That knight keeps dodging arrows. It's on 4 HP. Okay, he died. Thank God. It's pissing me off. Magneto's on the hill now.
Well, if TaToH does go on to win this game, and he'll be one game away from clinching this series, what if he doesn't use the Chinese and we never actually get an answer to the question of where is he going to use them?
I would unironically be so mad if that happens, actually. That's a terrible timeline. We've been talking about Chinese for 20 games, and if he doesn't use them, oh my God, I would actually be so frustrated. And like, you can't even ask him what he had in mind with them because it's a tournament still ongoing, so he wants to keep his strategies. Oh man, I need to see the Chinese in action. That's a terrible timeline. I hope we don't run into that. Archers moving across the right side of the map here though. The siege push from Vinchester has been solid. Bloodlines now +2 armor on the knights. Is there a chance for Vinchester to win this one? TaToH's heavily undercommitted.
He's gonna make one big push.
Yep.
And he's gonna hope that it's enough. The only thing in his favor is that TaToH 90 Vils means he spent a lot of food on Vils instead of spending it on army. And maybe that gives Vinch a moment to push, but he has to push quickly before that eco really kicks in.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to kill TaToH before TaToH's able to transition onto military. Vinchester, he's down 40 villagers, which is wild, but he has the hill, and he's got a good amount of army. And honestly, TaToH's missing handcart and wheelbarrow, which is just such big economy upgrades.
And there is redemption. Remember, the Burmese do have really good monks, and they'll have those cheaper monastery techs too, so it's easier to get the monks to convert the mangonels. And this is going to be a key fight here for Vinch, and it needs to go very well for him.
Yeah, big counterattack from TaToH.
Maybe the skirms.
As well, 3 knights counterattacking here. Redemption is in, so now we're going to try to convert some of those mangonels. Vinchester's trying to hold on to that. Counterattack is so big because Vinchester has a hard time replenishing vills, and he doesn't have town centers to defend them either. Fights on the front. Vinchester good micro, killing that mangonel. Siege Workshop is almost dead. It's on fire, in fact. He's hiding the knights. He doesn't have very many of them. Maybe you can use the market and get some more. He's only got 3.
Yeah, and he does at least have the armor upgrades on the knights, so he'll be able to take a really good fight against the skirms if there aren't monks getting conversions from TaToH. Oh, nice mangonel shot there.
Big shot indeed. I missed that. I was plugging in my headset. Ooh, Vinchester lost his mangonel though. The more this stalls out, the worse it is for Vinchester. He needs to start killing vills. Get the crossbows in. Get in the woodline. Kill some villagers. You need to do something, man. Army isn't enough here.
And this is maybe where the knights really need to start coming forward. He has 5 of them, and he could if he picks off 3 mangonels, then maybe he still has a chance to push with these crossbows and his own mangonels.
For the hard work.
100%. The knights are the secret here, and we have Hamza HK with a $100 donation going to the prize pool. Thank you so much for that massive contribution, man. Said great event. Thanks for the hard work. My pleasure, bro. It's really a pleasure because I'm super enjoying these games, especially casting and later playing. Really appreciate the big dono. Knights come in. This is what we've been waiting for. TaToH's got no monks around.
And there will be 3 dead mangonels. TaToH, they're ready for a defensive castle.
Oh, that castle could be... Yeah, it could be the game changer. But that's also a big target for Vinchester. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He just cleared all the mangonels. There's no more monks. The knights are in. Don't tell me that TaToH's throwing this game. Don't tell me. There's literally no way. I don't believe it. The mangonels there. The crossbows are on the hill.
And just 2 mangonels. He's repairing them.
Oh my god.
Could he stop this castle?
Big shot on the vills. A lot of the vills dying. The score is getting closer and closer. 75%. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Second mangonel's there. Oh my god. I literally don't believe it. 80%, 90% on the castle. 95? And it goes up. Holy moly.
It does go up.
Brutal, bro. I didn't even invite Doubt, and we got 2 Doubt castles back to back potentially. But at the end of both of them, Vinchester calls the GG. TaToH 8-10. TaToH is winning, and he's 1 game away from the first best of 21 of the Champions Invitational. Insane series so far, man. Insane series.
And honestly, if that castle doesn't go up, it actually gets really difficult for TaToH there, because all of a sudden the knights just get into his eco, and he doesn't have army that can really deal with them. And, you know, it's not really he's in too bad of a situation because he's still up by 50 vills, but maybe a bit of a throw putting the castle so far forward. He could have gone for a much safer castle near one of his 2 TCs.
Yeah.
And he was so far ahead, it didn't really matter, but I mean, it made it interesting at the end, at least.
We did predict that it's going to be Mongols for TaToH and Incas for Vinchester. And there is extra elephants. There are extra elephants in the middle of the map, and that's, of course, going to be the target here for the Mongol players.
Yep, you got 4 elephants in the middle, and players already going out to hunt them early on. And we see TaToH even going to try to block with the scout, so he doesn't need to do loom for the villager. Nice job there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Vinchester coming forward, maybe thinking of trying to lame, maybe picking off a villager somewhere.
Yeah, what's interesting is
maybe
TaToH
just running into a TC.
TaToH ate his own elephant right away. Now going for the middle ones, whereas Vinchester's keeping his own elephant safe at the back for later. Guys, the map is weighed. We've seen this in some Red Bull tournaments. There are gold piles in the center, and there's this little like weird terrain. You can't actually dock, I believe, It's just a little weird terrain that you can't build on either. So you want to play for the gold in the center, but you can also play for the deer on the outside. There's deer and berries, and of course the 4 elephants in the center, as TOS was mentioning earlier. So both players have the patches of deer and berries on the side that they can play for if they so desire. Very interesting map. I really like it. A little bit of extra hunt, of course, from the Mongol player, though.
Yeah, and already 14 seconds of idle TC time for Vinchester. Maybe not having the smoothest build, as I think he went for that forward elephant and not the one at home first.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Getting
So
the
maybe
elephant
didn't
at home.
have the best food production there.
Still a little sloppy to have 14 seconds of idle time. I really do feel like he's been feeling the pressure. Maybe he's a bit fatigued. It is a kind of a marathon of games. Best of 21 played across 2 days here. Militia's going to be coming out. So you have barracks being dropped at the front here. Incas for Vinchester. And Militia definitely makes a lot of sense, especially against the Mongols. You're not going to match the Feudal Age time. So if you want to attack, you have to do so in Dark Age. And now we're going to see Vinchester also going for some walls. So a couple Militia to buy himself some time. And then some walls. It makes a lot of sense here.
So you were saying you really liked Mongols against Teutons. How do you feel against Mongols Incas? It's a matchup where I feel like Mongols can sometimes struggle to deal with Eagle Warriors.
Yeah.
Mongols Mayans usually is one that favors Mayans, and even though Incas don't have plumes, I think some of the same dynamics can be at play in this matchup.
Yo, I definitely agree with that. I think if the game is open, if Incas are able to get the elite Eagles with the unique tech, giving them extra pierce armor, combine that with some skirmishers, I think the Inca comp is better than the Mongol comp. That being said, though, I think heavy siege will kind of tilt the tide towards Mongols. If Mongols are able to get the onagers with the drill, combining that with hussars to snipe the monks, that could be like the perfect composition to deal with the Incas. It's of course hard to get there, but it's definitely a really good option to have in the arsenal.
And as TaToH gets up to feudal, he will immediately throw down that stable and also go for a tower out by that mill.
That can't be
protect
right. Protect the.
Well, he's going to protect the villagers by those deer.
But your opponent's in
Oh,
Dark
we were
Age.
saying last game that Vinch was a bit greedy, not going for the tower on his gold. TaToH being as safe as he possibly can, towering his deer villagers.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Playing it safe. Nothing terrible about that, of course. It just feels a bit wrong to tower when your opponent is in Dark Age. Now we're going to see Vinchester trying to snipe some of the hunt. So TaToH's actually kind of laming himself, in a way, killing his deer so that the militia can't kill them. And that tower is getting value, so you know what? Even if it's a bit of an investment, it will help clear up those militia. Oh my god.
Oh, clears everything.
Wow, okay.
That's an insanely valuable tower now.
Yeah, I stand corrected. TaToH knew something I didn't. And gets a lot of value from that tower, and it's still there to defend his villas in the Feudal Age and onwards. Vinchester's fully walled, though, so he kind of achieved what he wanted to from this early game.
And you think this is another fast castle attempt from him? Just fast castle into Eagles?
No, I don't think so. He doesn't have nearly enough food for that. I think he's going to go for a Feudal Age play for sure. He is outside of his base as well, taking some berries, maybe some deer eventually as well. But I don't see him fast castling. I think he'll probably play with some range units in Feudal Age.
And you know, one of the interesting things about this matchup now that I'm thinking for Mongols is the Steppe Lancers. And that gives them another option for dealing with Incas.
Yep.
That usually works out pretty well for the Steppe Lancers against Eagles.
Yeah, Steppe Lancers are a fantastic unit to deal with Eagles, 100%. You can kite them so well, you do a lot of damage. And Steppe Lancers in general are great at breaking through walls and breaking through palisades and houses and stuff like that. Alright, Feudal Age comes in for Vinchester.
You can stack up the Steppe Lancers so well on 1 or 2 tiles that they do so much damage to buildings, so they don't need to micro around and there's more room for them to attack.
Absolutely. Vinchester's got 43 seconds of idle TC time. That's basically, he's down a villa and a half. This is very strange. I wouldn't expect that from how he's been playing throughout the whole set. The last couple of games, I can't help but feel like he's underperformed a little bit, and this idle time is, yeah, kind of showcasing a little bit of what I'm talking about here. TaToH's almost up to Castle Age. Like, if we're talking about someone fast casting, it's going to be TaToH with that extra hunt and the Mongols here.
Yeah, that's the strength of the Mongols on this type of map.
they get the feudal age pressure, and also they get to the castle age a lot faster than your opponent usually, just by abusing the hunts. That spear is trying to lure a boar, which is actually possible, but TaToH's gonna stop the spear and kill him before the boar can go home. Okay, that's funny. That is funny.
What the spear needed to do was just find the low HP scout and get a little poke in there.
Yeah, take someone down with him. Now actually TaToH's gonna go for the elephant here. And bringing in the elephant's going to be very valuable here for TaToH. But Vinchester does have a spearman here. Could potentially be
annoying. He's going to try
annoying.
to block the Vil.
Yep.
And a second spear on the way. This Vil might die. I don't know. Can you quick wall and do like the palisade trick on this terrain here?
You cannot build on that terrain. So he actually has to get off that terrain in order to start building. So now he can do the palisade or the house trick, but I think he's just spam clicking to try to get her to safety, and no, she goes down. And successful block for Vinchester. TaToH's a minute away from Castle Age though. What's the plan going to be? He's got one stable. I'd like to see Step Lancers and Siege. Elephant runs back, and maybe that's exactly what Vinchester needed to keep himself in that game. Now we see Market and a Blacksmith, so he wants to go Castle Age.
Yeah, because so far TaToH hasn't added in a single farm. That elephant would have been a really nice boost to his food eco.
Yep.
Now he's going to have to think about making a transition. He still has the berries, but berries really aren't that fast. He still has a bit of hunt on the outside mill too. So maybe he'll be okay. But losing that elephant now hurts.
Yeah. He's not going to... Like, if you get that elephant, he'd be able to afford, 2 stable Step Lancers, no problem. Now it's going to be a little bit dicey. You might not be able to get eco upgrades behind it. Something's going to have to give way, since he doesn't have that extra bit of hunt. 400 food is a big swing. Instead goes for a monastery. I'm actually not a huge fan of that. I think I'd rather see a push, a Siege Workshop push with the Step Lancers. That sounds like a little bit better of a composition, but goes to the monastery, plays it safe, and wants to pick up relics, which is fair enough. He does have 2 very close to his base, and then 1 in the center.
Yeah, he can very easily get himself to at least a 3-2 relic advantage. I think the first relic he needs to go for, though, is the one in the center, just because it's the one that isn't already behind his walls.
I agree. You go with that first, and then you kind of secure 3 relics, because the other 2 should be very easy to pick up. Go for the middle one when you have the map control. That makes sense. This elephant has 1 kill, by the way. Nice, bro. Step Lancer's looping around the outside here. TaToH does, in theory, want to break in here. But if it's just 3 Step Lancers, Vinchester can wall them out. When they get to like 8 or 10 Step Lancers, they break within like 5 seconds. You can't really react properly.
Yeah, and he's going to wall behind, had the villagers in position. And crucially going to wall with the houses, so Step Lancers can't just poke the vills from the opposite side.
Yeah. So Step Lancers can hit over walls, but only if it's like on a diagonal. They can't hit over an entire wall, or over the gold, for example. Vinchester hits Castle Age, goes for pikemen immediately, also picks up a monastery. Behind this, TaToH's going to add a town center here. Fair enough.
And Vil count's still even. But pikemen... I feel like pikemen always kind of feel awkward against Step Lancers, just because of the extra range the Step Lancers can kind of hit and get that first attack in, and take out some of the pikemen before they actually manage to poke.
I think with perfect micro, you can kill pikemen without ever taking damage with Step Lancers if you micro absolutely perfectly. It's obviously really hard to do that in game, but you can definitely kill pikes and then run away and kind of heal up your Step Lancers, similar to how it works with knights. It's even more favorable for the Step Lancers because they have that extra range to kite with. Vinchester also completely abandoned the left side with the berries and the hunt, so he not taking the risk. He's not going to stay out there. And TaToH's just kind of controlling the whole game now with the steps. Both players on 2 TCs though, so I like that Vinchester is not falling too far behind in terms of economy. He's doing pretty alright for himself with some pikeman defense.
Yeah, and he's still holding on to enough of the map. Maybe he needs to be careful that he just overchopped his woodline. And we'll be adding in a third TC.
Yeah. Does cover up the overchop. Good. I don't want to see anything, you know, any bad overchops causing games here. That would be very unfortunate for the final game. I want to see a clean victory if TaToH indeed will clutch it. Third TC for both players coming down. Horse Collar only now for TaToH though. Might have overlooked some of those important economy upgrades. Bowsaw though still missing for Vinchester. Maybe the monks can help out as well on this side.
And that relic still sitting in the middle. TaToH picked up the 2 at home first. Yes, maybe it's a bit faster to get them, but does need to make sure he picks up the 1 from the middle before Eagles start coming out for Vinch. If he ever does make that switch, he's still going fully for pikes.
Yeah. And actually, players always pick up the close relics. I don't know why. I think it's just because we want to get some in. But that's something I always notice. It's the correct play to take the middle one first, though. And, well, TaToH will be able to pick that up, probably. And looks like TaToH now with some step lancers on the left-hand side, clearing up some stray units. Nothing too crazy. Fourth town center from Vinchester. He really wants to get the economy rolling. And that is going to feel pretty nice for him.
And Vinch moving out with a couple of monks, too. Converting the pikemen really doesn't matter too much, but TaToH could get the step lancers. That 1 scout gonna be valuable, and both the monks go down. Not a single conversion comes in there for Vinch, getting unlucky.
This is brutal, and now the step lancers showing their worth against the pikes. The monks can heal them up completely, and this is why pikes don't work in early castlage. How many videos do I gotta make about it, guys? Pikemen are just not good in early castlage. You need a lot of them for them to be effective. In low numbers, they're very easy to deal with here. And TaToH showing the value of the step lancers. He's about to break in as well here, and Vinchester now has to deal with step lancers and monks in his base.
And where is Vinch taking gold? He just lost his main gold from earlier and had to make another TC on the side. That's pretty exposed out there. If TaToH were to get a good massive step lancers, he could probably just run in there and maybe even start thinking about sniping the TC. This Vinch's army is really low, only 6 military.
Yeah, Vil count is even. So in theory, if you can just stall and make it so nothing happens and he doesn't take damage from step lancers, he could be fine if he just develops into the late game. The step lancers won't be that valuable if they're not able to find damage right now. That being said though, because of the step lancers being on the field, TaToH does manage to go for a forward castle right in the center with all that juicy gold available and ripe for the taking. That being said, Incas can play without gold. They don't need that much gold to get, field held with your skirms. They are getting discounts on those units as well. And you have enough gold to usually get by up until the late game here.
Yeah, and as great as that castle is in the middle for TaToH, part of me would have loved to have seen it on that forward TC from Vinch.
Oh, on the right side. Okay.
Yeah. Like right where Vinch is building his own castle now.
Yeah, that could have been better. You have the map control with the Lancers and the Monks. You could have went for a bit more of an aggressive castle. That one ends up being a bit more of a passive one if you think about it here. Good point.
And the Vil counts still are fairly even. TaToH probably has a bit more food with the focus on farms to get the step lancers out and with all the hunt he's been taking. But now you start running the risk that against the Incas, if you get into that Imperial Age Treb War, then if you don't get your Mangudai numbers out, the Incas with their cheaper castles might have more Treb production.
Now we see TaToH probably transitioning towards Imperial Age. At least it's on his mind. The resources are climbing. And just very far from Imperial Age. But surely he has to realize that he needs to rush there ASAP. The problem is, you know what the problem with Mongols versus Incas is here? If it ends up being a Treb war, the Mangudai can just snipe the Trebs from Vinchester, whereas Vinchester can never snipe Trebs himself. Oh, he does convert a Mangudai though. That was nice.
Well, now he can snipe the Trebs. He has a Mangudai.
Yeah, he's got the one Mangudai. He can snipe a couple Trebs with that guy, I'm sure. That's the hero he needed. And
I think the map layout actually does help the Mongols here. because the Inca player can't, say, place a castle really close to the Mongol one and take the Treb War in a spot where the castle defends the Trebs from Mangudai.
Yes.
Here, if they need to move out to Treb, they have to move out onto this water terrain where it's much harder to defend, and there's no arrow fire to keep the Mangudai away.
But there's something super interesting to note as well. Vinchester's castle is actually on a hill. There's a small elevation. I don't know if you guys can see it. Right here, there's a small elevation that makes Vinchester's castle actually on a hill. So if TaToH wants to treb, he's going to be downhill, which is giving a big advantage to the defender and not to the aggressor.
Yeah, it's a huge difference in the repairs. That if the Trebs are downhill, you don't need nearly as many vills to repair. I think it's 5 vills versus 7 vills for a Treb to repair if the Treb's downhill.
Vinchester opts to go for ranges, no doubt wanting to go for skirms. I mean, actually can go for arbalests as well. The problem with the arbalests though is you don't have that much gold available, so attacking arbalests could be problematic. You don't really, you can't really afford it. Does indeed go for the skirmishers here. Pike skirm is a solid early imp composition. Does run into some problems if TaToH gets heavy siege, but for now it should be fine.
Yeah, either way, he just needs a ranged unit again to help keep the Mangudai away. He
Yep.
needs something to kill them before they're able to take out Trebs.
Pikemen on the field here for Vinchester, and skirmishers are being produced.
And we see the Step Lancers taking out the Blacksmith fairly well, too.
Second castle from Vinchester. It's not in the same location as the first one, so clearly he's not thinking about a Treb war. He really just wants to defend his base. But the score is not looking good. TaToH's actually climbing very far ahead in terms of score here. Most likely just because he's got a better economy set up as well. More eco upgrades up there for him.
Now convinced to finally take a fight with Pikemen. He's getting a couple of Step Lancers down, but they're so fast they're running away.
Yeah.
Maybe running into TCs, though.
Yeah, Vinchester have ballistics. You should be able to clean those up, but, you know, the Mangudai are just such a strong unit here that they're shredding those pikemen, and it does feel like TaToH has a really good grip of this game. Goes for a couple trebuchets right off the bat here. Oh, don't run into the castle, though. Oh, okay.
Running the...
Okay. Check PayPal, TaToH. I think Vinchester's donation might have just came in. Oh my god. We've got a paid actor here. Trebuchet runs straight into the castle. Probably a misclick.
Well, that was difficult, and so that maybe something TaToH could have done if he noticed that, which is a cute trick, is when the trebuchet is packed, it only has 8 pierce armor, but whenever it's under construction, it has 150. So you can actually tank castle fire if you just hit the unpack hotkey, then immediately stop once you tank the fire and run away.
That would be insane. If we saw that, that would be actually crazy, Micro. That was actually the correct play. You should have done that, but probably just didn't realize it in time. TaToH instead going to go for the raids on the left instead of committing to the Treb War. And those raids are going to be juicy. A few villagers from Vinchester going down. He's got more villagers sprinkled across the map. Vinchester's desperately going for Trebs to the center now. I think that Treb's on a hill,
He'll
though.
have a hill.
Yeah. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that hill bonus is going to be insane for him.
Yeah, he is on a hill. He's doing like 500 something damage per shot. Yeah, that should be a hill.
He just needs a way to protect the Trebs against Mangudai now.
Mhm.
But if he can get 3 Trebs on a hill and take out that castle, that gives him an avenue to come back to the middle. TaToH looks like he's going for Hussars. But we have a lot of pikemen out already for Vinch. Maybe now Vinch can come and get the middle.
Yeah, I have the win condition for Vinch. You go Halberdier, Skirm, you fight for the middle. Once you get the middle, you go for those very high Pierce Armor Eagles. And that could be your win condition. But it's all it's all kind of on the fact that whether you can win the middle or not. That's what it's riding on. He's getting Boson now. He's pushing forward with the Skirms. He needs to get the Halberdier tech. It's a very important technology. But he hasn't seen Hussar yet. I think that's why he's holding off on it. And TaToH's actually stockpiling the Hussars. Vinchester just needs to click Halberdier. He's always going Eagles. That could be a mistake. He needs Halb first. It's very important.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think the halves are important just for making sure that the Hussars don't overrun him when he's in the middle, and he has the skirms right now. He will at least now see the Hussar. Will he make any change? He can't afford to click Halb. He has the resources for it.
Yeah, I think he's just not, like, he only wants Halb if his opponent's on Hussar, and he hasn't seen a single Hussar. That's the problem. You know what's missing from this game? Vinchester needs outposts forward. He was doing it in other games. I know he knows about it, but he hasn't had a single outpost forward right now. He needs to scout out the fact that there's Hussars on the field. TaToH's actually stockpiling them as we speak. 15 already there. Elite Magadai coming in here, and Vinchester commits the Elite Eagle Warrior. So he's going for Eagles when in reality he needs the Halbs. Eagles are still good though. It's still a good unit, but you need the gold to sustain them. And if you can't get the gold, Eagles will quickly drain whatever gold you've got left.
Yeah, he does have the middle for now, but he's not at 200 population, only at 172, and a lot of that army is skirms. If TaToH gets to 200 pop with Hussars, he can take a really good fight and overwhelm this army and maybe even clear it quickly from Vinch. It's a difficult situation for Vinch, but he still has the middle, and if he has the middle, he has a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly it. He's also going for Eagles, and Fabric Shields just came in. 4+6 Pierce Armor for those guys. So the Magadai only doing 2 damage per shot versus Elite Eagles. Very strong unit
One
here.
right now until Chemistry comes in if they take
Yeah.
a quick fight. But TaToH is also raiding at the back. Vinch, and this is just something that really shouldn't happen. Vinch, he could have walled all the way to the edge of the map. He just didn't. And the Hussars find their way in.
He was more focused on the middle and kind of neglected the side walls. No outposts either, so some small macro decisions, small macro mistakes from Vinchester, forcing him to have to deal with raids now. TaToH's going heavy Scorpion to counter the Eagles and the Skirms. You absolutely love to see it. Heavy Scorpion in a pro game. TaToH wants to end this in style here.
Does Heavy Scorpion even work against all the Pierce Armor on the Eagles?
I'm not convinced. I think the 10 Pierce Armor should be a really good tool at closing the gap and dealing with the Scorpions. And you know what? TaToH doesn't have the center. Heavy Scorpions cost a lot of gold. If TaToH goes for Heavy Scorpion Mangadai and can't sustain production of either units, he will lose this game. This is really interesting.
Yeah, and remember, TaToH did go for that forward castle in the middle that he's already lost. That's cutting into his Mangadai production. We have 3 Trebs going for another castle right now. If that castle goes down, then TaToH could struggle to keep his Mangadai numbers up.
Vinchester took a little bit of a weird fight. Under a couple castles, under the Heavy Scorpions. I'm not a huge fan of that fight. I think Vinchester need not rush this. Just take your time. Because we don't need to push, we just need to hold the middle. That should be the win condition. And the more he tries to push, the more he's spreading himself thin. Vinchester needs to delete some villas, get more army, get all the army in the center. He's got pikemen at home, needs to bring those towards the middle. Big engagements going down. Skirmishers need to target the Mangadai. Eagles are on the Hussars and also tanking a ton of hits. Scorpions lagging behind here.
Scorpions do have enough attack. They will do some damage to the Eagles, at least much more than the Mangadai do. But Eagles hitting the repair villas on that castle, and it's going to go down.
Yep.
TaToH is out of stone right now, and is there any more stone to mine on the map?
I don't see any.
Only for Vinch.
He's almost out of gold as well. Needs to transition to that middle. It's really going to come down to whether or not Vinchester can deal with those Heavy Scorpions. And he's... Oh, wait. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? The Scrims get a little too close. Eagles are running into the Heavy Scorpions, though. They will kill a few of them. Vinchester selling
Vinch
a bunch
might
of
lose
res.
his Trebs,
Yep.
but they've already kind of done their job in taking out that one castle. He needs to remass a few more Trebs, maybe to hit the other castle.
Yeah.
But those Scorpions actually feel like they're doing a good job now.
Oh, he rushes down the castle. He's obviously desperate to hold on to the center, but he doesn't have enough Eagles. He doesn't have enough skirmishers on the field. And the Scorpions are actually running away kind of faster than the Eagles because they've got drill in them. Heavy Scorpions on the field, Mangadai. This is quite the death ball from the Mongol player. TaToH completely dominating Vinchester's army here, and it feels like now it's almost over. Vinchester, he's on his last breath. He's almost out. The gold is running out. The villagers are dying, and the army is dwindling here. TaToH is on the verge of winning the first best of 21 here against Vinchester.
On that Treb on 10 HP, Vince just wasn't able to pick it off. If it were only one Treb, then maybe he could repair that castle, but not against two. And that's going down really fast. No HP upgrades on it. And the heavy scorpions, they're working.
Yeah, they did a lot better than I expected them to be honest. The extra movement speed lets them kite against the eagles. The Mega Dive there as well, just to help defend the scorpions. And the Mongols proven to be such a strong save here, even despite going up against the Incas.
Yeah, TaToH getting to the unit composition he needs, and as good as eagles are, just they're not quite the power unit that some of the other gold units are, and the Mangadai are working out for TaToH. Now he has the middle again.
Yeah, now he's at the middle. All the gold for him. If he was able to do this without having the gold control, imagine what he can do with the gold. He's also getting gold shaft mining now. Vinchester, it's his last game. If he loses this one, he's out of this best of 21. Obviously, still has more to go. He will lose this one in particular. Doesn't want to give it up so easily. We'll try to fight until the last breath here, no problem.
Now that hill will be useful, as maybe with the hill, Vinch could repair against 3 Trebs, but he has to deal with the raids. The Hussars getting into his eco.
Yep.
And look at all the resources TaToH's floating now that he's at 200 pop.
Oh, he's got a ton of resources in the bank. And his army's never really dying. It's just Hussars dying. The Scorpions, I mean, a few of them go down, but the Scorpions and the Magadai are very resilient. The Hussars are the ones that are kind of tanking all the damage. Cap Ram now coming in, which does have drill, so if we can go for Siege Ram, it could be good. And GG's called. TaToH wins the first best of 21 in the Champions Invitational. 11-8. What a comeback. Everybody in the chat type the GG. Well played to TaToH, and well played to Vinchester as well. Take it to 8-11. Look at the day 2 comeback from TaToH here. Wins 5 in a row to clutch the series. He was down 8-6 and ends it up 11-8. 5 straight. Well played to TaToH. GG. What an amazing first day here.